Yo, what's good, dweebs? How are we feeling? Everyone, y'all, I'm Dweeby. I am the dweeb, and today I am feeling so fine because we are we are perceiving, we are witnessing, we are observing the drama going on in the Monster Hunter community, y'all. Y'all, get this. This is so exciting. Apparently, there's a whole tussle going on in the Monster Hunter content creator community, and the dweeb has no idea what's going on, but I am so intrigued by what's happening. So I've decided that today's stream is going to be a little bit different from what we normally do. Normally we'd be playing games and nailing them, but today we are going to be we're going to see what's going on here. So apparently, if anyone knows what's up, right? Mad Mud is so right. Get out your popcorn. Alice is saying, what the heck is this? A fight is surely brewing. So, this is so cool. Let's go. I'm gonna insert myself into the drama. Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Let's insert ourselves into the drama. No, we're not inserting ourselves into the drama. We are perceiving the drama. Okay, we are just like outsiders looking in and eating our popcorn and saying, oh yeah, let's get mad, y'all. Let's get heated. We have to be like, no, that person is totally wrong. And we have to say that about literally everybody. So Mad Mud is asking, what drama? What's going on apparently is that a person said a thing and another person said a different thing. No, okay, real talk though. People have very strong opinions about this, and basically, what happened was one individual made a video saying that Monster Hunter Wilds, they did not like Monster Hunter Wilds. And I guess part of the basis for that opinion was that they thought Wilds was too easy. So this video we're going to watch, I believe, is from a person talking about how actually World is way easier than you remember it being. But this video is 4 hours and 30 minutes long, y'all. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I am like impressed. I am so impressed that someone can be this passionate about a subject that they can talk about it for 4.5 hours, basically about Monster Hunter. And that is like, right? Neverending is saying, I think it's pretty funny that you're playing Mara's boss theme. Itza says, I don't care if Wilds is easier, it's fun. Itza's so real for that. But everyone, I'm just so excited about this. So, in case y'all are wondering, sometimes people are nosy. Sometimes people ask me, hey Dweeb, where do you live? And the answer is Dweeb lives under a rock, because I don't know who any of the players are. There's like multiple content creators who are involved in this, and I don't know any of them, but I want to know, okay? I want to understand the context of everything, but I just want to know, okay? So we are gonna get the tea. Actually, the dweeb's got soju. The dweeb's got the soju. Can I please get an Ayo so we can... Can I please get an Ayo? Cheers to everybody. We here for the tea, says Wolvire. Actually true. Actually true. Cool person's right. It's like the Halo cycle. The new Halo is always the worst thing ever. Then a new one and comes out and everyone's saying Ayo. Everyone's got me. Cheers to everyone in the entire world. Cheers. Cheers to literally everybody. I'm in Dweebtopia. I really am. So, yeah, it's all scandal, right? Scandal. People are upset. People are outraged. And Dweeb's like, I want to be outraged too. I want to be mad. So, should we just watch the video? So this video is 4.5 hours long, and the question is, do we watch it at full speed, at normal speed, or do we watch it at like 1.25? 1.25, or do we watch it at 2 times speed, or do we watch it at like do we watch it at like 0.5 speed? What speed do we watch this at? What do we do? Mad Mud is saying, I doubt I'll know anyone either, but see, the thing is, watch it at normal, says Alice. We gotta watch it at normal. Alice is so real. We gotta watch it at normal. Cool person is saying, watch it 2 times the speed. Watch it 5 times the speed. Let's just F and go. Let's just YOLO our way through. Riley's saying, buy YouTube Premium and watch it at 4 times the speed. I do have YouTube Premium, actually. So we could be doing that. We could be watching it at 5 times the speed. But everyone, should we come up with a drinking game or something? We could come up with a drinking game. We could just have a good time. And this, oh wait, I forgot to say this. This person is Meat Man, MH Meat Man. And this person, MH Meat Man, they care very deeply about this subject, apparently, and I am impressed, y'all. Anyone who can make a 4.5-hour video immediately has my respect. Actually has my respect, and, Ayo, what's good, Nameless Heroics? They have my respect for real, and I'm just like, I like don't know if I can. Hey, yo, check this out. Nameless Heroics just became a Dweenius. Let's effing go. Let's effing go. Nameless Heroics, hello from YouTube. What is so good, Nameless Heroics? What is so good? Absolutely use these emojis. Absolutely join us for all the subscriber-only streams that we're gonna do. And hell yeah. Hell yeah. So, we're feeling good. We're feeling fine. Nameless Heroics has started us off strong today. Started us off hella strong. And so Dead Dragon is saying we should do a drinking game every time they say it's an Elder Dragon. We should do a drinking game based on how well they play the land. We have a lot of options. Riley is saying take a shot every time someone complains about Nata. Madman is saying I agree with taking a shot whenever Nata is involved. Oh boy, do we take a shot whenever Nata is involved? Let's see how many shots we end up taking. All I know is that I want to know what's going on, y'all. I want to know what's going on. So let's just go. Let's just watch this video, y'all. All right, I'm going to get rid of my Mara theme. As much as I love my Mara theme from Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Okay, everyone. Oh, so I want to say again, this video is by MH Meatman. And the link to the video is in the description, so definitely check out the video. Give Meatman a ton of views. And obviously, I'm just like some lady, right? I'm just some tiny little lady, but I just want to watch it. And I just want to watch it with the homies. So I hope that's okay. Let's effing go. Meatman, we're about to perceive your hard work, so let's go. The name of the video, apparently this video came out 2 days ago. Very, very recently. Video came out 2 days ago, and it's called You Are Wrong About Wilds and World, Difficulty, Misinformation, Psychology in Monster Hunter. We are wrong, y'all. We are all wrong about Wilds and World, and Meatman is about to tell us why, so let's go. Let's go! All right, 3, 2, 1, 4 hours and 33 minutes incoming. Let's go!
What is happening, my friends?
Hello.
Today I am bringing you a...
Oh, let me know. Is it too quiet? I think it's too quiet right out the gate. Too quiet right out the gate. All right. Talk to me, Meatman.
What is happening, my friends?
Hello.
Today I am bringing you a long one. We are going over an incredibly complex topic. And while I will be partially reacting to Ratatasker's I Don't Like Monster Hunter Wilds video,
Ratatasker, okay.
Addressing the community at large. So there will be rabbit holes that we will dive in, and plenty of examples from most of the claims that I make. Many people just say things, but as you can see just from my transparent test video playlist on the secondary channel, I have a lot to show you.
Yeah, wow, that's a lot!
Let me tell you the objective of this video as a whole. I will be showing you evidence of not only
it's 4.5 hours, so...
in the Monster Hunter community, but I will also be showing you evidence of content creators and authorities in the community being imperfect as well. I know, surprise, surprise, who would have thought human beings can be subject to bias and misremembering,
damn, bro, deep.
even if they have experience or influence. Now, that
so,
does not give a free
influential content creators, okay?
The fact of the matter is, Ratatosker himself has been doing sloppy work since base Monster Hunter Rise.
Hey, yo, he actually, like, he didn't say I disagree with this guy. He says this guy is sloppy. Whoa! Right out the gate. Right out the gate. I love it. I love it. Wait, I have to listen to that again.
Now, that does not give a free pass for shoddy work.
Shoddy work?
Ratatosker himself has been doing sloppy work since
wow, I'm mad already.
Rise.
Everyone get mad.
I don't mean that in a mean-spirited way, by the way.
I'm not being mean, I'm just being real.
Advertised himself as an expert on game design, and anyone can fall victim to misremembering things, especially to subconsciously bolster their own arguments.
Damn.
Ratatosker seems to have a pattern of being an unreliable narrator.
Wow.
He often says things that don't seem to line up. I will, of course, be showing examples throughout the video, but here are a few examples from the Monster Hunter Rise content wave era that showcases this trait he had, even to this day.
This is like a personal... Okay, I'll be real. This is a personal attack. I really thought it was gonna be like, I disagree with your opinion on Wilds and Worlds, but he's like, yo, Like this is like a what's the word? Like a rap battle or something. It's like a rap battle. It's just like, yo, your mama's so like it's a personal attack. Fight, fight, fight. 4-hour call out, sister. What is that call out video? You know that like makeup battle where it's like bye sister? Like that's what this is right now. Changmei is saying let's make MH community great. It's basically a 4-hour video calling Tusker out. Jack Frost is saying didn't expect heat right out the bed. Me neither. Wow. So here's the problem. I don't know any of these people personally. So, like, I'm sure Ratatosker's like, okay, wow, like, maybe a little upset. But for me, I'm like, ooh, what you gonna do next? Ooh, pass the ball. All right, wait, let me go back. That's great. This is high drama, y'all.
Is this trait he had?
Right, Itza, it's RuPaul up in here. Get read. Welcome to the library. Reading is fundamental. And Scott Roch is so right. This is a turf war. This is a territorial battle. We stand back and we watch those.
Even to this day. Don't worry, we will have modern examples as we go. This is just to establish something that I have noticed from Ratatosker since his Rise days, where he first began to gain more traction on YouTube.
For someone who is like dunking on Ratatosker so much, he clearly has watched a lot of content. I'm just saying. It's like reminding me of that meme where it's like, my number one enemy and they sleep with like a picture of their enemy underneath the pillow. Just like, I hate that guy. And then they've watched all the videos. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing that out there. You gotta do your research. I know, Raffle, but like, okay, Raffle's right. You gotta do your research, but let's go. To beat your enemy, you must know your enemy. You know what? Galaxy's right. To beat, like, that's probably Sun Tzu or something. Sun Tzu, Art of War. Art of War.
This does not work as a method to invalidate his arguments in the video, so don't get ahead of yourself and just follow along.
I'm not invalidating the arguments. I'm just talking about how he does shoddy work. Okay.
Back to July 2021, to this video where Ratatosker regales us with a tale of overcoming Kushala with an unfamiliar weapon.
Damn, okay.
What you see before you is me fighting Kushala with a sword and shield.
Okay.
As you may have noticed, I am doing poorly. And
yeah, you suck. Sorry,
Before
Ratatosker.
recording this hunt, I had never used sword and shield in Rise. I'm getting hit very often. I'm not using my weapon effectively. I'm not exploiting the monster's weaknesses. In short, I suck.
Well, he said it
Even though I
himself.
suck, even though I'm constantly getting hit,
What game is
Kushala
this?
can't seem
Is
to
this
turn
Rise?
those hits into a cart for the most part. And in fact, I do end up clearing this hunt. First try. Now, it wasn't pretty. I didn't have fun. I didn't learn anything. I had to replenish
I
my
thought people like the
potions
Kushala
several
Dara
times,
hunt
and it took
in
like 30
Rise.
minutes. But I did clear it, and that's a problem. I shouldn't be able to do that.
Now,
Game should be.
shoddy
Oh, does anyone know the thing about the white Tanuki suit in Mario Kart Sunshine or Mario World Sunshine or something, where the guy got so mad that the white Tanuki suit exists. He was like, "Y'all, if you're bad at the game, you deserve to lose." The Super Mario 3D World, I don't remember which one. All I know is that a person made a video saying, the white Tanuki suit is basically like a broken item. And this person was mad that it existed because they were saying how, no, this broken item shouldn't exist. If you're bad at the game, you deserve to lose. So that's what this guy is saying. If I'm bad at the Sword and Shield, I deserve to lose. Maybe he's secretly goated though, not gonna lie.
Argument about restock aside, which also existed in World, the game he compares Rise to as well, the main thing we are focusing on are the results of his test.
Okay.
He showcases okay SNS play from a fundamental standpoint. He's only struck once with a minor attack in the beginning of the clip. In his own words, he describes that he sucks with SNS. He beat the quest first try with SNS, he had to replenish his potions multiple times, so restocking, and it took him around 30 minutes. Okay, cool, we have the test.
We have the test.
Now let's fast forward to
got the
Ratatosker
numbers.
reflecting upon the same test on a couple of occasions. 14 months later, September 2022, Ratatosker is a guest on Rurikon's Cons cast.
Oh shit, okay.
I'd never played the Sword and Shield, like at all. And then I was like, well, just to prove my point, let me try and fight
Rurikon, okay.
Kushala Daora, during base Rise.
New player.
And without a build, no build. I'll just like not slot anything in. Just pick out some random armor, or actually armor that I'm using for my longsword build, and not change anything. Get a random sword and shield that I don't know what's good, don't know what's meta, don't know how to use it, and then I beat it in like 12 minutes, you know, without ever worrying about carding. It was sad. It was kind of sad.
All right, and
Okay,
Rurikon nods
some things have
lightly.
changed, and some things also don't seem to make much sense. He begins with saying that he uses the same build as his longsword,
Right?
as if that changes much about being able to play a raw weapon if you are already using a raw build.
Oh,
which he
good
does,
point.
Even in the same video he showcases. It's very likely that if he truly was using his longsword build without changing anything, he was just running quick sheath instead of offensive guard.
So basically,
He then
he's
talks
saying
about
that
how he does not know what
the
SNS
sword
is
build
good or
is
meta.
basically the
So he
same
ends
as the
up
longsword
picking
build
Deus Ex,
anyways.
judging
Damn,
by the
bro.
video.
Damn.
Or it could have been a layered
Cool person
rampage
is saying
SNS.
even Dark Souls has
But
tools to
after
help
going
bad
through-
players and nobody has a problem with it. Actually true. I have heard that. So it's like, you know, making games like have easier options is not necessarily like it's not like a personal attack, right? So
Judging by the video. Or it could have been a layered rampage SNS. But after going through World and Iceborne, especially Fatalis, you don't know how to look at the number of the attack and affinity figures to
Oh.
see what may be better or not.
he literally said learn
I
how to
doubt that.
read.
Since he was running the statistically best longswords in the game in the video with the Nargacuga and Camilius longswords showcased. He
Okay.
then states that he beat the Kushala in the test in 12 minutes without worrying about carding, as opposed to his original claim where it took 30 minutes and he had to restock multiple times.
I had to replenish my potion several times, and it took like 30 minutes.
And what would have happened if he didn't restock, I wonder. Anyway, Ratatoskr
So basically, okay, he's saying how you did things that helped you win. You did things that helped you win, even if you're not admitting to it. Oh shit, bro. What I'm hearing is that Rise is a good game.
has this weird habit of simultaneously having the insight of an experienced and knowledgeable player, while also parading as someone with little fundamental understanding of the basics of playing the game and build making. He also appears to have a bad memory. The story
Oh.
can change over time, but chopping the time down by over half
So I guess the idea is that he's mad that he's good at the game and skills are transferable. Rah! Yeah, me too. I'm mad. Let's all get mad. But yeah, So I guess the idea is that he's presenting himself, or this meat man is alleging that Ratatoskr, I don't know any of these people. Ratatoskr, I'm so unknowledgeable. I need to read up. I need to learn more about these people. All right, Ratatoskr apparently both presents himself as an expert on the series while also presents himself as an expert who knows what's going on, but also is acting like his transferable skills are not relevant to the discussion. Okay, I'm mad. Why are you mad? Don't be mad.
and downplaying the difficulty he had in mind is very telling. Worst case scenario, he realized that his criticism sounded weak in the 2021 video, since it boiled down to restocking being his major gripe, which was also present in World.
What's
And
wrong
that
with
his gameplay
restocking?
in
Yeah.
the video betrayed the idea that he presented himself as an inept with SNS. Also, the concept of spending 30 minutes and admitting to restocking multiple times indicates a lot of struggle, which also sounds a lot harder than saying he took it down in 12 minutes with no cart worries.
Okay, Ace
Not to
Aristocrat
mention
is
going
saying
out
that
of the way to-
we're mixing up the times too. It only took 12 minutes while it took him 30 actually. Damn. Wait. What? Okay, so Ace Aristocrat is saying that we don't actually even know what's the right time, and initially he said it took him 30 minutes to fight the Kushala Daura. Now he's saying 12 minutes. So 12 is much less than, 12 and 30 are not the same number, y'all. Crazy. Okay, yeah, so if you were actually a new player to Monster Hunter, you wouldn't know how to restock quickly. So, right, Man, big difference. Big gap over there. Man, numbers, how do they work? I wasn't paying attention, Ace Aristocrat. I'll be real. Like I'm like kind of comprehending what's going on, but I have no idea what's going on. To be honest, I'm sure that all of these individuals rock. I'm sure all these individuals are so cool. I'm sure Meatman and Ratatoskr and Rurikon are just the greatest people of all time. But like, I'm out here eating popcorn and I'm like, oh, yeah, get him. Get him, turf war. I'm so, no one like, 24, I came from back then I was gathering herbs mid-hunt to stay alive. Played, you had to gather hunt that's really funny. I love that. We're just here for the vibes. I'm just like, fight, fight, fight. It's like watching wrestling or something, or like hockey. So, excellent, excellent. We are 6 minutes into this video. We're never gonna finish. All right, let's keep on going.
Saying he took it down in 12 minutes with no cart worries. Not to mention going out of the way to make the test sound more hardcore than it was by dressing the parameters behind the test with ignorance of basic weapon comparisons and
ignorance. Also, this is multiplayer.
Best case scenario, his bias and lack of decent memory and willingness to check himself leads to over-exaggerations that confirm his biases, which I find to be more likely, as this is quite common in people as a whole. And yes, we will be going over examples of even the Monster Hunter community
discussing the human condition.
I bring up this Rise era Ratatosker because I find that he is doing a lot of similar things with Monster Hunter Wilds.
The Rise era? Okay, I know, like, we were just talking about, like, you have to know your enemy, Sun Tzu Art of War, but, like, the fact that he knows, like, the eras of Ratatosker is really impressive, man. Wow, I don't even know my own eras. Like, incredible.
Between the new Monster Hunter game with an over
5 stages of depression, number 1 memory loss,
actual difficulty, tests that are not very good, confirming his own biases, misremembering things, or leaving things out for the sake of boosting his own arguments. The funny thing is, in the same month of the Cons cast where he misremembers his own test against Kushala, he also released episode 11 on his own podcast. It is unlisted on YouTube, but is still uploaded on Spotify.
Yggdrasil podcast.
Snippet, he hits us with another angle from his bad memory.
Oh shit!
I did a little experiment in the video.
Boof Rise is easier, okay?
For the first time ever using it, and I was fighting this Kushala Dora, and the first thing that it wasn't even a build, really. I don't even think I had many decorations on it. Nothing was optimized at all. And the first thing that struck me was like, this thing does so little damage to me. Like this is this is.
That Dragon is saying a lot of content creators will watch others' content, so likely he watched Ratatouille. That's true, Dead Dragon. I know what you're trying to say, Dead Dragon, and Dead Dragon is right, but even so, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Hits of a Kushala Dora before going down.
Maybe Ratatosker doesn't like Monster Hunter. Damn, imagine liking Monster Hunter. Cringe.
Like, people are like, no, monsters in Rise do a lot of damage. I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
Okay, so Rise monsters don't do a lot of damage according to this Ratatosker.
Hits of a Kushala Dora before going down. And
I wonder if this guy bought like Spotify Premium just to listen to this podcast.
Why are you lying?
This is still in reference to his test from the 2021 video. Going back to the footage, Ratatosker doesn't really have Spearbird health buffs. Fair enough, most people didn't bother with the Spearbirds because unlike Health Boost in World, where you could easily slot it in, it was a hassle to interact with and a shitty mechanic as a whole.
Yeah, I agree.
But I remembered very differently
wholeheartedly agree with that.
From Ratatosker about Kushala's damage. So, I booted up Rise, crafted a full Teostra HR set, ate, and went to face tank attacks.
Okay,
sure
so
enough,
he actually...
it hit just like I remembered. For the full test,
damn, bro got yoinked.
Kushala's damage with and without Health Boost 3 in unupgraded HR Teostra gear, check this video out.
It's an Elder Dragon.
It's an Elder Dragon!
From here on, if I reference a video I have on the secondary channel for testing...
Do we take a shot at that? Do we take a shot? Cheers. It's an Elder Dragon! It's an Elder Dragon! Ayo, for real.
I'll put the title and thumbnail in the corner. If you are skeptical of me or my findings, feel free to verify my claims. Those videos are for transparency purposes.
Okay.
While there is no such thing as full objectivity for critics,
it's still a monster.
There are things that are in fact true and things that are unintentional or not, lies. This is not an expose on Ratatosker. This is not a hit piece. I do not think he is a malicious and thing is full.
Just like saying this isn't a hit piece, this isn't a personal attack, but he's a liar. He's a straight up liar who does shoddy work and has a poor memory and is probably ugly too, right? Like, it's not a personal attack, but I'm just saying. I need another shot. That's so great. I love it. I love it. It's not a it's definitely a personal attack. Not personal, but 4 hours. 4 hours, and the first, like, literally, okay, we're 9 minutes and 16 minutes into this, 9 minutes into this vid, and literally the first line of the vid, like, was...
First things first, though.
I'm the
Let me
realist.
tell you the objective of this video as a whole in our community, but as well. I know, and misremembering, even if they have experience or influence. Now, that does not give a free pass for shoddy work.
He literally
Fact of the
starts the video with saying, like, this guy does shoddy work, and I'm like, not a personal attack, but, like, you kinda suck. You kinda suck. Yo, you straight up suck.
Those videos are for transparency purposes. While there is no such thing as full objectivity for critics, there are things that are in fact true and things that are unintentional or not, lies. This
There's the
is not
truth
an
and then there are
expose
lies,
on
and you are a
Ratatoskr.
liar.
This is not a hit piece. I do not think he is a malicious liar and swindler. I believe that he, like most people in general, believes himself to be sincerely correct and lacks the care to truly verify his beliefs.
Damn,
And
okay.
if he misremembers or spreads false info along the way, it doesn't really matter to him.
He's just basically accusing
In
this
turn,
man
it
of
can
having,
come
like,
across as disingenuous, but he may
Alzheimer's
very
or
well just
something.
not be a great researcher, despite being a good speaker. Not everyone is good at everything.
true.
Ratatoskr is merely the driver of some of our discussion today. I do not wish for any ill will or harassment to go his way, so please be respectful to
He should have said this, like, 1 minute in instead of 10 minutes into the video. 10 minutes in, he's like, oh, by the way, don't trash this guy. But, like, if you watch, like, the first 5 minutes and you didn't watch, like, the rest of the 4.5-hour video, you would have been like, yeah, roar, roar.
towards him and his fans regardless. But I also expect the same from his fans too. I know you will be watching. Now, I have done a lot of digging across YouTube and various other social media sites, so be ready to see video footage from 7 years ago and posts from beyond that. from
7 years
multiple
ago?
sources. That being said, Ratatoskr will not be the only person getting audited today.
Oh,
We
shit.
will even be touching on misinformation.
It's a
from
call-out,
high-profile
twit
Monster Hunter
longer.
creators like Rurikon. My objective is to show that figures of influence are not infallible. These are literally just dudes
Oh,
like
shit.
you and me.
He's
My
saying your
objective
god
on
is
the
not
topic of
real.
Difficulty at large is also going to be shown across the whole video. We'll be going over game balance and design as we go.
Look at this graph. Peppa Pig actually difficult. All right, excellent. I'm gonna live in Rada's head rent-free. Actually true. Dracum is saying most people ignore the disclaimer anyway, right? Clouth is saying Monster Hunter drama never gets old. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I love it.
But spoiler warning, I'm going to be hitting a lot of points that old gen players hit on World when it first
Damn, I'm gonna
dropped.
play Rise
Because let me
again.
tell you, World is nowhere near the beast a lot of people want you to think it is.
Oh shit.
As a primer, here's a clip of me eating a dive bomb from tempered Nergigante in full low rank gear, no defense boost or divine blessing. 206 defense.
Why is this the armor
To
he
see
chose?
the full test, check this video. He also couldn't finish the job while I was trying to showcase the stats.
Oh,
A common theme.
maybe
in World.
Nergigante just sucks.
Not even the highest defense low rank gear, mind you.
It's an elder dragon.
It's an
There
Elder
is a time
Dragon,
and
y'all.
place to
Shot.
discuss difficulty for newcomers. That discussion will come up in the video, but as I address difficulty in general, unless specified, assume that I am mostly talking about difficulty for people that WILDS is not their first Monster Hunter. The
Okay,
real ones
so
will
this is from-
understand. Now, I am not going
So
to
he is discussing people who are Monster Hunter, like, veterans, okay?
try to convince you right here and now
Not
whether
me.
base WILDS at launch or base
Whew,
World
I'm
at
safe.
launch is an easier game. In a lot of ways, they are
just literally a
simultaneously
rando
more
who's
difficult
enjoying this
and
too much.
easier than one another, as they have different difficulty curves and design philosophies. Both also have different advantages and disadvantages. To
Okay.
get you thinking about what this means, I want you to really think about if low-rank Rathlos and Diablos in World are legitimately more difficult fights than low-rank Jin Dahad, Guardian Arkveld, and Zoshia.
I mean, that
Really
feels
think about
like
it. If you fought all of them with your current skill set, these are the
Jin
kinds of
Dahad
things
versus
we will be
Rathlos feels
discussing
like
today.
not the same comparison,
Oh,
not gonna
just
lie.
to bolster my own credibility, not only have I done all the testing in this video, but I was also there on base World launch. And Monster Hunter World was
Okay,
my first
okay.
Japanese action
So he's
RPG
saying I'm the
game,
real
period.
deal, bitch.
The closest thing I'd ever even played to it was Skyrim. Another fun fact before
Did you
I
play
hand the
Freedom
mic over
Unite
to
for real?
Ratatoskr is that the majority of the Monster Hunter World fan base at this point
This will come up
never
later,
even
okay?
played the game before Iceborne launched. Isn't that wild?
That is wild.
Anyway, keep your
Wait,
mind
what did he
open.
say? What's wild?
Hunter World fan base at this point, and the mic over to Ratatosker, is that the majority of the Monster Hunter World fan base at this point never even played the game before Iceborne launched.
I see. Okay.
Isn't that wild? Anyway,
That is wild.
keep your mind
Wild.
open, and
Crazy.
You might learn something along the way. I worked hard on this one, and I hope you
Yeah, I
enjoy it.
bet he did. 4.5
Take it away,
hours.
Ratatosker. Actually, another quick thing, guys. These last couple weeks have been rough. and
Monster
I'm
Hunter
trying to
Wilds.
make the most of the time that I can spare right now. I have been bombarded with a lot, like mandatory overtime at work, and my wife
he's
is in
going
a rough
through it.
spot as far as health goes right now. I won't be divulging too many details, but to those that have been around the channel for a while,
Oh,
you know my wife recently had a major surgery. The surgery was successful, but now we have more challenges coming our way, and some of these challenges we were unaware of until the surgery happened.
wow.
We had our
Okay.
anniversary recently and took a weekend off where I could spoil her and have a great time with her in the midst of our stressful circumstances. As it stands,
This is
I
a
lack
wild
the
intermission.
talent, time, and capability to make this video as perfect as I want. It's not like what I have is dog shit, but still, I always try to take a little pride in the videos.
4.5
I do want to go
hours.
ahead and thank you for watching, and thank all of you that have
No
been
problem.
encouraging me through this past month. Thank you.
Fighting to you, man.
Now, onto the video
Crazy
for real this time.
intermission
Take it away, Ratatosker.
for
This video
that.
is going to be a critical review of
Crazy
Monster Hunter
intermission.
Wilds. In it, I'll be talking.
Yeah, he's a
about
wife guy. You love to see it. Fighting to his wife, too. Hope everything gets better for them, but just crazy to be like in the middle of this twit longer, just being like, by the way, I'm going through it. Good luck to this guy. All right, 4.5 hours of straight beef. Let's get back into it, I guess.
Now, onto the video for real this time. Take it
For
away,
real. We
Ratatosker.
weren't in it for real, but
This
now we're in
video
it
is
for
going
real.
to be a critical review of Monster Hunter Wilds. In it, I'll be talking about
Right,
my
this is
problems with the
Radakastar's video.
difficulty,
I don't like Monster Hunter
story,
Wilds.
the entire structure of the game, and my concerns over the direction of the series. Not everything in this video will be negative, but it will be negative overall.
Oh,
as even
shit.
the things I like are impacted by the things I don't. I realize that this can be an abrasive topic, especially if you like Monster Hunter Wilds.
Hey, Una, we are 14 minutes in. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of the scrolling credits at the bottom. We are 14 minutes in, Uno. We're barely started. That's good, Uno. Uno, I love this video so far. It's great. It's great. I'm having such a good time right now. Anyways, we've barely gone through anything because I keep on I just keep on enjoying this so much that I gotta discuss it. So let's keep on going. We're only 15 minutes in.
So I will remind you that you can exit out of this video at any time.
No.
But if you choose to stick around and hear me out, I'm sure you'll realize that I love Monster Hunter, and you'll agree with at least some of the reasons why I found it so disappointing.
Okay.
So what he says here is actually pretty important.
Man, imagine liking Monster Hunter.
People can love Monster Hunter for
Oh,
different
we
reasons.
need to increase the volume. Thank you for letting me know that. Okay, hopefully this is better.
In different ways. Just like people can love any game for different reasons in different ways. And while Ratatosker is definitely abrasive in this video, and with some of his viewpoints in general, I do think that he comes from a point of sincerity. And I think that's important. However, there are a lot of things that he does that can be kind of destructive.
Is this the same time guy talking?
And really unproductive in general as far as pushing the conversation.
Or is this like different day
In
of footage?
general, definitely is in different ways. People can love Monster Hunter for different reasons in different ways.
Sure, okay.
Just like people can love any game for different reasons in different ways. And while Ratatosker is definitely abrasive in this video, and with some of his viewpoints in general,
I just really like this
I
like
do think
disclaimer
that he comes
about,
from a
like,
point of sincerity.
he's like kind of
And
almost
I
a
think that's
liar, but he's still a good guy, I'm
However,
sure.
There are a lot of things that he does that can be kind of destructive.
Destructive.
and really unproductive in general as far as pushing the conversation. However, the fact that we're even having this video and I'm having this conversation and I've made all of this, it just goes to show that Ratatosker is a catalyst for discussion. And what he has done here is he's brought something to the table that we can hash out. And this has been a continuous issue for the past 2 games in the series, Monster Hunter Rise and
Right,
Monster Hunter
okay.
Wilds.
Yeah, this Discord has been
And,
happening over and over again.
I'll let him take it from here.
All right, take it from here.
Before we start, though, I think it's important to give some context.
I use a hard drive
There's
just
a
for
kind of
Ratatosker.
old gen versus new gen attitude in the Monster Hunter community, and I want to make it clear that this video is not one of those.
Oh shit,
My
but it
first and
was.
favorite Monster Hunter is Monster Hunter World. I've played 4U and 3U, and I think there's a lot to enjoy about those games. But I would not want to go back to those systems, and I don't believe that they're better
Okay,
than what
so-
was introduced in Monster Hunter World.
Believes that
This
World
is
is
not
the
an
best
old gen
game.
versus new gen argument. It's a new fan versus newer fan argument.
Oh shit.
And it parallels the
Oh, it's
argument
me.
we've already had between the Monster Hunter World fans and the Monster Hunter Rise fans. Monster Hunter Rise minimized or removed many of the elements I felt were important to Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter Rise is flashier, faster, easier.
Oh shit.
Tracking was removed, meaning you'd know where the monster is at all times. Counters or counter
So
equivalents.
he's basically
were given to
accusing
most
Rise
weapons,
and
homogenizing the gameplay and
Wilds
making
being
it
too
feel
easy,
samey.
alright?
So what he's doing here is he's kind of padding out his argument against Wilds preemptively. So whenever Ratatosker was leading the charge
Lance,
in negative
baby.
criticism against Monster Hunter Rise, people enjoyed dunking on it whenever it first came out.
I enjoyed
because it was
dunking on
Switch
it.
exclusive, the graphics weren't comparable to World, and many people claimed that it was just way too easy baby game. And it also released unfinished. It legitimately released pretty much unfinished.
Baby
but that was due to COVID
game.
delays.
Ooh woo.
So it was pretty popular to dunk on Rise at the time. And whenever Ratatosker was dunking on Rise,
I still want to finish playing it.
not
It was
many
so much
people
fun.
defended Rise. People agreed with him. And so right now he's kind of padding his argument a little bit. Well, if you thought that Rise was too easy, if you thought Rise was a problem, if you thought the counters in Rise was a problem,
Right.
what about Wilds being too easy? What about the counters in Wilds? What about all of this? So he's already padding it out a little bit. Really clever. I will have to say against his point, homogenizing gameplay and making everything feel
He's
samey.
like clever, disingenuous.
That is a very reductionist viewpoint, especially whenever you take into account
Reductionist,
before
wow.
Monster Hunter World, before Longsword even became the counter weapon, Lance was the counter weapon.
Lance is the counter
If
weapon.
you truly play multiple weapons, you will know that the weapons operate differently. Nobody
True.
was saying that World Lance and World Longsword differently.
Just the idea of like different weapons are different, and me being like, no way, holy shit.
Nobody was saying that World Lance and World Longsword were samey because they both had counters. Nobody was saying
Fair. Oh, okay.
that. So just want to put that out there.
The moveset, the mobility, the damage, and the counters available to the hunter were so strong that player power had never been higher, and the monsters simply couldn't keep up. And that's the real source
You know,
of the
this Ratatosker
easiness
has a
in
really
Monster
soothing
Hunter
voice,
Rise.
though, I gotta
It's
say.
not that the monsters move slowly, it's just that the hunter has more than enough ways to deal with whatever attacks, movement, or damage you give them. The importance of both nutrients and food.
Okay, so
Okay.
what he goes over there is typically the method of criticizing the wire bug. So you had wire bug moves,
Right.
and
Then you
you
could just
also
like
had
yeet yourself
Wirefall,
out of danger.
which granted you a different form of
Lance
easy
mentioned,
one-button
right?
press, like high
Very
damaging
important.
moves that were
Video
on
immediately
cooldown,
good.
or even counters. And as for Wirefall, you had a methodology to getting up while simultaneously sheathing your weapon
True.
and going a decent distance away. Wirefall was exceptionally strong because it would sheath your weapon and you could aim it and you had perfect control of the timing. It wasn't a perfect get out of jail free card because you still had to
Yes.
time your Wirefall properly.
I knew
because
that
it did not
because
really have
I
many
died a
iframes
lot.
at all. In fact, Rise had less iframes even on
Oh, it's the
rolls than
skyscraper
World.
Lance, let's
It's a
go.
lot harder to iframe things.
Anyone who's a
with
Lance main
just
is
your
honestly
base
legit.
dodge
I trust them with
than
my
it is
life.
in World. That's something a lot of people don't talk about. So in a way, it required a little more work to avoid monster moves.
Okay.
Were greatly minimized, because eating in Monster Hunter Rise would give you your full health bar. In Rise, when you're knocked down, you could use Wirefall to quickly get back into the action.
or get to safety and heal at a pretty minor cost.
He had lance footage just for me.
Greatly
Just for
reducing
me.
the situation in which you would be on the ground and you have to carefully get up so as to not get hit again right away.
Huh.
Okay, so he's going to use that to gear up for sacred pickup. I do want to go ahead and
I like how he's like trying to get in this
provide
man's
this
brain. Like he's
lay
like,
down iframe.
you know, like in English literature classes where you have to be like the author intended this, like this was a motif that indicates the author's discussion of like religion, or like this is the author intentionally inserting like religious imagery here. That is like what I'm perceiving right now. That is what I'm perceiving right now. It's just like this is like me analyzing the author's intent. Wow. I am so impressed.
To gear up for sacred pickup. I do want to go ahead and provide this. Lay down iframes are always consistent and they're always extremely strong. If you have to time wirefall, you have to time getting back up while laying down.
I see. So Wirefall is not as invulnerable as you think it is.
Because monsters in Monster Hunter, unlike other games like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, they have a long window after attacks, typically. It's very easy to time get up. And if you don't believe me, I've got a video of myself
So he's
with a
basically saying
charge
Monster Hunter is
blade, mind
easy.
you, which has the longest sheathing time in Monster Hunter World, going against Tempered Furious Rajang and Iceborne, which is considered one of the most oppressive monsters in the series, period.
Mad Monkey.
Not just Iceborne, in the series. Tempered Furious Rajang. Chargeblade has the longest melee weapon sheathing time, second longest in the game, only behind
Yeah,
HPG.
Chargeblade.
And I basically just purposefully get hit over and over again. And I get up and I sheath my weapon. Most of the time, I don't even have to use laydown iframes.
Wait, you can. I did not realize that you could do
and
that.
It's easy to do this against any monster.
I did not realize you could do that. What the hell?
Fatalis in my other video where I do some funny stuff showing off infinite restock and how powerful that is.
Okay, I did not know you could do that. I feel like a
And the
fool.
monster not being able to keep up. Yeah, infinite restock, Superman dive, lay down iframes.
What?
All of these things.
This
exist.
iframe sheathing
It's
thing?
not just Rise or Wilds where you have OP
Wait,
shit.
this is like educational now. This isn't just drama. Okay. I'm learning here. I mean, as a person who's played the Chargeblade and has cried over the long sheathing animation, yo.
Things exist. It's not just Rise or Wilds where you have OP shit. It is also World. And these things are built into your toolkit from the ground up.
So basically, he's
It's easy to
saying
do.
every game
It's not
has
as
its
much
broken
drama
mechanics.
as people like to lay off. If you can see a move coming, if you can even like somewhat read a monster, you don't have to worry about getting up in the middle of it unless you're panicking.
Which I
And if
do a
you're
lot.
panicking, you also
Which I
have
do
the
a
chance
lot.
to panic into a wirefall that's going to get you hit, and you also have the chance to mess up whenever the sacred's picking you up, and I'll clarify on that later.
Okay. Itza is saying people remember World being hard if it was their first Monster Hunter. I mean, this guy's talking about how like he's a Monster Hunter veteran. So we're talking Monster Hunter veterans, okay? We're not talking normies like me, all right? A normie like the dweeb, we're not talking that shit, all right? It's not me learning tech during this deep dive. Some monsters do have timings that lure this and punish it. All right, so the idea that like Furious Rajang is one of those monsters. Okay. Yeah, the new thing is usually broken, the new thing per game, including like Focus Strike for this one, right? I don't know. I mean, Monster Hunter World, it was my first Monster Hunter game, and I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't think it was that bad.
So sharpening was also
just kinda
reduced
goated
because
like
of the
that.
Palamute. No longer do you have to wait for the monster to run away or to find an opportunity in combat. With the Palamute, you can just sharpen while on the move.
This one is actually pretty strong. You can also do the same thing with Sacred.
True.
You can sharpen while moving, which is not something you can classically do. Now, a lot of times whenever you need to sharpen, especially whenever you're more...
Hard to what? Edit what?
A lot of times whenever you need to sharpen...
Had to edit sharpen in. Okay, all right.
Especially whenever you're more established or you're using better weapons.
I'm a goddess gamer.
Most of the
Thank
time
you,
it is whenever
Itza.
the monster is running away already. But something people seem to forget about is you can run away from the monster yourself. You can run away and sharpen. And it's not very hard to do because the monsters can't really keep up with you that well whenever you're sprinting.
Man,
either.
it's just like,
or they can get distracted by
just
your
run,
palico.
idiot.
So it's not really that big of a deal. It's
I mean,
more of
okay, I don't
you-
know if I agree with this argument, right? Most core builds have built-in sharpness management, master's touch, razor sharp, protective polish. Is arguing that like, it's still easier to ride on a monster and sharpen while on the, or like ride on your palamute or on your sacred and sharpen than to put on speed sharpening or run away, especially if like you're running away from like fireballs, or especially if you're like in the arena. I don't know. I don't know, man. Am I disagreeing? No, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm trying to get mad. Wait.
have the free agency to do it comfortably in front of the monster's face without wasting time. And that's really what Wirefall,
I mean, he's a
and
landspain, so I gotta
Sacred
agree
or
with him.
Palamute sharpening boils down to. It boils down to wasting time.
He does touch on the arena
You're
situation with
shaving off some
sharpening,
of
did
that
he?
Wasted time.
Oh, the
'cause
dude
you're
doesn't know
not
how to
gonna have run
listen.
away. You're not going to have to do certain things that other people would normally engage with, as in
Just
wait
run.
for the monster to do a huge attack window with huge recovery afterwards so that you can immediately begin sharpening. And if you're not running any speed sharpening, sometimes you're going to eat a hit right after you finish, but at least you're going to get that sharpen off. You can't just say
He's spending like
the
5
game
minutes
is
talking about
easy
sharpening. I
because
kind of
you can
respect
just
it.
easily sharpen while running away, because you could already do that in World. You could do that in Old Gen by running to a different loading zone.
I mean,
The
I
only
guess it still
difference
feels
is
easier.
Sometimes in Old Gen,
but
you
maybe
would
that's
have
just 'cause I'm a
actual
fool.
arenas where you couldn't just run away to another loading zone. Now, World has some.
Okay, here we're
arenas
talking
like
about the
that.
arenas,
Primarily, you have Alatreon's arena,
right?
and you have Raging Brachydios, the final zone for Raging Brachydios.
Right.
You can't Farcaster out of either of those places, but you can easily Farcaster in the middle of any hunt and sharpen if you wanted to, especially against Fatalis. You can literally Farcaster.
Okay, I kind of understand what he's getting at here, where it's like there are options, but it's still like an extra step, right? Taking 1 step to sharpen versus 2 steps to sharpen is unacceptable. All right, so he's introducing how, like, yes, in Monster Hunter World, you could take 2 steps to sharpen and it would be easy peasy, but my brain is not big enough. I demand to sharpen in 1 move.
To sharpen if you really wanted to. Yeah, you could say these things to make it easier to do stuff. You can make
Yeah.
You could say these things to make it easier. You can make the game easier because of it.
Yeah.
But there were already ways to make the games easier that were optional. It's just you wasted more time doing it. And time only mattered in World and Iceborne specifically. Time really only mattered against Fatalis.
That's
And that
kind of
was only
true.
whenever you're trying to get your first kills. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, but I mean,
But I
don't you
think
want
the
faster
philosophy
fights? I
behind
don't know,
all
man.
these
I don't know.
changes is clear. It's all things that facilitate getting back into the fight with the monster, and anything
I
that
don't know about
interfered
this
with
one.
that needed to be pared away. I really dislike this aspect of Monster Hunter Rise, but it had the excuse of being a portable title. They're often experimental and flashy.
Okay, so this one
My
has
hope
no
was that
excuses,
Monster
he
Hunter
says.
Wilds would not go in the same direction, that the ubiquity of counters would be removed, preparation made more important, for Wirefall to be removed, for sharpening to go back to being more difficult, and for difficulty even in the low rank to exist in some way, for fights to be engaging, and for the difficulty to not exclusively be centered around endgame content or title updates.
So this is another facet of his arguments throughout
Right,
the course of
okay.
the video, is the argument that difficulty should be leveled across the playing field. Low rank should have sufficient challenges, high rank should have sufficient challenges, and end game should have sufficient challenges of high rank. That is something that it is something a lot of people feel,
All right,
especially
but
whenever
you
they care a lot
don't.
about difficulty. However, you are chasing dragons.
Oh shit!
And I'm not just saying that. I'm not pulling that
Get
out of
it?
my
It's an
ass.
elder dragon.
I will be addressing his different
I
arguments.
should take a
about
shot just for that
difficulty
one.
throughout the video, but I have video proof of different things and multiple examples.
He's got the receipts.
Such as the damage that monsters do, such as what you can do
Got the
against the
receipts.
mechanics of the low rank monsters, against simple things such as health boost existing in Monster Hunter World. Health
Oh,
boost
shit.
doesn't exist in Wilds, and health boost gave you 50 extra HP. So there are a lot of things you can do
Incredible.
in Monster Hunter World that make it extremely easy. Just like there are a lot of things you can do in Monster Hunter Rise.
Okay, I don't know about this. This idea that, like, you can make Monster Hunter World easy, but, like, yeah, but it's easier to make Monster Hunter Wilds easy than it is to make Monster Hunter Worlds easy. Does that make sense? At least that's my opinion. Maybe that's because I, too, am a Monster Hunter veteran, you see? I, too, know everything there is to know about Monster Hunter, but I feel like there's fewer steps. Like, the fact that, you know, you can just use your Sacred, they guide you right to the monster, in Wilds, and, like, I don't know. I don't think Wilds being, quote, easier is a bad thing, or more user-friendly is a bad thing, but it is friendlier, I think. So I don't know.
Or Wilds that make it extremely easy. Easy in different ways, sure, but still extremely easy. I'm gonna let him take the reins, but just know we are going to return to that, and I have plenty of video evidence supporting a lot of my
this whole
arguments.
17
I'm not
videos
just
is
gonna be saying
crazy.
stuff. I'm actually going to be backing a lot of what I'm going to be saying, and we're going to be going over that.
Some amount of difficulty spikes or walls distributed across the main story.
Okay.
As it turns out, Monster Hunter Wilds had none of that.
Oh,
It's
shit. No walls?
So the concept of walls, it's kind of subjective, right?
Fair enough, yeah.
So like we think of the classic Anjanath
Right, Skyflint, I think it's
wall.
newcomer friendly.
We don't
but that's
think
not
about the
that
fact
bad.
that World dropped and there were millions and millions and millions of people that had never played a Monster Hunter, let
True.
alone an RPG or an action RPG. This was before even things like Elden Ring existed. This was before
So, like, people had never
the
played video
really
games before.
huge live action era of Final Fantasy.
He's basically saying that, like,
This was
people who played
a
World for the
time
first time had literally never picked up
where
a
there
video
were
game.
A lot of people that bought into the hype came in, they bought the game, and they bounced off because they didn't understand anything. For the sake of time and structure, we'll let
What's a
Ratatoskr
video
take the
game,
reins
anyway?
again and continue moving forward, but we will swing back and I will discuss the principle of walls, specifically walls that Ratatoskr feel are present, and that a lot of people seem.
I would like to tell you that in World, my wall was Diablo's. That was my wall by a lot. Anjanath, not even I think I carded once against the Anjanath, but Diablo's was, like, kicked my ass. That was absolutely my wall in World. In Rise, I don't got no walls. In Wilds, I don't got no walls. And that's because I'm just goated, alright? So, yeah, people will disagree fundamentally, says Cool Person. I don't know. I mean, I enjoy dunking on these games, period. So, I'm enjoying hearing someone dunk on the games, but we're only half an hour into a 4.5 hour video, y'all. Actually crazy. Actually crazy.
to overinflate
Goated with the
as
bun for
difficult.
real.
Art style and monster designs are closer to Monster Hunter World, and I appreciate that. But in terms of gameplay, it's continued to move in the Monster Hunter Rise direction. When I got into this series,
I mean,
it
Monster Hunter
instantly
Rise is
became
fun.
one of my favorites. Monster Hunter is as important to me as something like From Software games or Zelda. The kind of thing that I thought I'd be interested in for the rest of my life.
Oh,
But if
shit.
the next Monster Hunter game releases, and I find that it's continued to go in this direction, then I probably won't follow.
Oh,
That one
shit.
hurts
He's gonna
to
quit
hear 'cause
Monster Hunter.
Ratatoskr's been around for a while, right? He's been playing a lot of Monster Hunter. You're chasing dragons, Ratatoskr.
It's an Elder Dragon.
You're chasing that first feeling you had in World. For the sake of fairness to Ratatoskr,
Imagine Dragons, y'all.
I'm going to drop his story about how he got into the series just to show a little bit of context of what he likes, you know, who he is, and what really made him love Monster Hunter World. I feel like this will be good to show, and I'll let him use his own
From
words.
Software
since
fan.
played
I really
for
want to play
a
Dark
podcast.
Souls, actually, so I don't know. I mean, I enjoy
This
Black
reminds
Wukong
me
and
of
First
what got me into
Berserker,
Monster Hunter
but,
in
you
the
know.
first place. And what got me into Monster Hunter in the first place was the World Beta. So I played the first World Beta because my friend was trying to get me
It's
into the
dragging
game.
these longsword
And I
counters
killed
on
the
you.
Anjanath, with several different weapons, and it just... I didn't know how to use any of the weapons, but I still killed it. And I wasn't, I wasn't interested. It's like, okay, like this is... I could still kill it. Like, what are you bothering me about this? There's nothing special here. And I couldn't tell that there was anything special because it wasn't hard enough to show me that there was something special.
Exactly.
And then the second beta pops up, and it's the beta Nergigante. And beta Nergigante is way harder than the game Nergigante. Like, it was crazy.
Okay, so
this
he
thing
was
just
intrigued
beats
because
me up,
the game was
just
hard.
Beats me silly, beats me by myself, beats me in groups, beats me with dual blades, beats me with all the weapons.
Because he just sucks. Oh,
longsword didn't matter. And just because I didn't understand how to use the weapons, didn't get it. So finally decided to stick to longsword. I stick to something, and I'm learning how the weapon works.
Why'd it have to be the longsword?
Yeah, why'd it have to be the longsword, nerd?
Oh my god!
I like katanas. Can a man?
All right, I'm sorry.
Goddamn weeb. Got
him.
So I make the effort. I'm trying to kill it. It's like a 30-minute timer or something. It's crazy. I'm doing it in groups. Everybody dies to his.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everybody's
A lot of
dying
these
all the time.
comparisons
Decided
don't
I'm just gonna
feel right
focus
to
on it
me.
solo, because I want to beat it before the beta ends. So I keep going for it, and now I'm learning the systems. Now I understand how things work. I understand sharpness. I understand how the counters are supposed to be and how to angle them properly. I understand how the spirit levels work for the longsword. I get how to move the Helmbreaker finally.
I do understand now what people are talking about, this idea of you learn how to understand this stuff because it is your first Monster Hunter game, right? Like, you don't need to because this person didn't need to relearn all this stuff for Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Wilds. Those games feel easy to him, but because he had to learn it for the first time in World, then it seems so cool, and like learning a new system and whatnot. I can see that. So the idea that when you pick up a new game, you learn everything about the new game. There's so many mechanics to learn, and it's really cool to be like, oh, I finally understand each new thing about the game. But it does prepare you for future titles. So like for me, I really enjoyed playing Shin Megami Tensei and feeling like, okay, I really enjoyed the process of learning how to play the game. But Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance was way easier for me than Shin Megami Tensei 5. And that's because I had learned the mechanics. So, I mean, you learn game sense, yeah. Also, I'm a real gamer, so...
direction that I want to go and how to make the slash go where I want it to be. I learn how the weapon works. I learned that it's not just like...
Also,
Elden
Beta
Ring or
Arkfeld
Dark Souls
was pretty rough, I'm not gonna lie.
Learning the monster timings and then whacking at it with just your R1 button. No, you actually have to know how your weapon works and make use of it well. And with such a small timer, such a difficult monster, you have to do it really efficiently. It's a
you have to be good at the game
for that beta. It's a positioning check. It's a knowledge check. It's testing all of your you have to understand how the game works, or you're not going to beat Nergigante in 30 minutes. And when I finally cleared it, I was like, I love this game. I love this game.
Okay, so
now, before we
they love the process of getting good.
I do want you to remember that.
Just play First Berserker Kazan, my guy.
And I want you to remember that he beat Demo Nergigante and he so-called mastered the longsword. I just want you to remember those details as we continue forward.
All right.
Monster Hunter
I can
Wilds
remember
released.
that. I don't have memory
Polygon
loss.
released an article titled Monster Hunter Wilds is so streamlined it may have lost its soul.
Soul?
It's actually an excellent article, and details many of the same problems I have with Monster Hunter Wilds. Of particular note is their comments on the difficulty. They describe it as agonizingly easy.
I'd see you later,
veteran
Uno.
players.
Have a real one.
Quote,
you don't need to know anything to
I
beat
want
Monster
say
Hunter
Wilds
World.
is perhaps the easiest entry in the series yet.
I mean, kind of.
Largely due to the new wound system, which allows you to perform special attacks on monsters that deal devastating amounts of damage, often netting you
So
monster
this guy was
parts or
also
in some
saying
cases
that
knocking them
this
over.
article's also talking about how
The
Monster
dual
Hunter
blades have
Wild's
me
too
tearing through
easy.
even the most formidable monsters, lacerating their legs, puncturing their hides, and
What is
creating
soul?
wound
Yeah.
after wound to
What is
continue the
love?
cycle of just dealing a disgusting amount of damage over and over and over again. In a way that almost felt mind-numbing, I zoned out during fights.
Damn.
My evade window was so large I could often get a boost from perfect dodging attacks, which meant when I would dodge I would also spin around in a flurry of blades, dealing even more damage. Frustrated, I switched to Hunting Horn to try and give myself a challenge, but the experience was mostly the same.
Okay, so
So,
Reddit's Oscar using a journalist article is already kind of funny to bolster his argument. But
yeah, actually,
The
like, isn't
fact
it a
that-
thing where like content creators always dunk on these kinds of articles anyway? It's actually really funny to me to be like, you know, dunking on like IGN's reviews and then still using them in your argument. All right, okay. Chaser is saying journalist detected, opinion denied. Actually true.
he's talking about
Cakebot is saying Monster Hunter has never been
spam
hard. Damn.
focus strikes and I do the damage over and over again. Now, Dual Blade's focus strike is really long. So I can see where they can be kind of Ooh, that's a little long.
Nineball saying, please don't become a
Really
reactor.
goofy.
This is a special occasion. We're not going to
Zoning
do this
out during
frequently.
your
I just
fights,
really wanted to
your
watch this
radar
video
is
with
so
you
large
all.
that you get a boost from perfect dodging attacks. Zoning out in your fights compared to what? Base world? Base rise? I don't have to think so hard during most Monster Hunter in general in New Gen that I will just sometimes
Damn,
make
maybe we just
careless
hate Monster
mistakes
Hunter.
and reckless errors only to lock in just to get up, heal myself, only to go right back in. Because a lot of times I'm having fun shooting the shit with my friends. I'm just kind of wailing away at the monsters. Because let me tell you, Monster Hunter, once you get the fundamentals down, is not that difficult of a series.
Got him!
In New Gen, okay? In New Gen.
He said it! He said it! Monster Hunter's easy! Oh! And I agree! Oh, got him! All the games are easy. None of the games, like Fatalis Who, Alatreon Who, Monster Hunter is just an easy game series. Oh, got him. Actually got him. I hate Monster Hunter. It's my favorite game for real. Favorite game for real. I mean, like, I like how he's saying how, you know, if you zone out in Wilds, then I bet you zone out in every fight. Just imagine playing a game and just zoning out all the time. He's just basically saying how, like, I play Monster Hunter and I just don't enjoy it. I just am not engaged. I'm just not engaged. Or no. He's not saying he doesn't enjoy it, but he's like, I'm just, you know, I'm just kind of not engaged in it. And that's my Monster Hunter experience. I mean, for me, playing, like, First Berserker Kazan, I was fighting for my life the entire time, y'all. There's no time to zone out in First Berserker Kazan. And if you're looking to have a game where you don't zone out, then, you know, I don't know. I don't even know. But just the idea that Monster Hunter is not hard. Do we think Monster Hunter is hard? Let me know. Do we think Monster Hunter is hard? Yes or no? Is Monster Hunter easy peasy? Or is Monster Hunter just like a game of all time? Or is Monster Hunter actually kind of difficult and requires skill? Jason is saying it's a chill game. Okay, because like I'm wondering, like Monster Hunter has hard elements, obviously has hard bosses, but overall, it's challenging but not hard. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. For me, I feel like games like this one and games like Black Myth Wukong in general, like they are simple but not easy. And that's how Monster Hunter feels to me sometimes, where it's like it's simple but not easy. So yeah, if you want the game to be easy, it's easy. If you want the game to be hard, it's hard. So it's not easy or hard, it's in between. It's what you make of it. Hell yeah. I mean, I like how there's fatales where you have to be locked in the entire time, and that there's you know, plenty of hunts where you just kind of chill out. So yeah, I don't know. Monster Hunter is fun. I like Monster Hunter. I liked Monster Hunter Rise. I like Monster Hunter Wilds. I like Monster Hunter World, and I don't have any like particular ranking for them. They were all good AF times. Not gonna lie. Not even gonna lie to you.
And by the way, New Gen has been for the past 7 years. Give it a rest.
Play
I
naked
get it.
runs.
Old Gen
Hell
was
yeah.
hard. I've been there. In fact, I did all
Jack
228
is saying the
deviant
difficulty
quests,
between easy and
which
hard.
all shit on Fatalis from Iceborne, by the way. Well, maybe not all, but the EX deviants, most of them, most definitely are harder than Fatalis. They're definitely more heart pumping.
EX deviants, okay.
Look, the fact of the matter is the games are different, and New Gen is easy. It is easy, okay?
Okay.
All of New Gen is easy. Well, besides High Anomaly, Special Investigation, Sunbreak. But that's a different story.
Okay, so
And some
they're just
Fatalis.
accusing all new games of being easy.
And you could argue AT Velcana and Alatron as well. I think those are just difficult in different ways. I think Fatalis is the truest form of difficulty in Iceborne. I mean, hell, Extreme Behemoth, I would put on that pedestal as well. Extreme Behemoth is
I never fought Behemoth,
probably
actually.
the hardest, unless
So,
Wilds changes,
have I
probably
even
the hardest,
beaten
like,
World without
base
fighting
game
Behemoth?
experience that we'll have in New Gen for a while. And that was strictly because of crib dismanagement. You had to have a good team going on, and with DPS checks and just a lot of different things. It was mostly you couldn't just rely on yourself. You had to rely on other people, and so that made it kind of hard.
Okay.
But yeah, this is goofy. Like the concept of zoning out during fights, that's a very anecdotal, right? Like, that's extremely anecdotal. Switching to hunting horn, same experience, also anecdotal.
I mean, isn't this whole...
IGN's review video said many of
How can it not be anecdotal, though? So, okay, fair enough. He's actually, now that I think about it, I understand that this guy, Meatman, later on is going to do, like, actual damage tests. Where it's like, you are saying, you're saying that, like, certain monsters are, like, we're hitting harder in world, but actually they're not hitting harder. But the idea of, like, game is making me zone out is, okay, fair enough. That's just anecdotal. That's just, what's the word? Not quantifiable. But Meatman's going to show us the numbers from what I gather. So let's see.
the same things, and a great deal of that video was dedicated to criticizing how easy the game felt.
Every weapon also has a simple to execute focus strike that will deal a burst of damage to a wound and break it right away.
True.
So maximizing the amount of time you leave one open and then using that finisher before it closes naturally is an interesting subgame to manage. Or
Really?
at least it would be if Wilds ever presented me with a challenge that pushed me to make those considerations.
Damn, okay.
Whether I was playing online or solo, I've never had a mission reach
Yeah,
the
referencing an
20-minute
IGN
mark,
video,
and I've only
huh?
fainted 2 times total across dozens of hours. Compare that to World, which had real tests like Kieran, who smacked me silly my first couple of attempts, forcing me to
World is a
regroup and
real
craft an
game.
armor set around thunder resistance.
You may not like
And
it,
it's
but this is
hard
what
not
peak
to feel
performance looks
Capcom's
like.
desire to make this a more inviting Monster Hunter sanded off some of the bumps I actually enjoyed in terms of overcoming big threats.
So,
Titiyaku
once again,
is the example.
Ratatosker using journalist points, which first off,
Right, so
I find it
Ratatosker
funny how
referencing
he
an
brings up
IGN video is
Kieran
just
as
funny.
his great test, when the only mandatory Kieran fight is the double tempered Kieran fight to unlock tier 3 tempered fights. Now sure, you could fight Kieran in low rank if you wanted, but I'm pretty sure you had to do every low rank optional just to unlock the option to fight Kieran. And low
Did
rank
you?
Kieran
I
was
feel
a
like you didn't
joke.
have to do that.
People typically only mention Kieran as a menace in his end-game tempered fight. Showcasing the journalist footage of the guy fighting Kieran at half health. He still has health boost 3 on, mind you. Hence why his health bar is bigger than his stamina bar. But he's fighting, look at this, half health. Or a little over half, but still. And he mentions having to build
It was a
around
question.
elemental
Okay,
resistance.
thank you.
You don't have to build
You can't feel
around
ignorance without
elemental resistance for Kieran.
IGN. Yeah,
You can put
actually,
3
I'm secretly an
stunners in.
IGN employee too.
That'll
We are
help.
all employed by IGN.
But as far as elemental resistance goes, even against the tempered Kieran, which, by the way, I have proof of on my Meatman Streams channel, my secondary channel, I have a video of me fighting tempered Kieran with -9 thunder resistance. Just a standard
Isn't this also?
end game build that you
Isn't
would
this
have
also a
at
little
that- by that
anecdotal?
time
It was
period.
easy for me,
Now,
therefore it's easy.
Because weakness exploit was nerfed due to clutch claw, and because max might was nerfed rather than how it was at launch.
Yeah, I don't know about
Which,
this.
by the way, max might at launch of World, as soon as your stamina bar was full, you would get the benefits of max might. You didn't have to wait for a couple seconds to pass while your
Oh,
stamina
okay.
was full in order to get that benefit. Both of those were nerfed. So instead of like fully cataloging how it would have been in base game, I ran the Devil Joe Glaive, which came in title update 1.
This Devil Glaive,
But
by
that
the
was
way,
just
looks
to kind of give
crazy.
myself a little bit of extra, a little extra oomph to make up for that lost power. Because I wasn't using Clutch Claw in this video. I wasn't even using the Iceborne move, Descending Thrust.
Pickle
from
Gear is
Insect Glaive.
rad.
I
it
was
just
pretty
looks
much
ridiculous.
simulating how it would
I
have
wish they.
been
I hope they bring back Devil Joe in
base game.
Wild.
Now, is it a perfect simulation?
No.
There is no way to fully capture everything about Base World, because Base World no longer exists in the same way. Monsters that were never made to clagger in base low rank and base high rank
Now can Clagger, yeah.
and you can run Clutch Claw against them and
So
do
is this
whatever else. They're
basically
not
like
made
an
for
argument
that.
against Iceborne then?
So no, things aren't exactly
Everyone
similar.
ignores how much better they've gotten at MH while
And
talking
the
about difficulty.
tests that I ran were not 100% perfect. But what is real and is perfect is the fact that I got hit over and over again in my video.
Okay.
What is real is at one point I use a great.
I mean, this man is chugging mega potions like you wouldn't even believe, so-
as punishment, I had to switch my radial menu from Great Wet Fish Fin Plus to the regular whetstone, and I did it in front of Kieran's face, and it still couldn't
Everyone
kill me.
remembers
Tempered
Iceborne, not
Kieran
base.
still
True.
couldn't kill me.
And as Itza and Sammy are saying,
I
everyone
was basically
ignores how much
trying
better
to
we've
let it
gotten
kill
at
me.
Monster
I didn't
Hunter.
have stun res on my build. All it takes is just eating null berries. I remember at one point during the hunt, I was kind of stressing a little bit. I was wondering, I wonder if I'll have enough null berries. But then I remembered, oh wait, restock exists.
Oh,
So even though I didn't run out of null berries, I was never fearful that I would run out. Why? Because restock existed. Tempered Kieran was not that difficult if you were eating null berries. Because its whole shtick was, I'm going to hit you with lightning, and then I'm going to hit you again, and you will be stunned or paralyzed.
fair enough, I guess. Like, if you learn how to fight
If
a
it can't
monster,
do
or
that
not
to
even fight a
you,
monster,
it's
but
not
like
going to
learn the
kill you.
very basics of like how
And
the
you
game
don't
works,
have to
then it's not
build a whole
difficult.
set for that.
And
You just have to bring null berries, which you can.
I guess the idea is that like if the game is not difficult if you know the very basics of how to play a game, and if this is your first Monster Hunter game, then you're gonna be like, oh, null berries. But if this is your second Monster Hunter game, then you'll be like, obviously the null berries. So
have infinite quantities of due to the botanist and due to restock existing. World was easy.
Oh,
If you don't believe me, you can watch it on my other channel.
world is
But yeah,
very
this
easy.
This
Okay.
guy's point about having to build to counter Kieran, that's not true. You didn't have to do that. He did that because he felt the need to, because he probably
I mean,
was
I built a
garbage.
counter Kieran,
And if
so
you
I don't
felt the
know.
need to, you were probably garbage at the game.
Damn,
Hey
bro,
guys,
I'm getting
Editor
called
Meatman
out.
here. I am just tuning in because I don't want you to think that I am just disparaging people.
A little
Everyone
bit.
was literally bad at Monster Hunter at some point.
Okay.
Everyone. You had to learn how to play these games. If you don't understand how to utilize tools or items, how to build make, how to fight something properly, how to
People
keep
just
your
didn't know
health
how to
topped
play,
off,
says Cloud.
how to ensure that you're
Cloud
going to
is saying people just
survive
didn't
by
even know
waiting
how to play the
properly
game at
wait
that
and get
time.
up whenever you get hit, or to roll out of the way of attacks, or to not get greedy. You are bad at the game. It's
I mean,
nothing
I
to be mad
guess.
about.
I
It's
guess
something to
that's
improve.
right.
Wait,
Help, you don't have to bully me like this. I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
Survive by waiting to properly get up whenever
I'm in
you
this
get
picture
hit,
and I don't like
or
it.
to roll out of the way of attacks, or to not get greedy. You are bad at the game. It's nothing to be mad about. It's something to improve upon.
That's
So
true.
don't take it as just
That
a
is
pure
true.
insult. Everyone was bad at one point. I know that hurts whenever someone tells you you probably were bad whenever you fought this
A lot of-
monster.
True,
Yeah,
true.
You probably were bad.
Like Anjanath, I remember so distinctly breaking.
Lawful is
through.
saying, I think his argument
Yeah,
is more
because,
becoming
like
a
I
veteran
told
is
you
realizing you
earlier,
can get
Anjanath
good.
is a
Fair
wall.
enough.
Even
The
if
shots
it didn't-
ricocheted and hit me.
Even if it didn't hit you at the time, it's like, oh, this is kind of like a really challenging monster. See how your brain assimilated, like, oh, Anjanath, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, because it was a wall, because it was harder, and therefore that made him more memorable.
It was a significant step up. I remember that.
Yeah.
Actually. It
Okay,
was a
so
significant step
Anjanath
up,
hard, Wilds easy.
in difficulty. No, you're absolutely correct.
Here is the perfect example of a very recent case. Preach, who was on the right, played through World and Iceborne as his first Monster Hunter not too long before Wilds came out.
Yeah, I watched
Preach
his
blasted through the game.
his fight
It was
against
only really
Alatreon and
halted by
Fatalis.
Alatreon. But here he is reflecting how Anjanath stuck out to him early game a little bit. Rurikon says it's because Anjanath is a wall. We will get into that later.
Okay,
But let me
didn't
show
we
you
talk
how
about walls
Preach
already?
played when he fought Anjanath. First, we will watch a clip from him meeting Anja during an optional quest, and then we will watch a clip from the actual hunt he did directly after.
Oh my gosh, she's actually gonna look at the hunts and be like, oh wow, damn bro, this is the problem of streaming. This is the problem with streaming, is that everyone can just look at your previous VODs and be like, oh, here are the receipts for what you did. Everyone can just look at your work and be like, I have video proof that you did the thing. Priest can't even be like, I didn't say that, because there's literally the video proof. Cotton 4K. This is so funny. I love it. The internet exists for real. For real.
It's very high up though.
This video is 4.5 hours. It's crazy. Where are you going, champ? What weapon is this? Switch axe? Help, don't find my receipts.
Stuck up rocks!
I've never done anything wrong in my life. This is the switch axe? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I watched him beat Alatreon because he beat him around the same time I did. So...
God, I wish I had Dark Souls talk.
You can do it, priest. You can do it. Get him.
Oh, for fuck off.
Now, did you catch all that?
No.
I know some of the more eagle-eyed or experienced players caught many of the multiple foundational mistakes Preach made.
All right.
If you paid close attention, Preach would constantly turn the camera away from Anjanath,
Yeah.
making it hard
El
to see when
Shadow
attacks were
and
coming,
Dead Dragon
or even
pointing
what
out
kind
these
of
mistakes
attacks they
too.
were. If you can't see the visual tell, it is much harder to react.
Fair enough.
Preach would also slow walk with his weapon, even while keeping the camera off of his enemy. Switch axe, by the way, is one of the more difficult early game weapons to learn in World compared to other choices.
Yeah,
like
that's why I
Dual
didn't
Blades
play
or
Switch Axe in
Longsword.
World.
But back to it, another funny thing is, it appears that Preach did not know you could even run while healing at this time. I would even wager he possibly did not know that you could roll cancel the heal either. And finally,
You can roll.
his
You can what? You can what? You can roll cancel the heal? What? No way. Nani? This whole time you can roll cancel the heal in Monster Hunter? I didn't know that. No way. What else did I learn? I learned that you could you can quick sheath from a panic time. You can roll cancel. Yo, what? No way. You can roll cancel sharpening? Are you serious? Since when? Since when can you roll cancel? What? No way. How do you roll cancel sharpening? Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, you. I'm still in the tutorial. I beat Alatreon Fatales without knowing that you could roll cancel healing. No way. I feel like a fool. I feel. How do you even just input a roll before your final turn? Like, no way. All right, everyone. I'm actually out of soju, so I'm gonna go pick some up. What kind of soju should we get? What kind of soju should we get? Should we get my lychee soju, my yogurt soju? Should we get a Smirnoff Ice? Should we get Kahlua? We could get peach soju too. I can't believe you can roll cancel. Are you for real? Are you for real? Roll cancel the soju? Tequila? No, Cakebot. The dweeb has traumatic experiences with tequila. Alright, I see 2 votes for strawberry, so that's what's happening. BRB. BRB. I'm back. Okay, I actually realized I didn't have any strawberry soju ready, so instead, it is yogurt soju time. So cheers, everybody. Let me, listen to this. Can you hear that? Woo! Dweeby drinking straight out the bottle, baby. Let's effing go. I cannot believe, Rallium, that I'm learning tech from the diss track. Like, this is me, like, listening to Kendrick Lamar and taking notes on, like, just, like, actually taking notes. All right, let's go. I can't believe you can roll cancel heals. I can't believe this.
Appears that Preach did not know you could even run while healing at this time. I would even wager he possibly did not know that you could roll cancel the heal either.
Yeah,
And
what an
finally,
idiot.
His positioning and targeting was lacking. In the second clip
What a
especially,
fool.
He was going for the tail despite the tail being severed and doing less damage.
My
And what
fridge roll
further
canceled my soju,
exacerbated
right?
The difficulty was the fact that he kept his camera on the tail, making it harder for him to
Yeah, this
see
is
the
a little
attacks
painful,
incoming.
not gonna lie. As
All
a
of these
Monster Hunter
mistakes
veteran who
are
knows you can roll
nightmare
cancel
fueled
healing,
together.
I agree.
And funny enough, these are all the mistakes of someone who not only does not understand Monster Hunter World, but Monster Hunter as a whole. Getting
What a
better
scrub.
at the game is a gradual process. It's kind of like getting fat, male pattern baldness, or aging. Such a gradual process that you don't really realize it's happening until it's severe. Feels
What?
like one
What kind of
gradual process that
It's kind of like getting fat or getting bald. Getting good at Monster Hunter is the same as getting bald. That is actually true. Actually true. The CEO of Analogies has just logged in. Yo, actually crazy. Actually crazy. What I'm hearing is that, like, if you play Monster Hunter, you get male pattern baldness. Nobody play Monster Hunter. You're gonna get bald. Oh no. Oh no.
getting fat, male pattern baldness, or aging.
It's off the
Such
rails.
a gradual process that you don't really realize it's happening
man
until it's severe.
Going off
Feels like one
the
day you were
rails.
fit or had luscious hair, and then another day you wake up and the top of your head is so thin, or your face is so.
Does it feel like this guy is like projecting or like speaking from personal experience? A small price to Nineball's right. Going bald is a small price to play for greatness. I can't even believe this. Wow, he's just like, one day you have hair and the next day you don't. And that's just Monster Hunter. Damn, this got personal. Bro is mad.
You
Who
don't
hurt
really
this
realize
man?
It's happening until it's severe. Feels like one day you were fit or had luscious hair, and then another day you wake up and the top of your head is so thin.
Couldn't he
or
have
your
done
face
the
is so
opposite?
fat.
Couldn't he have been like, it's like working out every single day and like working out every single day and like you don't lose 5 pounds in one day, but you lose 0.5 pounds week per week, and then suddenly you realize I'm at my goal weight. He could have done that metaphor. Why didn't he do that metaphor? Why didn't he do this one? Why didn't he use the you're going bald, man? Bro is having a midlife crisis.
You can't even really recall how it looked in the middle stages. And just like that, it's hard for people to really recall how long you were truly bad at the game. All you remember is struggling really hard. And now,
I don't
all you
remember
know is that
struggling.
It seems like monsters
Easy for
move in
me.
slow motion compared to how they once were for you. You don't remember exactly the in-between process.
He's
where you had
relating to
some
his
good
male
habits
audience.
Or talents mixing in with your
I see.
incredibly
So what I'm hearing, Raffle, is that in order for me, the dweeb, to relate to my male audience, I too should be talking about male pattern baldness. Fourth pro tip. I'm taking notes. Number 1, what were the things I learned today? Number 1, you could sheathe out of panic dive. You can roll cancel healing or drinking potions. You can roll cancel sharpening, and in order to relate to your male audience, talk about balding all the time. All the time.
All you remember is struggling really hard. And now, all you know is that it seems like monsters move in slow motion compared to how they once were for you. You don't remember exactly the in-between process where you had some good habits or talents mixing in with your incredibly bad habits or lack of talent in other areas.
Staying down for
Or you
maximum
ignorance to
iframes.
mechanics
Oh
and
boy,
systems.
I knew
Let's
that
play
one,
another
Tata. I knew that.
Judging by Preach's gameplay earlier, how many tries do you think it took for Preach to beat Anjanath, the Great Wall? That's right. You guessed it. He beat it first try.
Me too.
One card as well. It was the card from the clip. I promise all of this is going to come together.
The music
But
in this
Anjanath
in
was
this
the
video is
7th
great, by the way.
large monster you face in Monster Hunter World. Let's take a look at a clip of Preach fighting Uthduna, the 7th large monster in Wilds.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, Hunter.
Dweebaldi, actually true. Can my model remove my hair? That would be so funny. They named their Palico Stepped On? How tragique.
Now, A switch to an easier weapon to play aside,
Oh,
what
dual
did you
blade's
notice
easy.
about the gameplay? That's right. His positioning and targeting of weak points was better. His movement was better. Around the monster, not talking about speed.
Yeah, it's
talking about
almost like he
position,
got
position.
fat or started.
Except his camera
It's the same as if he had gotten fat or started balding, right? One day you are fit and have luscious hair, and the next day you're fat and you're bald. Exactly the same thing. I'm losing it. This is the greatest metaphor I've ever heard in my entire life.
trained on Ooth the entire time.
And dweeb, not gonna lie, after I beat Fatalis, I was the fattest and baldest Monster Hunter player of all time. That was me. Dweeb bald overweight, I guess.
When retreating and healing, and even ran while healing.
Dweeb obese.
These are things you can't just unlearn.
You can't
Once
unlearn
you've
that, fair
gained
enough.
These skills, there is no going back. He beat Ooth with little difficulty, just like he beat Anjanath handedly. But his difficulty with Anjanath wasn't with Anjanath. His difficulty was with his weapon. Camera. Lack of fundamentals for attacking and recovering.
Okay, I just have to pause for Riley's comment of Baldatreon and fat assless. Actually incredible. Dweeb can never be bald, only floof. True. Imagine a balding bunny. How sad.
Camera. Lack of fundamentals for attacking and recovering. Funny enough, here's a comment from this same podcast where someone almost became self-aware.
Someone almost became self-aware. Okay, having watched my roommate play through Wilds, it's harder than he gets credit for. It's all because he doesn't read and wasn't engaging with the system. For me, it's not hard, but it's fun and I'm enjoying it immensely. Min-maxing your setup and playstyle, the game will be easier for you. That's not like some skill monsters are hard, but because of this, okay, maybe you should focus on keeping the difficulty but simplifying other things.
Sadly, they did not. They only chalked up difficulty for Wilds as what we just showcased for Preach here. Preach was an awful player. No offense
Got
to
him.
Preach, we all were at some point.
I mean, at least he's not calling Preach a liar. At least he's not calling Preach a liar and someone who does shoddy work.
Now he isn't. But it is hard to really conceptualize being that fundamentally bad, when the fundamentals come so easily by instinct now. If you thought low rank and high rank world was hard, it's because this was you. Whether it was lack of fundamentals,
Fair enough, I guess.
difficulty with understanding the combat, or even lack of understanding or synergy with the weapon you were using, you were bad at the game on a fundamental level. And there's never going to be a time that you go back to this. Never.
Yeah.
And it also makes more sense to me now, as a general thought, why people were pretty upset with fights like Alatreon, etc., considering what they had been playing for a long time in the base game, because I imagine World was like that as well. If I think back to the World-based game, I didn't really struggle. I don't think I died for quite a long time, even though
I think he means triple cart. He's an MMO guy, not an MH Dragon guy. Okay. Yeah. Ted, did I triple cart in World? I probably did. Probably against Diablos or something.
absolutely no idea what I was doing or how my weapon worked.
Now back to Kieran. If you go back and you fight him and you still struggle, under the same parameters, like you're running high rank gear or whatever, and you go back and you still struggle, it could be the weapon you're using. Because guess what? Another aspect of how Monster Hunter works is that there are 14 different weapons, which means that even if you perfectly recapture different things about the games, it's still not going to be the same for you as it is for somebody else.
I mean,
I play
true.
with Insect Glaive. Very
Imagine
low
playing the
commitment,
heavy bow
very
gun.
mobile. Someone who's playing Greatsword against Kieran, I can see them struggling a lot more. So the fact of the matter is, difficulty is extremely subjective. This IGN review has this whole little anecdote about needing to do something to overcome Kieran. It's also using SNS, by the way, which has barely any need to commit.
IGN still cringe, y'all.
But this guy's fighting like half health. And the funny thing is, he's talking about how difficult Kieran is while fighting at half health. Why isn't he dead yet?
Oh.
Playing so carelessly. Why isn't he carded yet?
Yeah. Shoddy
What's going
work.
on? You know, like there's just so much wrong with this whole thing. And Ratatosker's not doing himself any favors, including stuff like this. Because people that know what they're talking about, people that were there at Base World, people that know what they're doing, people that know these games can see right through this.
Yeah.
The only people that these journalists are fooling are other people that do not know how these games work. And
Oh.
other people
Yeah, I too see right through
either
this.
are undergoing some form of
Oh shit! Actually bringing out the Dunning-Kruger effect. Y'all know this effect, right? Where basically the more you know about something, like if you know a little bit about a topic, you don't know how little you know. Whereas like if you know more about a topic, the more you know about a topic, the more aware you are of how little you know. So you go from getting like a general amount of confidence to really low confidence because now you know how much you don't know. And then once you build your expertise, then you go back to feeling like an expert. So Mount Stupid in the Valley of Despair, he actually busted out the Dunning-Kruger effect to refer to IGN. Crazy. Just like baldness.
Kruger effect, where they think they know a little bit more about the game than they do. Or possibly in the imposter syndrome region, where they still feel like they're right back in that same garbage movement that they were whenever they played. They were really bad at the game. They feel like they're right back in that area, even though they're not. They're not that bad anymore, more than likely. And so they're coming back and they're fighting low rank monsters, expecting to get whooped on again. And they feel like people will say things like that. You'll hear Ratatosker say things even. Like they would go back and they would fight like low rank Anjanath, for example. And it would be just as difficult, or it would be more difficult than things in Wilds or Rise.
Even taking into consideration how, okay, now I know how to play the game. Even taking that into consideration, I still struggle with Anjanath more than, like World Anjanath, more than I did with endgame Rise things.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Anjanath
The point
easy.
in which you fight that first Anjanath, with the tools you have available, I still find it more difficult to beat that Anjanath than almost anything in Monster Hunter Wilds.
I mean, it's just an Anjanath.
The fact of the matter is, it's very easy for people to misremember how difficult something is.
Right?
especially
Archimber
if they already
Raidal
have
is
the
gonna-
bias
gonna
of
destroy
failing
us.
the first couple times they fight it, or if they only remember it from that time frame where they just weren't as good as they are now. It's very easy for people to just come up with exaggeratory anecdotes about this.
Exaggeratory?
You see it all the time
Is that
about
a
people
word?
lying about monsters being able to
Exaggeratory
one-shot no matter what
anecdotes?
defense you're at, which just isn't true, by the way.
Man, what an exaggeratory statement. It is a word? Wow, that's my 5th note of the day. My 5th big brain wave.
People do this.
Exaggeratory.
Ratatosker's example with Anjanath that will come up later in the video as well, it doesn't line up. As we know earlier, Ratatosker beat Demo Nergigante with Longsword. And that's after he blasted through Anjanath and shoot him away. He said, oh, this doesn't really seem special. Demo Nergigante beat him up. And if he truly ended up beating him, and that's what caused him to get into the series, then surely he's better at Longsword than me.
Oh.
In this video, I play absolutely terrible with Longsword. I play horrifically. I think I missed like 8 Helm Breakers. There's a point where I accidentally break my rule and I special sheath. So in order to punish myself, I let Anjanath get like 3 free hits in.
What is wrong with special sheathing?
Without even healing. He doesn't kill me, by the way. And then there's even the... Now...
Arc-tempered Nergigante and Arc-tempered Lunastia. Oh boy, yeah.
And I get one-tapped by the flamethrower because my defense is shoddy, because I was playing with like more of a newbie setup as opposed to like a actual like optimized low-rank defense setup. And by optimized, I mean just running...
Ooh, what is he doing right now? He's fighting an Anjanath for the sake of this video, or trying to recreate World? Because if he's purposely playing with a... Okay, so he's purposely playing with a nerf set to demonstrate how even with a nerf set, Anjanath is not that hard. Okay.
Or something, instead of just running like weaker pieces. But the funny thing is, I still clean Anjanath's clock relatively easy. Someone like Asmongold only felt against Anjanath once. He triple carded once. And it broke down to the fact that Anjanath hits with his flamethrower, and it's effectively a one-tap.
Damn, Asmongold looks kind of mad
than everything else that you fight up until that point.
Like, I feel like the boss is a joke. until he does that fire, and then I just get
He just
one
never
shot.
watches his health.
It hits disproportionately harder than everything else that you fight up until that point, and even a little bit after as well, which leads to a weird feeling with the difficulty, by the way. You get this odd sense that the game was like weirdly difficult in one single way, in a very one-trick way, literally, and then it just goes to being much easier afterwards, again, which is kind of weird. You know, people say it's because Anjanath is supposed to teach you to upgrade your gear and to upgrade your defense.
Right.
However, if that were such a if it were such a good teacher, well then why did people have the same exact problem with Pink Rathian? Why did people have the same exact problem with Nergigante? Why did
'Cause they're
people
just
have
bad at the
same exact
game.
problem with Tempered Basilgeuse or Tempered Kieran?
Interesting little walls along the way to the end game. Whereas in Rise, all the
Okay,
difficulty was in
I
the
will
end game.
say,
I still remember
talking about difficulty in Monster Hunter Wilds versus World, my only gripe about Monster Hunter Wilds being too easy, quote, is that your Palico's broken. Your Palico is so flippin' good in Wilds. Like, you cannot heal, and your Palico will heal you like 3 times in a row. Like, you cannot heal, your Palico will heal you 3 times in a row. Your Palico will cleanse your statuses for you very frequently. Your Palico does some serious numbers. Palico needs a nerf because the Palico is what makes Wilds too easy. Forget all this other shit. It's the Palico. The Palico is just like, we're suffering from success. Your Palico... Chaser is so right. Your Palico is him. Dr. Bunju is him. So, like, that's the only thing I have. I'm actually a little bit like boomer about, is that I feel like the Palico's too good. It's just too broken. And it just, like, to the point where I just don't even bother healing half the time. My Palico's the hunter and the hunter is the Palico. Actually true. The Palico's the real monster hunter. Clouth, I agree with Clouth. Palico needs to go back to just one gadget or specialization. Palico is the MC. Actually true.
remember people in like forums and boards and community posts were like, help me with this Pink Rathian. Like, this Pink Rathian's really messing me up. Help me with this double tempered basil quest. I can't get through it. Help me with the first tempered Kieran quest at Hunter rank 49 or something like that. Yeah. And people were not prepared for those things. I saw people getting one shot by the basil. I saw people getting one shot by the Kieran.
Not even the highest defense low range here, mind you.
It's an elder dragon.
It's an elder dragon.
It's
All right, another
like
shot.
they didn't learn the first time, and it was just a weird difficulty curve, where instead of thinking, oh, Diablos and Rathalos in low rank were the hardest challenges early game, no, you think about Anjanath, and Rathalos and Diablos are kind of underwhelming. And
No, Diablos kicked my ass.
When it comes to the elder dragons like Teostra or Valhazak or Kushala, people don't think about them hitting. They think about Pink Rathian. Not me personally, but you know, people that struggled with understanding the basic fundamentals of upgrading your gear and just never picked it up, which were a lot of people, seemingly. There's just no way Ratatoskr beat Demon or Gigante and thought Anjanath was that difficult. There's just no way. And the main thing that makes Anjanath difficult is the flamethrower. I have another video.
Okay,
that's
so
like 15 minutes long, and I'm purposefully trying to
Did
get
Ratatoskr not stream that stuff? Because you know that Meatman would have gone for the streams or the video recordings.
Relatively easy to get, by the way. And you know, that paired with the 30 HP meal you can eat, because by the time you hit Anjanath, you can eat for 30 HP. You can live through the flamethrower. Well, I was trying to test it with like as minimum defense as possible with health boost 1, and it took him over 15 minutes to hit me with one flamethrower. And I had to run into it. I had to actually run into it.
I mean, this is like the desire sensor.
It's unintentionally funny because he gets...
This is the desire sensor. Like, you want to get bodied and then you just don't. You're like, ooh, ooh, Anjanath hit me, daddy. And then it just doesn't. Damn, bro. Actually, the desire sensor in reverse.
It's really goofy. He seemingly just can't hit me. And I'm trying my best to stay in range whenever he's in fire mode. And he's either hitting the Palico or he's just doing it away from me. it's so hard for me to get hit.
The Dark Souls sensor, right?
I'm just saying there's no possible way that he's remembering that correctly. And if he is remembering it correctly, he's not actually taking into account his growth and skill, because he's not a bad longsword player. He's been showcasing his gameplay the whole time. He's not a bad longsword player, and he was no doubt way better than me in World. And especially if he goes back now and he plays it, he would just smoke Anjanath.
So he's basically saying that this guy is talking about, like, what's the word? Has a memory loss, and is basically saying that Anjanath is super difficult, and if I were to fight it again, it would give me trouble, but he doesn't actually, what's the word? Is being nostalgic about how difficult Anjanath is, but doesn't actually go back and try it. Yeah, nostalgia.
Really and truly. Especially, this man's beaten Fatalis. You don't have to know every ounce of the...
You know what this whole video is? This is 4.5 hours of Meatman telling Ratatoskr, you are better than you think you are. Ratatoskr, don't be so self-deprecating. You are better than you think you are. You are greater than, your mistakes. Ratatoskr, you need to believe in yourself. You don't dunk on yourself. You are, you need to just say to yourself, I can do it. I am good at the game. What a homie. How encouraging.
Anjanath's moveset, because his moveset's simple and easy to deal with.
It's a one
In
huge compliment
conclusion,
reaction. It's not even a
when
call-out
people
video anymore.
recollect
It's just like encouraging.
How hard these
harsh
monsters
love.
are. You can't just trust anecdotes. You can't, because they don't line up a lot of times. There's no way Ratatoskr actually means what he says, and if he does, he hasn't went back and actually tested it. But yeah, these anecdotes are goofy.
I know you're
Whether we're
better
talking
than
about
this.
A journalist talking about tempered Kieran while showcasing gameplay of him fighting at half health, or Ratatoskr just literally saying shit that doesn't make sense, not according to the stories that he's told, and not according to what he's played.
Some of the bumps I actually enjoyed.
Back to the
in terms
IGN
of
review.
overcoming big threats.
Do you know how odd it feels to have IGN and Polygon complain that the latest Monster Hunter game is too easy? And they are not isolated incidents. I watched many of the pre-release reviews, many of them from well-liked, established Monster Hunter YouTubers, and 100% of the reviews I watched felt that Wilds was too easy, maybe the easiest game in the series. Now, admittedly, they did still give it a good review, but the point is that almost universally,
Everyone thinks the
reviewers
game is
listed
easy.
it
Okay,
as a
okay.
criticism. They agree with me. The only difference is that I perhaps think it's a bigger deal than they do.
All right. Everyone
So-
agrees with me.
Just because people are established content creators or journalists or professionals or whatever does not mean that they are immune to bias in any form or fashion.
This is the meme of
It
like,
also doesn't mean
yes, you are all wrong.
That anecdotally,
You are all wrong.
their opinion gets skewed over the course of time. Revisionist history, as far as base world goes, or just Monster Hunter in general, it exists. People experience these games at different points in their life, and for a large amount of people, they experience the games whenever they're having to learn a lot.
You are not immune to
So,
propaganda. As El Shadow is
naturally,
saying, it's just the wake-up call we need.
Things that once seemed really tough aren't actually that tough. Not as tough as you remember. Why journalists would harp on difficulty and why YouTubers would mention it could be for a multitude of reasons. As out of touch as journalists can be,
Yeah,
they
you are
also
not
know
above
controversy gets
propaganda.
clicks.
Everyone
And it
goes
doesn't
by
take a
Soju
genius
today.
to look at the hate train base Rise had to know that saying new game too easy compared to world equals instant swagger, which is how you get IGN reviews comparing low rank wilds to high rank end game monsters like Kieran. As for YouTubers, it could be a mix of things. It could be the fact they feel like they have to address it at risk of being called a liar or a shill like some of them were during the base Rise era.
Accused of being
Trends with
shills,
YouTube are
damn,
not a
bro.
surprising thing, considering how the YouTube.
Yeah, actually, am I a shill? Capcom, pay me. Capcom, pay me for shilling your game. I love Monster Hunter. Capcom. I love Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Wilds, which came out on, what it came out? Monster Hunter Wilds, which came out on February 28th, 2025 for almost all platforms. I love these games. I'm a shill. Capcom, sponsor me. The biggest sellout, that's me. And Shifty, what's good? What are we watching today, y'all? We are watching a 4.5 hour video that Meatman made talking about the Wilds or Monster Hunter community, about how many people in the Monster Hunter community have been complaining that Wilds is too easy. The newest entry in the game is too easy. But this person is saying, hey, it's actually like Monster Hunter Wilds is not moving the series in a bad direction per se. And if it is, it's not because of the difficulty level. So let's go.
Rat Race awards those that cause controversy with engagement. It's why we saw a trend.
I'm a fake fan. I didn't play Monster Hunter now. True.
Standard. It is good and fun, but it might be the easiest game now that we have something newer than Rise. And then later reviewers seeing all of the yummy engagement, only really harping on every Reddit and Twitter critical talking point. Not saying every reviewer falls into these categories. There are outliers, of course.
So basically saying everyone's just parroting each other.
Reviews so different from each other, but consistent with the early access or first month content wave they came in. It could also be that they, just like any normal person, can misremember things or grossly underestimate how bad they were on their first playthrough of a new generation Monster Hunter, which for almost all of the people in this space was Monster Hunter World, me included. So for an example of this, let's pull Rurikon
like
up.
Priest, I guess, right?
His gameplay in a World 7 years ago versus his gameplay in Wilds.
Wow, I just cannot believe he's going all the way back 7 years.
Old base world gameplay for Rurikon. He may have been streaming it on Twitch at the time, but using some of his normal videos, we do get a look at some of his play. First off, let's look at his Gunlance play 7 years ago in his video talking about World after playing for 9 hours. Now I want you to remember, with all the world footage,
did he really watch all of these? Wow, this is like a thesis.
Monster Hunter game. Ruri started in third.
This man is not fucking around.
It was 3-year try. He also participated.
Like
in the
he's
Monster
defending his
Hunter World
75-page thesis here.
Basically, you can choose to do that, or just in case you're like, oh, I also need to go farm some items before I go back to town. You can just choose to stay in the area for as long as you want. Go farm your items. Go get whatever you want, and then go back to town whenever you're ready for it. So not only there's 50-minute time limits, there's actually no time limits, because after you finish the quest, you can remain in the area for as long as you want. And then on top of that, let's say, for instance, you don't even want to do a quest. You just want to go to an area. You can do that through expeditions. Expeditions have no time limit, so you can go to
basically
any of the maps that you've unlocked, and you can just go there, collect resources, do whatever the hell
So he
you
was
want,
already saying this game was
hang
too
out,
easy.
and you can go on about your business for as long as you want. However, in expeditions, monsters like the big alpha predator of the area or something will leave the area at like, oh my god, I actually don't like the path that I've taken with this weapon. You can legit just roll the weapon back. Like, I've actually done that mistake on stream, and I was like, oh damn.
Yeah,
I went down this
so
path, I didn't
basically
need to do it. I guess I'll have to craft it again, and then I always have to go get it off of some external website. And I always quoted how Soul Sacrifice did it better, because it always told you, hey, you want to get this thing? This is the quest you got to do. This is the thing you gotta go fight, you know?
You don't have to go and read IGN like a nerd.
That properly.
Okay. He apparently went back to fight monsters that he had already fought before, and we have some weird habits showcased already. We see a lot of spamming that leads to inefficient play and taking unnecessary hits.
Damn.
We see bad timing and choices.
He
like
literally
trying
just
to
called him
Wyvern's Fire
trash.
right in front of Gyarados from neutral.
That was Gunlance play of all time.
Walk away and sheath right in front of Gyarados. Right after that, taking a hit. He isn't healing himself and only relying on Vigor Wasp spray from the Palico.
Yeah, this is a Gyarados, right? So
let's fast forward 7 years later and look at some of his Gunlance gameplay early game in Wilds.
Hey, yo, now this is the Gunlance gameplay of all time. Alright, maybe not. Maybe yes? I still have yet to play the Gunlance.
Oh, this is actually going to be more challenging than I expected, because I forgot that the Palico healed me during this.
More challenging? In my Monster Hunter Wilds game? You're not allowed to say that's challenging. Oh, cool. That looks sick as hell. I really should play Gunlance at some point.
Okay, Gunlance is way better in Wilds, and so is Ruri. We see a lot less wasted attacks, and we don't see spamming. We see him retreating and playing defensively when he needs to. Oh wait, I see you. Still not convinced that Ruri was not very good when Base World came out and is just that much better later on in Wilds, huh?
Yeah.
No worries.
I'm not convinced.
It's only fair that you are skeptical. After all, Gunlance in Focus Mode could be just that busted in Wilds. Let's try something different. Let's go back 7 years ago to a video with Ruri playing SNS against Nergigante in a duo.
I can't believe...
Duo fights in Base World, while they did inflate the monster health to 4-player health because 2-player health wasn't added until Iceborne,
It's an Elder
it does
Dragon.
help to have a friend to help and both Palicos to help take the aggro off of you. Near the beginning of the video, they even talk about how they've already beaten Nergi, and they even talk about the Black Spike State in Dive Bomb.
And if you don't break the spikes off in time, they will turn black. Or he'll just enrage and everything will turn black. And when they're black, he will one-shot you pretty easily. His damage is increased.
Wait, what?
He will...
Wait, what happens when Nergigante's spikes turn black? It does something? No way! This is so embarrassing. It gets stronger when the spikes turn black? No way. He does the power move? Oh my god. That's when he does the... I just looked out for the dive bomb and hoped for the best. I didn't know he had a tell. I didn't know there was a tell for when he does his big Tungus Pungus dive bomb. My mind is blown. I just beat him anyways. I was just so goated that I didn't even need to know that information. But... oh, Jacer is saying the whole point is breaking his spikes to prevent the dive. Oh, are you so serious? I've beaten Nergigante so many times and I never noticed that. I never noticed that the whole thing. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I didn't even notice that was a thing.
He'll just enrage and everything will turn black. And when they're black, he will one-shot you pretty easily. His damage is increased.
Wow. Really?
Did I miss anything?
Yep.
How did I not die against him then?
Shot attack every now and then.
Did I just like...
Has a massive
how did I not die?
land anywhere.
It looks like
I was still a hunting horn main at this point.
Tackle, but then he like digs his head into the ground and then he like rips the ground up with his head and shoots spikes at you, and that's what's gonna kill your ass.
Okay.
It's not even the only thing. There's one where he just straight up jumps in.
I'm just built different. Yeah, I'm just that good.
To get that off and you're anywhere.
I am reaching enlightenment.
Like, let's say if you're in the same zip code as that particular attack, you're dead.
Really?
Ruri knows the fight already. Sure.
Oh yeah, of course. If you're in the same zip code, you're dead. How did I not card to that then? What? He's still a monster, so his head is still a weak. How did I not? Okay, I really did not know any of the stuff today. What the hell? Have I been playing the same game you're playing?
Surely he will demonstrate some impressive gameplay for us.
Lunch money. Steal the lunch money.
No, I never used the defender gear, and I must have gotten hit by the dive. But the thing is, like, Itza, I must have gotten hit by the dive at least once or twice, but maybe I just, like, panic dived the entire time. Maybe I just panic dived.
I'm gonna go for that sales.
You ain't making no more gains. Oh, dude.
I don't think
like,
he
seriously?
needs to make any more gains. Look at
I'm
this.
dead. I'm dead. Hengist said no! No!
No!
Ah! I ain't scared of you.
Did you leave?
I'm learning a lot already. Yo, this is just good for, like,
You
informative.
just triggered my one shot. Dude. Oh my god.
No!
There's a skill.
I'm rooting for you. You can do it.
The Flash Pod Mastery. I got that shit. You know what I'm saying? I got the Flash Pod Mastery. It's a passive.
So that just
I
like
have to work.
increases
Oh shit!
the
No,
effectiveness.
see that right there? That's the one shot.
So
dive bomb. I don't
that
know
was the
how
one
it-
shot?
No, I got the Flash Pod Mastery. It's a passive.
Okay, so this is what it is.
I got that shit. You know what I'm saying? I got the Flash.
This is
Pod
what it
Mastery.
is?
It's a passive.
So that just
I
like
have to work.
increases
Oh shit!
the
No,
effectiveness.
I mean, can't you just panic dive that? I must have just panic dived it every single time, or just barely lived it.
See that right there? That's the one shot dive bomb.
Wow, I
don't know
really
how
cannot
you did that.
believe.
Oh no. Oh no.
I like how he should one-shot dive bomb, but it didn't even one-shot him.
He is spamming horrifically, which leads to inefficient play and taking unnecessary hits, just like earlier. We see bad timing and choices, just like earlier. We see this paired with no ability to read what Nergigante is about to do despite beating him before.
Yo,
He
got
takes
him!
his camera off of Nergigante when it is doing its dive bomb when you could easily just Superman dive it.
Alright,
He even
it's...
seems taken aback when he
It
survives
was
one of the
nerfed, I
dive
see.
bombs.
So that just
I
like
have to work.
increases
Oh shit!
the
No,
effectiveness.
see that right there? That's the one-shot dive bomb. I don't know how he didn't
It's
kill
alright.
me.
Increases
Oh
the
shit! No,
effectiveness.
It's an elder dragon.
It's an elder dragon, y'all!
Which tells me he probably has always just gone willy-nilly silly without healing, and just keeps getting decimated by big attacks. Despite the Great Wall Anjanath teaching everyone the valuable lesson of getting better gear and topping your health off to survive a super
Me when it's
damaging
an elder
attack that can
dragon.
only be done when the monster is in a specific state. Now, even with all of this sloppy play and 4-player health scaling for only 2 people, do you think they won this hunt? If your answer was yes, you got it.
Yeah.
They paid for insurance and only had 3 carts, and despite all that, they still beat Nergigante in less than 20 minutes. Absolutely insane. But something is still bothering me, guys. Ruri is a Monster Hunter veteran.
Okay.
There's no way that he was just that bad when Base World came out. Maybe he's just bad with SNS.
You're better
Let's check
than
his
you think
Monster
you
Hunter
are,
Rise play out.
Rurikon.
Let's see how he did versus high rank Diablos in his Rise playthrough.
8 operations with that weapon at the blacksmith. So it can
There's
be
Diablos and Rise?
8
No!
upgrades, or it can be craft 8 weapons. I do think they have to be different weapons. You can't like craft the same weapon 8
Rise
times,
music is so
but
good.
I'm not sure because I haven't tested that.
Get him! God, I can't believe Diablos is is in Rise. I guess I didn't face it yet because I hate Diablos.
Holy moly.
Almost as much as Aragon.
His movement is better. He's keeping his eye on the monster and responding to attacks in an appropriate manner. He's not just spamming and keeping the camera in weird spots. Guys, I think it might be possible that old generation veterans could have been bad at new generation Monster Hunter when they first got started.
Oh shit.
Maybe not all of them, but if they felt World was really that hard, it could be that this was you. I'm not going to retell my whole preach speech, but maybe World, the game that was quite literally where the majority of the player base has learned how new generation monsters, movement, and systems work, was where most people either had to learn or relearn Monster
So basically,
Hunter as a whole.
everyone
And that
who...
will forever
So I
be
guess
their-
this guy is saying that basically whether or not you're new to the whether or not you were new to the Monster Hunter series or a veteran, Monster Hunter World was a new experience for everyone. So everyone had to learn new stuff. Therefore, that's why Monster Hunter World was feeling hard, not because it actually is hard. Oh,
memory of Base World. We will definitely be revisiting this later, but maybe appealing to the idea that other people agree with your feeling to a certain degree is not really as strong of an argument in the face
others
of real
agree with me.
examples.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy, y'all.
But let's keep going.
And I'll soon explain why. But first, we're going to have...
Whoa, Rotted Tosker's video was 45 minutes. Damn, how are people making these 45 minutes? 4 hours and 33-minute videos on why they dislike Monster Hunter. Crazy. I can't talk about that, like, about anything. Can I? I don't know if I can yap that long about anything.
to deal with some platitudes. The topic of difficulty is often emotionally charged. Without fail, it seems to elicit the same series of replies in the comments. It's difficult for people to listen when they have these pre-packaged, ready-made replies, and having heard them so often, I'm going to try and preempt the situation and respond to the arguments I'm sure to hear now.
Okay.
Number 1. The games aren't getting easier, you're getting better. Or another similar phrase, the hardest Monster Hunter is the first one you play. What these phrases are trying to say is that having played a Monster Hunter game, you will have acquired some skills that transfer to playing another Monster Hunter game.
Yeah.
These skills include but are not limited to...
Yo, this guy's using Microsoft Edge. I just realized, look at the corners of this video. Can you see this? Like, you can
Understanding
look at the
another
corners of
Monster
this
Hunter
video.
These skills include but are not
Meatman is
limited
using
to
Microsoft Edge.
understanding how certain
Crazy.
weapons
This is
work,
Microsoft Edge.
understanding crafting, maybe understanding the general tempo of monster attacks. The point being made is that Monster Hunter has some transferable skills
Opinion
that will
disregarded.
make your excursions into other Monster Hunter games easier than they would have otherwise been. And they're right. The sentiment behind those phrases
Edge is
true,
fine. It's just
but
very
the phrases
odd.
themselves are not.
Unshatter's right.
You
Edge
are
is like
getting somewhat-
Edge is a very good browser now, but it's just wow. Okay, just a weird thing that I perceived.
Phrases is true, but the phrases themselves are not. You are getting somewhat better as you play more of these games, but the games are also getting easier. Both of those things can be true at once. Now, I might be wrong, but
So what he's saying here is correct. You can simultaneously be getting better at the specific genre of games. You know, like
The flex.
you play your first Monster Hunter World or Rise or whatever, Wilds. You don't even know what a Superman dive is. You don't know that you can continue to lay down for iframes. There are people that played through Monster Hunter that came from old gen.
It's still a monster.
They played Monster Hunter World. They didn't even know you could roll cancel healing.
Help! Help! I'm getting bullied! No way! I just got called out! Who would that be? I need some aloe for that bird! No! I just got called out! Oh no! Oh no! I can't believe he actually. Can you believe that some people didn't even know you could roll cancel a potion? What a fucking idiot!
Lay down for iframes. There are people that played through Monster Hunter that came from old gen. They played Monster Hunter World. They didn't even know you could roll cancel healing because the idea that you can already move while healing is already insane enough. Like that is insane. But to be able to roll cancel it, that's even crazy. Or to even roll cancel sharpening. It's like
I didn't know that either. I can't believe I'm getting bullied. Help!
yeah, there are a lot of things that you can pick up that are actually game changing.
Yeah,
by
yeah,
a large margin.
yeah.
But simultaneously, he's right. Games can get easier across the series. And he is right.
Wrong? Oh.
In that Wilds is a bit easier than World.
Oh,
in
shit.
different cases. We will go over the different areas where World may be easier or Wilds may be easier. Let's hear what Ratatoskr has to say a little more in
Okay,
depth,
so he does concede that it's not like
and
necessarily
we'll take care of it
one-to-one.
as we go.
I
Not
think
one-to-one.
The first time I heard the phrase, "the games aren't getting easier, you're getting better," was from a Gaijin Hunter video. And I believe he's done a lot to popularize that saying.
You
I
can
think it
also
says a
dash
lot
to
that in his
cancel- I
Monster
can't
Hunter
believe
Wilds
this.
video review, he said the following. Monster Hunter as a game is progressively easier the more experience you have in the series, but it's also true to say that Monster Hunter Wilds is probably the easiest entry in the series. End quote. In a later video, Gaijin Hunter does some testing that seems to confirm that fact.
Okay.
This is what he said.
Anyways, eating a Rathian Fireball, I just put on a basic high-rank leather set.
Alright, so busting out the numbers.
160 defense. So this is a little bit bigger damage numbers than you'll get with your more beefed-up high-rank set. But I
What's
wanted
good,
to make
Lover?
sure
How
that
are
I
you
could
doing?
see the difference. Looking at just the normal
Gaijin Hunter is the
5-star
wise
threat
sage of Monster
pretty
Hunter.
much
He
is
taught
where
me
the
everything.
template
I
starts
see.
at its 3-star rating. And it just goes up from there. So if you compare a normal 3-star rated one to a tempered 5-star, it's
Oh, wait. The monsters have stars? Oh. Is this for Wilds or, The monsters have stars? Is that like difficulty levels? I see.
125%.
This is Wilds,
more
okay.
damage. What you're seeing here is a breath attack, and those are the different damages that I took.
Notebook time.
For comparison, I did go back to Monster Hunter Rise, and I recreated the same set with the same elemental weaknesses and the defense of 160 or whatever it was, and I ate a high-rank Rathian Fireball to the face a few times. And it measured out to roughly about 67.5 damage, which would put it right in between about the 4 and 5 star for the normal Rathian, which is interesting. So definitely, when we think that the monsters aren't hitting as hard as they did in even something like Rise, I think there is some merit to that claim because that's what I'm seeing.
Now, the 3-star is the baseline for monsters.
So, real quick, right off the bat, one of the issues with this thought experiment.
It's just so right. What's gotten hard is the UI.
So foundationally, Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter Wilds are the only two where once you eat, you get your 50 HP from the beginning, from the jump.
Okay.
In World, for example, you don't get 50 HP from eating from the jump. You get 30 HP, but that's right before you hit Anjanath. And then you get 50 HP, and that's right after you beat Zora Magdaros and get into high rank. So already right off the bat, we get a kind of skewed viewpoint as far as
that's because Monster Hunter World's harder. Oh,
whenever people say the monsters hit harder in World, or even possibly Rise or whatever, a lot of times they're talking about low rank, and they're comparing 150 health to 110 health, 130 health. That's what they're comparing it to. This is fair, right? It definitely, from the start, you get hit a lot less harder because you have way more health. Well, actually, let's look at the last regular large monster hunt for Wilds and for World and low rank. We have the Wilds footage from Ratatosker, and we have the World footage from me. Let's see how much damage they do comparatively.
Okay.
Especially since I'm using a lower defense armor piece for the sake of health boost 1.
Alright, so this is Ratatosker's. Damn, the music. The fact that he pulled out the tapes from, like, not even his own testing, but the tapes from this guy's gameplay. Quick vibe check, wow. Quick vibe break indeed. Should we take this vibe break actually for us too? Let's take a 5-minute break. Are we actually gonna watch this whole video, y'all? It's been an hour and 20 minutes. There are 3 hours left in this video. Do we actually watch the whole thing? I think, did I get like did I get the idea? Or is there more that I need to, is there even more that I must perceive of this thing? Like, how can this guy talk for 3 more hours on this subject? Do I have enough soju for that? No, I'm gonna go sober for the rest of this. I'm gonna get me a Diet Coke, and we're gonna, we're gonna do it. Let's do it. All right, but I'll be back in 5 minutes. Everyone take a break. Everyone stretch and refresh and get hydrated. And everyone, if you are having a good AF time with us, don't forget to follow on Twitch. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube. We do play a lot of Monster Hunter here, and we do play action RPGs, and etc. and etc. Near Automata, eventually Dark Souls, right now Black with Wukong, and yeah, follow and subscribe, and I will see you in 5 minutes. Mwah. Hey yo, what's good, dweebs? How are we feeling? Everyone, welcome back. Hope you all had a good break. We are watching a 4.5 video about why we are all wrong about Wilds and World, and we are only an hour and 20 minutes in. We have 3 hours and 10 minutes to go, and we're gonna nail it. We're gonna actually go. So are we ready? There was a vibe check, and he was just doing a damage comparison between two enemies, and I cannot believe there's 3 more hours of this, but we're gonna see what else this man has to say. Let's effing go. Let's go.
It looks like Health Boost 1, which is easily accessible via the Bone Helmet.
Is
or the Rathian
Arkfeld
helmet in
and
low rank,
Diablos a
evens
fair
the
comparison,
odds.
though?
You get hit a lot less harder because you have way more health. However, this doesn't take into account high rank in the later game, or
Fair.
all of Rise. Because the thing is, in Rise, you have Spear Birds, which increase your HP. So you can eat for 150 HP, and eat for more HP on top of that, all the way up to like 50 to 100, like depending on whatever petal ace you're wearing. And you do get the better petal aces later, but if I'm not mistaken, the earlier ones you can have like 30 to 50 more HP. Could be wrong on there, don't quote me completely on that, but it's
We're
around
gonna
that
quote him.
ballpark. World has health boost, and health boost is accessible even as early as a low rank Bone Helmet, which gives you health boost 1. That's 15 extra HP. By the time you hit Anjanath, you can eat for 30 HP plus 15 HP on top.
Hey yo, Nineball, thank you so much. Nineball saying, would you consider a Monster Hunter 1 one-shot stream? I think it'd be a lot of fun even if you end up just suffering. Nineball. Oh wait, it did finally do the noise. It did finally do the noise. Thank you, Nineball. What a homie. Nineball is saying, though, Monster Hunter one-shot. Okay, what system is Monster Hunter 1 even on? Can everyone go like this immediately? By the way, if you're on YouTube, please like Nineball's super chat. It did the noise, but Nineball, thank you so much. I do not even know. It's on the PS2. Okay. Sure. Well, one-shot stream? Let's see. We'll make it a goal or something, but we will consider doing it. Let me actually make a note of that. Monster Hunter 1. To emulate, huh? Oh, is it legal for me to emulate stuff? Will Capcom get mad at me? Capcom, don't make it mad at me. It was Nineball who told me to play it. It's Nineball. Alright, I really don't understand why it didn't make the noise. But I'm going to continue. Let me turn on the other bot, just see which one. Not easily available. Yeah. So Nineball is saying playing it the legit way, or the traditional way, is not easily available, but we should be able to play it at some point. Okay. Yeah. Nineball, we will put that on the list, the ever-growing list, because this is obviously a Monster Hunter channel. So
you can have 45 HP, 145. But by the time you get past Anjanath and you start getting a little bit higher, you can hit health boost 3 rather easily. The Elder Melder from the jump, whenever you hit high rank, is able to meld Vitality Decos. This was the same way in base game, and you can easily make a Vitality Charm using Rathian parts.
okay, so basically he's saying health boost is very easy to come by.
Let's face it, high rank World, you were fighting things you had already fought through low rank, if you were even playing through a lot of different things in low rank. So you start off with Pookie Pookie,
Pookie,
and before you hit Pink Rathian, you get a moment of grinding where you have to get the tracks, figure out what monster it is, but during that moment, you'll be able to do investigations, you'll be able to do hunts, all the way up to the 2nd star rating for high rank. Rathian has the highest defense out of that pool before you hit Pink Rathian. You get 46 damage defense per armor piece, and you can get up to health boost 3 through the Rathian
should
armor.
be okay to emulate, and the Capcops won't get me. Okay.
200 HP compared
Right,
to
if Maximilian did it, then Capcom will come after me, right? Right.
Effective HP increase. So if you're taking 18 to 20 more damage per the same hit, that still does not even out. You would have to take 2 of the hits to really make that difference even come close. The defense is not 1-to-1. You can't compare
Blade is saying
200 HP
that
to 150 HP.
other people have emulated
Like,
it too. Okay, thank you, Blade.
150 HP to 150 HP whenever the game's standard and the balancing is set around 200 HP. Or in Ryze's case, 200 HP or even higher. So of course, from a game balancing perspective, if I have a easily accessible skill, if
How
I have
long
an
is Monster
easily
Hunter 1?
accessible pool of health, of course I'm going to make the monsters hit harder. And whenever it is that easy to slot it in and make it, naturally, you're going to balance the game a little bit around that.
So he's basically
It's
saying
not
because
just a
health is so
one-to-one
easily
thing.
accessible in
Wilds
world,
monsters
that's why
don't
monsters
just
hit harder.
lesser than world monsters and Ryze monsters. Wilds monsters are scaled and balanced around 150 HP. It's not just so simple as these monsters do more damage than these monsters. Because if you really take a look at it, if you really wonder what the damage looks like, here's Nergigante. While I'm wearing only 3 pieces of, I'm wearing 3 pieces of low rank Legiana gear and 2 pieces of high rank Legiana gear, none of them upgraded, but I have health boost 3 on. It takes out only like half my health. His
An Elder
dive bomb-
Dragon.
His dive bomb does that.
Where's
3
the?
pieces of
It's
low
the
rank
Elder
gear,
Dragon. Wait a second. I was so ready to take a shot.
non-upgraded.
It requires a lot of grinding. I see. All right,
I'm
yeah,
not
we
even
can try it
using
out.
the defense
As long as
talent.
we're emulating and not buying a $60
I'm only using
game.
defense charm.
Sure,
That
let's do it.
is the reality of this. I put on a full hiring set. Like an actual hiring set, unupgraded. No upgrades whatsoever. I'm not talking about Draken, I'm not talking about anything else. I'm talking about only pieces pre-title update 1. Non-upgraded. Tempered Nergigante can't one-shot me. Tempered Nergigante can't one-shot me. I've got -9 Thunderous. Tempered Kieran can't one-shot
It
me.
would be $200 in this dweeb economy.
Nor can it
Yeah, the
finish
dude
the
doesn't
job.
have that. In this dweeb economy.
The fact of the matter is,
Okay, so basically he's not getting one
defense
shot.
is not so simple. Oh, and by the way, here is high rank Arkfeld.
One shotting.
Now here is Tempered Gormagala. Just hitting, right? Let's keep going.
That's what I'm seeing.
Now, the 3-star is the baseline for monsters. It's the default, and it's what we have to fight in basically all of the low rank and high rank story. And that means that it's not at all a surprise that people are finding Monster Hunter Wilds to be significantly easier than previous titles.
Okay.
If Gaijin Hunter's numbers are to be believed, and I do believe them, then Arathian in Monster Hunter Rise, a Monster Hunter often criticized for being too easy,
By
does
you.
36% more damage than the normal Rathian in Monster Hunter Wilds. Which means that you are not just getting better, the games are in fact getting easier. Now, there's a related
36% damage sounds way bigger than it is.
Okay.
Because like I said, if 36% extra damage is only like 18 to 20 health points, well then what's 50 HP just for free? Or even 100 in Ryze's case. What is it?
I don't know, man. You tell me. I'm just here.
It's easy to just overblow different things while thinking about total game balance.
The dude
It's
doesn't know
easy.
how to do math.
And there are people that will sit and argue, well, I didn't use health boost on my world run. Well, that's fine. On my world run, even past Fatalis and Iceborne, I couldn't iframe anything. I never iframed a single attack or roar. I didn't know what a Superman dive was until after Iceborne dropped. I didn't even know about laydown iframes. I didn't know about any of this. And there were probably a lot of people that didn't know about it either. But that doesn't make the game harder. That just made me ignorant.
Oh shit.
that made the
The
game
self-call
harder
out.
because I was ignorant and bad. I was bad at the game. I didn't understand the game.
So
I
he's
didn't
claiming that
understand
like
what
he
I
was
could do.
both better at the game and the
You
games
not
just
running
did
health
not get
boost.
easier.
What if someone played
They were just
through
balanced
without eating?
differently.
There have been people that
So
try to
looking at
play
the
through
damage
Monster
numbers
Hunter,
is
they
not
don't
a
even
fair
understand that you
comparison.
have to eat to get HP.
What's good, Lack? How are you
Is the
doing?
game extremely hard just because they don't eat and they're getting hit harder because of it? No. It's harder for them because they're accidentally challenge running. It's harder for you if you're not running health boost because you're accidentally challenge
Okay, so the
running.
games are just balanced
There are
differently
things
is
that
his
you would
argument.
naturally just gravitate to. And you know what? To give a little bit of grace, in old gen, if you came from old gen, health up did exist as a skill. And it wasn't very good.
Thank you, Lack.
Strictly
What a homie.
because
I appreciate that.
It would basically
What a
just
real
give
one.
you the health you would have gained from eating a full meal anyways.
Lack is saying
And by
hope
full
we
meal, I
grow.
mean give
Hell
you 50
yeah.
HP. So it wasn't like health on top of health. But it's different in World. World's the only one where it gives you additive health. But here's the thing though. If you understand even a slight
Why did they trank bomb just
principle
then?
of defense or health in any games like this, or even you just like are like me who had never played a action RPG before, but you played things, well, I guess Skyrim counts, right? Maybe if you played like something like that, you know that pumping HP is
Oh, it's
just
attack
as
powder.
important as
That's
pumping
why.
defense. So whenever
I clearly
saw
don't know how to play this
health
game.
boost, it was kind of natural for me to be like, oh, an extra 15 HP, 30 HP. Yeah, that's good. I'll take that.
Right. Okay.
If that wasn't you, that's fair. That's fine. But on my first playthrough, I did run health boost. And I was there in 2018, whenever it wasn't really too advertised. But
Attack
the thing
powder.
Is, the game
Okay, that was a
shows it
trank
off
bomb,
as
right?
early as bone helmet and low rank. And you can't even eat for full meal anyways. You can't eat for full health anyways. So why not try it? Right?
So he's
Before you
basically
hit
just
the
calling us all stupid for not
high-rank
using health
wall,
boost
and I
earlier,
say this
hey?
with air quotes, Pink Rathian, the full Rathian gear gives health boost. The game has given you tools to play.
I mean, it's just like the tools are not as easy to
If you
find,
didn't
though, maybe.
experiment, if you don't know how to make builds, if you don't know how to do any of that, that's fair. I didn't know how to make builds either. Like I said, I ran against Nergigante in my other channel with 3-piece Legiana low rank and 2-piece high rank. I ran against a regular Nergigante like that on my first actual playthrough because the good luck bonuses. I was very aversive to grinding.
You don't know what you
thought
need,
that I was
right?
getting double dipping in good luck for low rank and good luck for high rank, and I thought that was gonna mitigate the grind. I didn't understand how the game worked. But I had health boost 3. I was running 3 low rank pieces. I didn't even know how to upgrade my defense, and I smoked Nergigante because he couldn't kill me.
Right?
Because I just had some of the fundamentals. There is so much about these games. It's not just so simple as more hit equals harder game by default. The games are balanced differently. That's the point. Let's
All
keep
right.
going.
Phrase, but it differs enough that I'm going to address it independently. And that phrase is, low rank has always been easy, or the games have always been easy until the title updates, or Monster Hunter World was also easy. And what I would say to that is that Monster Hunter World is not easy in the same way that Monster Hunter Wilds is easy.
Okay.
It's a matter of degrees.
I actually like that he said that it can be easy, but not in the same way, and that there are varying degrees. I will, you know what? Let's see his graph, and I'll show you some of my alterations.
If, for example, I would say Monster Hunter World was this difficult,
This
then
MS
Monster
Paint
Hunter
graph
Wilds
is
I would
incredible.
put down here. You can't just say Monster Hunter World was easy too as a catch-all term when we're not taking into account the degree. You may have had the subjective experience of finding Monster Hunter World easy, but if we look at the qualities of the two games objectively, we should expect most people will find World much, much harder.
So
Baby game for babies?
we'll
Wow.
get into his reasoning in a bit.
I'm still getting called out every single
I'm gonna
day.
go ahead and throw my altered graph of his up real quick. I hope you guys have fun with this one. He's talking about degrees, and he's talking about subjectivity versus objectivity. I think that he is tracking decently. I don't think that he's very good at actually researching. Or,
this man doesn't know how to read.
The entirety of like a feeling or actual mechanics or degrees. And it's not a surprise because Ratatosker isn't the most dedicated, well-rounded Monster Hunter player. He's just not.
I just like this is not a call out, but you are just like this is not a call out, but you're just like you're not him. You're not him. I just like I really like that. It's so like he's just not coded. He's just not that good.
He is someone who only really plays one weapon. He's not as invested into the series as you or me.
I'll play Monster Hunter Wilds again, probably. Just not anytime soon.
He's not as invested as you or me?
I'll probably play it when the expansion comes out in a few years. Okay, since Monster Hunter Wilds
is this
getting brought
Galaxy?
up in the chat, the thing is, it really
Galaxy is a banger of a game.
Like, the damage is done. You can't.
Oh, is this Galaxy?
What?
That game was so good.
Right now. It won't retroactively make my experience that I've already had better. And you know, I'm not the type that only cares about the end game, and like they could make the hardest bullshit ever, and it's too late. I don't care.
He is someone who has a very huge penchant for misremembering how world works, probably due to nostalgia and bias. He's not immune, like as well spoken as Ratatosker is, he's not immune to the same pitfalls that hit everybody. People just say shit, and they say it based off of feeling.
People say shit and they say it charismatically.
It's hard to remember. Ratatosker had a hard time remembering his encounter with Kushala in Base Rise. If you remember back from the intro,
an hour ago.
Sometimes Ratatosker doesn't tell the most reliable anecdotes. Sometimes he doesn't really remember things quite well. Sometimes his stories don't seem to line up and make too much sense.
I bet this guy was hearing Ratatosker's voice like in his dreams.
Incredibly difficult, despite being
after doing all this research and all this watching.
I'm not calling Ratatosker a disingenuous liar. Also, very likely that he quite literally forgot. But
I'm not calling him a liar, but I'm not calling him a truther either.
It doesn't matter what people say. What matters is what they can show. Right now, Ratatosker is presenting us with a graph that shows that World is way harder than Wilds. But in what ways? Is he only factoring in low rank?
That's a good point, actually. Like, if Ratatosker talked about how like they're different by degrees, but didn't actually describe those degrees, Sammy is right. Man literally just said that Ratatosker is too stupid to lie. It's not what's it called? It's not malice. It's just incompetence.
Is he factoring in high low rank? Because I would say the end of Wild's low rank, Guardian Arkveld and Zoshia and Jin Dahad are way more difficult than Rathalos and Diablos.
I guess that's true, yeah.
And
yeah, that was pretty rough.
Wise, they hit about the same. Well, Zoshia hits a little bit harder. So what are we taking into account? In high rank, World is actually easier if you take into account health boost. And yeah, you could argue HP values of monsters. People are talking about killing wild monsters.
So true about Jin for real, says Changmei.
They're mostly talking about with like actual good gear or high-end gear. But you know what? I'll go over that in a bit. What are we talking about here? He's mentioning degrees. I'm gonna let him continue.
Of the two games objectively, we should expect most people will find World much, much harder. And I can demonstrate that just by looking at the damage that the first few monsters do in both games. In World, the first 6 monsters you fight are Great Jagras, Kuluyaku, Puke Puke, Baroth, Juratotis, and Tobikadachi. And what's interesting is that World seems to want you to upgrade your armor. Because by the time you get to Dobikadachi, if you haven't upgraded your armor, many of his attacks will get close to one-shotting you.
Yeah,
And that's
Tomikadachi
because
did
Wilds is
numbers
set up to
on
be
me in
easy.
Rise for sure.
In World, you do not have easy access to your maximum health that you would get from eating. Because in order to get health from eating, the ingredient needs to be fresh. What ingredients are fresh is random, and you don't have access to all the ingredients to begin with. Those are earned through optional quests and the like. And you can only use 2 ingredients.
It's disrespect for
so
my
the
fire
maximum
chicken.
health upgrade you can get is 20. And that 20 is not guaranteed. It could be 10, it could be nothing. Which means that the Monster Hunter Wilds...
That's not true. We discussed health a little bit earlier, but for the sake of being a good sport, I think Ratatosker is actually wrong. I think the highest amount of health you can get at the beginning before you get extra ingredients through optionals or before you upgrade the canteen.
To be fair, he's just wrong.
It's actually just 10. I don't think it's 20. However, you are guaranteed to be able to eat that 10 every time. There's no...
To be fair, you were just completely
non-ability
incorrect.
To eat for 10 health. I don't know what he's talking about there.
Hunter will start off every quest at full health, giving him 30 to 50 health more than the World Hunter would have at similar early quests. And you can't easily raise your health through nutrients or a max potion, because before you kill Tobikadachi, you do not have access to your farm, meaning you would have to gather the ingredients for your nutrients manually.
You do have
And
it.
in fact, that's also another way in which Monster Hunter Wilds is easier. I always had mega potions in Wilds. I think they must have come from quests. They may have gotten there as quest rewards
That's
along with honey
fair too,
and
actually.
other
The
materials to
guild
make more
supplies you
mega
with so much
potions.
stuff.
There were celebration packs and things like that where you could get mega potions. I don't believe they were a quest reward. But yeah, there were... Wilds does shower you with like free potions. Every single hunt, you get like 4. And then if your hunt's taking a while, I think you get like 2 on top. So you get like regular potions too. But who cares about how many potions you get whenever restock exists, right?
Whatever the reason, I never had to gather for mega potions, I just seemed to have an unlimited supply. And here's another thing, while I was playing Wilds with the base armor set to see
Yeah, I
how
actually don't recall
high I
having
could
Mega
go
Potion
before I
scarcity
needed
in
to
World
change my
either,
armor.
now that I think about it.
I got to Uthduna, and Uthduna is not the equivalent of a Tobikadachi. It's the apex of the region, and is more the equivalent of something like Rathalos or Diablos.
So this is really weird because considering Uthduna's place, Uthduna is kind of like Wild's Anjanath equivalent.
As in, like, story-wise, it's the Apex Predator, but, like, in terms of the placement in the story, it's Anjanath. Okay, fair enough, because, like, the end of low rank is, like, Rathalos, Diablos, and World. End of low rank in Wilds is Jindahad, Zoshia, etc. Okay.
Uthduna is like the
I'm
first monster that
following.
can really start hurting you, even with the full health upgrade. In fact, Uthduna is the monster a lot of new Wilds players are finding themselves carding to, and even failing to.
No! You can do it,
Funny
champ!
enough. So you can't say that it was the same as like Rathalos or Diablos just because of lore. Lore does not give actual
You've carded
credence to the
someone's. I
mechanics of
see.
Monster Hunter. It never has.
Didn't cart me, though.
Why does a tempered
Why
does
is
a
he dropping this
tempered,
strength bomb?
Rathalos in base world hit as hard or harder than like Nergigante regular or Teostra regular? You know,
Thor
like, it
saying
doesn't- it
Uthduna was
doesn't
also
make
my
sense.
first triple cart. I see.
That's not how this works. So you can't equate a monster because it's at the apex of a map.
To be
You
fair,
can't
Rat's is a
equate
lore
that
guy first and foremost. That's an affinity
with
booster?
Rathalos
Oh.
or Diablos.
There are affinity boosters? Oh, there are.
Just
Yeah.
because they were called the apexes in the end of the low rank campaign. You can't equate that. You fight Rathalos and Diablos last. You fight Uthduna in the front half of the low rank campaign. It's not even close to being the same.
It really bothers me that he's not picking up
It's so
that
goofy.
drop there. Pick up the
I do wanna
drop!
Thank you though. With this self-report, even though you tried to dress it up in a really weird lore way, you have identified that Uthduna, the 7th monster in Wilds, is kind of like Anjanath, the 7th monster in World, where you felt the need to upgrade your gear.
And here's another thing. While I was playing Wilds with the base armor,
Told on
to see
himself,
how
I guess.
high I could go before I needed to change my armor. I got to Duna.
I get it, you were doing some fun little challenge thing as a test, but you told on yourself. You're trying to make it sound like, oh, this is more like Rathalos or Diablos, but no. Mechanically, balance-wise, chronologically, in the game, Duna plays the same role as Anjanath, and he appears to be trying to teach the same lessons. And you just admitted that he did teach the same lessons. Thank you.
Oh,
It's the apex of the region, and is more the equivalent of something like Rathalos or Diablos. And those monsters definitely would be killing me instantly. Duna doesn't, because of the health thing that I described already. But still, without armor upgrades, yeah, Duna was doing a lot of damage. What I found interesting, though, was that he couldn't really finish me off. I was taking damage and many of the attacks left me close to dying, but they never really killed me. It's much harder in Wilds to put me in a uncomfortable situation when I can just press the secret button and the secret will come get me. He got me. He got me, and he got me specifically because of the secret. It isn't even just that the secret can get you when you're knocked on the ground. You don't have to be on the ground. If you want to heal, you just run away from the monster, call the secret, and heal while you're going around in the circle.
This is very hard to do. Okay. So he's saying it's very hard to do what exactly? To not be able to heal? I don't know. I remember it not being the easiest to heal. Getting up and healing? I see. Is it Rhino music? It's never been easy to run around and heal, hey?
I know what he means. Sacred is very strong. I'm just having a little fun.
Just having fun, yeah.
But for real though, I don't know why we pretend like new gen hunters, even in Monster Hunter World, aren't superhuman. It's very easy to outmaneuver even the most mobile enemies like Furious Rajang and Iceborne. Just having a little fun. I'll let him continue.
Oh, having fun.
It's very hard for the monster to put you in an uncomfortable situation where you feel at risk of dying. And I didn't really appreciate how stark the difference was until I went back to World to get this footage. So just to conclude.
Yeah, Dookie, I also never used the Sacred to heal either.
Is who is playing like that, right? Like who's just getting instantly hit over and over again?
Some of us.
Actually, you know what? That sounds kind of skill issue on my part.
Yeah, it does.
Who is putting themselves in danger at low health without looking to get a heal window?
Right, who's this we?
Choosing to do all of the fundamental things in that situation where you're in danger. Grabbing distance, keeping your eye on the monster, potentially roll canceling out of heal if you need to. The thing is, these monsters, especially in low rank, are not looking to punish you that quickly. If you don't believe me, here are some examples. I've got Anjanath right here, who's struggling to hit me, let alone kill me. Got Diablos
what a fucking idiot.
Struggling to kill me.
I don't know. Diablos gave me a lot of trouble.
It's completely fine to sprint. It's completely fine on foot. And in fact,
see ya.
Sacred pickup is kind of goofy. Sure, using it to immediately grab distance is really strong. It's very, very good. It is one of the best tools in your
Diablos
arsenal.
is what made me learn Superman Dive too.
Properly. It's kind of hard to use it consistently because Sacred pickup is kind of inconsistent.
I agree with that.
I know that sounds redundant to say. You know, it's not easy to use consistently because it's inconsistent. What I mean by it's inconsistent is the distance between you and the Sacred can vary. The Sacred could be very far away, or it could be very close. Also, the angle that it picks you up is the angle that you have to either run with or you have to change directions potentially, causing a pivot
I agree.
animation,
That's why I
slowing
never
you
heal
down.
on the sacred. I just find it easier to
Here
control. It's
is
only when
a
I
longer
truly need like a
version
long time
of
to
Sacred picking me up after I
sharpen.
get a hit, and I have to pivot away from a wall only to get slapped by Gormagal in the back.
Because like when I
and
have to
die.
sharpen, usually I still have my health and it doesn't matter if I get hit as much. But yeah, I never heal while on the sacred.
And here's another one where I call the sacred as soon as I get hit, and as soon as it's right behind me and it picks me up and I instantly get hit. In fact, here is the same thing happening to Ratatosker.
Got him.
So the fact of the matter is the sacred pickup is not just a complete end-all be-all thing that's just an easy,
He's trying to get out of jail free
no
card.
matter what, get out of jail free card.
Oh man,
You
he
have to
said the
be careful
thing.
with it, just
Are we
like
the
you have to be
same
careful
person?
about Wirefall. But here's the thing. If you even remotely have a sense of self-preservation in these games, you're going to naturally want to grab distance yourself and heal. And the thing is,
I can't. Are we really gonna watch a full 4.5 hours of this?
Cause people to unreliably crush
No, we
on
are.
it.
We have to. We're committed. We're in it.
And that's not a good thing.
Oh, should I
You
order
can
bubble tea?
Easily get caught in the trap of trying to use the sacred pickup every single time to heal.
Maybe I
And
should
that's
order bubble
something
tea
that
to
will
reward
be
myself for
punished
this.
more and more as harder monsters come out in title updates and in the DLC.
Oh, that sounds so good.
We can already predict that that's going to happen. And so you could give World a good point in saying, well, World kind of gives you more reason to actually like quickly learn to use lateral movement to avoid enemy attacks, to create distance, and to use those healing window, like just drink your pots. And you need to also learn how to heal cancel. Some people don't, and they just kind of take multiple hits.
I can't believe
You can
he's
still-
brought up this heal cancel thing like 20 times at this. Okay, maybe like 5 times, and every single time I get so embarrassed. I'm like, every single time I'm just like, damn, bro, stab me in the heart again. It keeps on cutting deep. Just like, some people never heal cancel. What a fucking idiot.
Beat low rank World like that.
I can't catch any more strays. Help me.
In the world, because it's hard to just teach everything with just sheer mechanics, especially with a game as nuanced
Can you
as Monster
roll
Hunter.
cancel as well in Wilds?
But that's the reality of what we're looking
Or
at,
just
right?
World?
And in fact, like I said earlier about the drama of
You
getting
can?
back
I
up
can't believe
after
this.
getting hit.
Can't believe this shit.
Well, I once again want to direct you to the
And
Tempered
Rise,
Furious
dude. I
Rajang,
can't believe this.
where I'm using the Charge Blade.
All
I'm
new gen
getting hit
has
on
it?
purpose,
Oh my good lord. Oh my good
and
lord.
I am standing up, watching for any counterattacks or any extra attacks, so I can roll out of the way, and then I sheath, and then I run.
God, I can't believe this.
And all of that is sufficient and strong enough. And it actually is a bit faster and can be safer if you know what you're doing, or if you learn what you're doing. So let's continue. But the fact of the matter is, unless you crumble under pressure really easy, which is not a good thing in a Monster Hunter, by the way. The whole game is pressure at
Call
the
that
hardest
again.
levels. You really are not going to be dealing with things the way that Ratatosker here is dealing with. The scenario of Tobi Kadachi hitting you for that much damage is unrealistic, especially considering if you notice the health bar up there, he didn't eat. He either didn't eat or he's going off of he had already carded once, so he's low health. I don't think I didn't catch that, Ratatosker.
Yeah, you thought
You're not
we
slick.
didn't see that,
Let's see.
Ratatosker? You actually
Yeah.
thought for one
You
second
didn't eat, your health
that
bar
we
is too
didn't
low.
spot that?
But what do we have here?
Oh.
We have an Eden health bar.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not slick, man.
Yeah, you're not slick
You're
at
not.
all. Gas
Come
exposed
on,
in
dude.
4K.
And anyone with a good eye would catch that.
Yeah, including me. I
This
definitely
scenario is
got
already
that.
unrealistic. You're not proving anything with this.
Yeah, everyone noticed. Everyone here saw that. Pulled a fast
But
one on
you're
us? I don't
further
think so. I
poisoning
don't
it
think so.
By not even eating. Come
Not even
on, dude.
eating. He's not even eating.
Shit.
Oh.
Knocked on the ground. You don't have to be on the ground. If you want to heal, you just run away from the monster, call the sacred, and heal while you're going around in the circle. It's very hard for the monster to put you in an uncomfortable situation where you feel at risk of dying. And
We all caught that,
Yeah,
right,
it's hard
Joshua?
for the
All of
monster
us.
to
All of
put
us
you in
caught
an
that.
uncomfortable situation if you actually eat and you upgrade your defense.
Yeah, guy.
Damn, dude. I know that it sounds like I'm getting a little frustrated. Well, I am. 'Cause
Oh,
what is he fucking
getting
proving
mad.
here?
Getting
Not
mad. We're getting
proving
mad.
anything.
Appreciate how stark the difference was until I went back to World to get this footage. So just to conclude, in Monster Hunter Wilds, the hunter has more health, the monsters do less damage, you have easier access to stronger healing, and it's much easier to make use of that healing since you can use the secret to pick you up and carry you around.
Is
while
it
you heal
sacred or
sharpen
secret? It's
whatever.
actually driving me nuts that he keeps on saying secret.
So there's the false equivalency again. High rank Rathian versus high rank Rathian is what showcased the lesser health damage.
Sacred? Yeah, me too.
Now, from my point of view, Doshiguma
Secret,
just hit him
secret.
rather hard. However, it's kind of marred in the fact that he has 50 extra HP.
Jacer just calls it Uber.
I'm
I
not
call it
sure
my
where
horse.
the exact health bar begins. It's like somewhere
Sacred,
around
but
here.
sacred.
He would be like right here after getting hit by that.
True. Got him. Caught in
So,
4K.
like, he would be in danger if he didn't eat. You know, it's not. The thing is, like, it's still oversimplification, right?
It's still a chocobo.
Because once again, I direct
Malnourished
you to
chocobo.
low rank Diablos versus low rank Guardian Arkfeld. The damage is comparable. It's about the same as far as health bar goes. And the funny thing is, you have 20 more HP against Guardian Arkfeld.
Oh.
So not only is he's actually hitting harder in that scenario. Not that I'm saying the defense is exactly the same and everything's exactly the same.
It's a Bjorn.
The parameters are probably not the same, but it's a similar playthrough. In fact, Ratatoskr actually does fight multiple monsters multiple times in comparison to my single monster run every single time. I don't even do any optionals. So realistically, he was probably better geared than I was in that time. Continuing on.
The point being, Monster Hunter Wilds really is just unusually easy.
Oh.
Now that we've established that, let's talk about why that's a problem. When I first played World, what I noticed was that this game had a focus on several elements that made it stand out from other action games. First of all was commitment.
We'll come back to that. So while we're on the subject, since he changed the subject, while we were on the subject of like difficulty scaling
Commitment.
and everything,
That was great.
him-
Just like the
while we're-
immediate
while
like
we're
getting
on the
bodied in that
subject, since he
instant.
changed the subject, while we were
Sarge
on
calls
the
it
subject
chicken.
of, like,
The
difficulty
Bjorn
scaling
chicken.
and
Sacred
everything,
chicken.
him
Chocobo.
saying Wilds is unusually easy. So the fact of the matter is, Monster Hunter games can have different balancing structure across difficulty. It's not going to look the same for every Monster Hunter game. One game's low rank might be slightly harder at the beginning and then easier at the end. And same
I wonder
thing
what
with
the
high
devs
rank,
think
you know,
about
versus
these
another
kind of
Monster Hunter game.
arguments.
If we were to actually take like a sober-minded, realistic approach, I'm not saying these
Sober-minded, I
graphs
don't even know
are
what that is.
completely accurate. This was just me ballparking a little bit. This is like a more realistic portrayal of a bar graph like this. We would have different levels.
Gotcha. We are so learning.
Demonstrating like
Dweeb has actually learned a lot
tiers
today about how to play
of,
Monster
like,
Hunter.
Low
Did you know you
rank,
can roll
mid,
cancel
low
drinking
rank,
potions?
and low rank. Same thing with high rank. And then you have the in-game structure. In this case, it would be like tempered Elder Dragons versus tempered Arkfeld and Gore. And tempered Apexes as well. Things like that.
Chang Mei saying we're
Now,
putting
keep in mind,
Rada out
we
of
are
business. Damn,
comparing
bro.
base games.
Kind of
And This is
true.
another thing people get confused on. Because we're going base game versus base game. Here's the roster for base world. Here's the roster for base world with all the title update monsters crossed out. Now, under my
Everyone hydrate,
experience,
y'all.
playing base world from day one, base world did not get a monster that was very difficult in any sense until Lunastra dropped. And Lunastra didn't drop until title update 3.
Really? Okay.
Even Devil Joe, the one everyone was hyping up, had its own share of controversy. It came out a bit easier because people were already kitted up for end game. And so naturally, Devil Joe was easier because it didn't hit as hard and it was very easy to kill.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like this controversy of like, is the newest game easy? It's just over and over again.
Roster has
recurring discourse.
A lot of contenders for monsters with moves
full circle
that
for real,
hard but can be a little difficult to deal with for Arkveld or Gore.
I mean, what I'm hearing is that Monster Hunter is just an easy game.
Balhazak was a gimmick punching
Play a
bag.
real game like Shin Megami Tensei. Am I right?
Specifically, Tempered Kieran was considered like probably the hardest out of the whole crew. But as
history really does repeat itself.
All you needed was nullberries to counter him. He's not engineered to just instantly kill you. He's more so designed to either paralyze you or stun you, and then you die because you can't do anything about it. Realistically, not too difficult.
Everyone should be playing like Soul Hackers
The
too.
whole run of me, like I'm actually playing.
Play a real game like Stella Glow.
Once again, not using Iceborne moves, not using Clutch Claw, you know, not using any of that. I'm using pre-title update 1 armor. That is, it's really just not that difficult. You don't have to counter it with a build or anything like that. So the fact of the matter is, this
someone else who knows Stella Glow. Yo, Stella Glow is some banger music.
And how the actual game progression works. Remember, low rank end fights Diablos, Rathalos. Low rank in Wilds is Jin Dahad, Guardian Arkveld.
You should play the Disney Cafe game. Actually, true.
Put them harder mechanically. Even if you fight them with 20 more HP, they still hit hard enough to overcome that. I put them harder mechanically over Rathalos and Diablos.
Which I can agree with.
The end portion of low rank is definitely harder.
You play Minesweeper.
Anjanath, who has the one shot. It's not always a one shot if you actually upgrade your defense or just make a decent set of gear, possibly run health boost 1, not forgetting to eat, and not playing horrifically. And then you also have high rank. The high ranks beginnings of both games are very easy. One could make the argument that Wilds is actually harder because you start off with Kutku and you have to capture it. I had a buddy who didn't understand what capturing was in Wilds' first game. I had a buddy who didn't understand that you don't use the capture net.
What an idiot.
And I had to help him learn how to like trap and sleep bomb and stuff.
Sorry, okay, I just appreciate how you just sorry, I'm going insane. It's been 2 hours of this video, and the fact that he's just like my fucking idiot friend. Alright, he didn't say that, but everyone, I think we deserve bubble tea. What kind of bubble tea should the dweeb order? I was gonna show you the menu of where I'm gonna order, but that's probably gonna dox me like crazy. So what kind of bubble tea should we order? I think the dweeb deserves some bubble tea. Taro sounds good AF. Actually sounds good. Don't get me wrong, we're going to watch this whole thing, okay? Don't even get me wrong, and don't even get me twisted, okay? Do not even. But the dweeb deserves some bubble tea. Lychee with tapioca, that sounds good too. Green tea dragon fruit, says Isaac. Okay, we got options, y'all. Green tea dragon fruit. Oh, that sounds so good. Can you hear the dweeb typing? Alright, what do I want? Let's get some taro slush. All right, you know what? The dweeb, should the dweeb take a 5-minute break? No, we're just gonna do this. You are all just gonna sit and wait. You're all gonna sit and wait while I go order bubble tea. Y'all are just gonna wait, all right? Okay, where is the lychee jelly? What do you mean this place doesn't have lychee jelly? Hello? What do you mean there's no lychee jelly at this place? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. All right, well, we'll choose a different place then, because I need a place that has lychee jelly. This is our life now. Yeah, this is the dweeby orders. I would show you what I'm ordering, but I don't want to dox myself. Ah, this one is lychee jelly. Let's go. Let's effing go. Okay, taro slush with lychee jelly sounds good AF to me. Sounds good AF. I can dig that. Alright, what else do I want? Milk tea freeze? Ooh. That sounds good too. Ew, what does the dweeb want? Alright, I'm gonna get 2 drinks. I'm gonna get the cappuccino with coffee jelly and, oh my gosh, my voice is cracking, taro freeze. Sounds good to moi. Alright. Anything else I want? Ooh. Like I said, y'all are just gonna be here while this is happening, okay? Alright, I'm almost done, everybody. I'm almost done. I promise. I promise I'm almost done. Or was she almost done? Alright. There we go. Okay, hell yeah, let's effing go. I am gonna be feeling so good in hopefully soon. Hopefully they're not gonna take too long to get me my bubble tea. Alright, let's effing go. And then we have 2 hours and 33 minutes of this situation, and we are gonna do it. We have to do it at this point. We are locked in. Absolutely locked in. The hell? Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There we go. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready to get back in it?
So, you know, there's like a learning curve there. Why you could make the argument that that's harder, you know, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
But realistically, you know, what are you fighting in high rank world early? You know, you're fighting Cuckoo, you're not Cuckoo, you're fighting Pookie Pookie, Kuliyaku.
Pookie Pookie is,
you know, like,
a nickname for one of the mods, and I just find this great. I find it really excellent.
You're not fighting hard monsters at the beginning.
Yeah, you're not.
Same thing with wilds. In the mid-range area, you're starting to fight tempered monsters and everything. Whereas you really start unlocking the tempereds as you go past the story in high rank. You know, you have to do the double tempered basil and the tempered Kieran to unlock the different tiers of tempered monsters. So that's the post-story kind of deal. You kind of unlock the tempereds as you go across the high rank story in wilds. So like everything's a little weird, right? Like the differences.
That's the only conclusion. The differences are weird.
But this is a bit more realistic. I would easily say tempered Arkveld and tempered Gore are way harder. Maybe not way harder. Tempered Gore probably way harder. They're harder than tempered Nergigante, tempered Kieran, tempered Luna, not Luna.
I haven't fought tempered Gore yet, actually.
Kushala, tempered Valhazak.
Alright, tempered Arkveld's kind of easy though, so I don't know about that. Tempered Gore Magala, if it's the same difficulty as tempered Arkveld, then it's not even a problem for me. Not even.
They're harder than, easily say, tempered Arkveld and tempered Gore are way harder. Maybe not way harder.
Well, tempered Basilisk is not that hard either.
Way harder. They're harder.
Tempered Gore hits hard pre-title update. Oh boy.
Tempered Kieran, tempered Luna, not Luna. Tempered Teostra, tempered Kushala, tempered Valhazak, and even down to like people like to talk about the HP and how fast monsters die. They did the same thing in World. People are talking about monsters dying in 5 minutes. Here's me killing a Rathian in not even, like, I'm not even a speedrunner or anything. I'm not playing to be a speedrunner. Here's me killing a Rathian in like 2 minutes. Man, I wish they gave them more health so they wouldn't die in 2 minutes 34 seconds. Wow. So here's me killing an Odegarin in like 3 minutes.
How long did it take?
For the very mobile Odegaron, took me 3 minutes and 12 seconds. If only these monsters had more HP, they would be able to fight me longer, and maybe the fights would be harder.
Damn.
Maybe the fights would be actually harder if they had more HP. That would be
Can't believe there's an
crazy if they
affinity
actually
increasing
had
powder.
more
Crazy.
HP. That would be the fights would be much harder if they had more HP.
God, the sarcasm just dripping out of every word.
Those runs were with no Rocksteady Mantle or Clutch Claw, by the way. I know that
Show us the
in
footage.
Base World you wouldn't have had it, but
I maybe
where
don't.
the majority of the player base played World after Iceborne dropped, they would have it. So, and I was using nerfed skills that rely on it, so I guess, you know, it would have been fair if I used it maybe. I don't know. But still, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
With what
Really?
gear though, actually?
I went and fought Nergigante with this set. I killed him in like 6 minutes 55 seconds solo. And I wasn't even looking to play well. I was kind of messing around with him. And I even let him hit me, like, with some stuff. So, like, I'm not even trying.
Alright, he's
to
kind
do
of
stuff
glossing
like that.
over all of this entire section. Like, in the same way, like, something anecdotal. Alright, I don't know. Maybe he's kind of glossing over things a little bit here.
These games are... World was
Zayat
not
says
as-
he does have footage of everything he streamed. It's on his other channel. I see. Alright, fair enough. So as in, Zayat is saying if we wanted to check the footage, we could. Dweeby shouldn't even get mad for no reason. Fine. I guess so. But, yeah, I'm just finding it interesting that, like, he's rushing through this section. He's taking his sweet time with other sections, but he's rushing through this one. So, Honkai is saying hello. What's good?
This set. I killed him in like 6 minutes 55 seconds solo.
I'm drafting my hit piece. Yeah,
And
I
wasn't
too will make a
even
4
looking to
hour
play
and
well.
33
I was
minute
kinda
video.
messing around with him, and I even let him hit me, like, with some stuff. So, like, I'm not even trying to
Like
do
his whole
stuff
thing
like
about like I'm not even trying is the same thing that he was criticizing the other people for saying. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
These games are... World was not as crazy hard as you people like to think or say. It wasn't. And to wrap up difficulty in just one little subsection of the game, really?
Really? Hey, that guy is saying, what are we doing? That guy, what are we doing? We are watching a 4 hour and 33 minute hit piece breakdown, twit longer, of why World is easier than we remember, and the criticisms of Wild being too easy, Monster Hunter Wilds being too easy, are not legitimate. So really, I'll be real. I think I've absorbed like 10% of this video. I'm just enjoying the anger. I'm like feeding off of the energy. As Zayat is saying, the further this video goes, the more frustrated he gets. He's so disappointed in this brainwashed community. This video will fix the Monster Hunter community for sure this time. Actually, for sure. For real. I know it and you know it. Excellent.
And your testing was just wearing leather armor against different monsters and conveniently forgetting to eat against the world ones
Forgetting
sometimes?
to eat, idiot.
Really? That's your proof.
I mean, see, the thing is, he's just saying, like, that's your proof, but he also was just like, my proof is beating the guy faster. Okay, alright, okay. I see what you're doing here, Meat Man, as well.
There were a lot of people that came to my previous couple videos, and I make one
This is the hunt to end all hunts.
quoting SD Shepherd about how World Rise and Wilds were basically they might as well have been equally as easy as each other, because they're all easy.
Oh shit.
And
New gen is
especially
just
if you
easy,
know
period.
what you're doing in these games. Like, they might as well all be equally as easy. That's me adding that on, by the way, not ST Shepherd. And people that more than likely came from your video, Ratatosker, were in here spreading this bullshit.
Damn, these are, wow, a
As
lot of comments.
proof.
Holy shit. Holy shit! It's like a straight up essay. I say it's a straight up essay as we're watching a 4.5-hour video. I'm like, wow, look at this guy who wrote so much. And then I'm like, wait, we're literally in the middle of an actual like tirade. Well, I think that modern Souls like are easier than the older ones. We're gonna start with Dark Souls. We're gonna start with the classic, with the OG. So we'll find out. I mean, games are just too easy for me, period. So straight lies, straight up lies.
With
Hey, what's
this
good, Yoshino?
little
How are you
shoddy
doing?
test is that at the lowest possible defense, some of the monsters hit harder. And the funniest part about it is Duna is one monster ahead of Tobi Kadachi in like time order.
It is,
And
okay.
So that's why you
I forgot about that.
threw in that whole, oh, it would be more similar to Rathalos or Diablos thing because you knew how unsubstantial your argument would be.
God, the sarcasm.
And here's another thing. While I was playing Wilds with the base armor set to see how high I could go before I needed to change my armor, I got to Duna, and Duna is not the equivalent of a Tobi Kadachi. It's the apex of the region, and is more the equivalent of something like Rathalos or Diablos.
Yeah, you can just feel the frustration out of every
corny,
single
man.
moment.
You can do better than that. You can.
I told you all. I told you. This whole video is Meatman being like, you are better than this, Ratatosker. You are better than this. You are smarter than this, Ratatosker. You're better than you think you are. Hey, yo, check this out. Nineball is saying, IMO, Monster Hunter became easier because materials became more available and crafting costed less. Like in MH1, I needed 25 armor iron to upgrade my greatsword, and there weren't skills in Monster Hunter 1. I see. Everyone go like this right here, right now, emerge. Like it right here, right now, emerge. And everyone, Nineball is talking as a Monster Hunter OG. So people who have played Monster Hunter 1, what are your thoughts? I started with Worlds. I'm a new gen, fifth fleeter or whatever you call it. So, materials being harder to get is very much a legitimate thing. And I think I agree that like materials are very, very easy to get in Wilds. Like mechanically, maybe it's comparable as Meatman is claiming, but like getting materials is way easier in Wilds. So, MH1 was hard because of completely BS hitboxes. I see. All right. There were no skills on the PS2 in Freedom. There were skills, but they were definitely scarce. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, I mean, as Nineball is suggesting, let's spend one stream playing Monster Hunter 1 at some point in the future. I don't know when would be a good time, but we could definitely do that. So, but yeah, this whole video is Meatman saying to Ratatosker, you were better than you thought you were. You were good at World. Don't even lie. You were good at World. Don't even hate on yourself. You can't hate on yourself. Only I can hate on you, Ratatosker. And just believe you're better than this. You're better than this. You're better than this, Ratatosker.
I believe you can. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do this.
Now that we've established that, let's talk about why that's a problem. When I first played World, what I noticed was that this game had a focus on several elements that made it stand out from other action games. First of all was commitment. One of the reasons I fell in love with Monster Hunter's combat when I played it in Monster Hunter World is that the gameplay is slower and more commitment heavy than even other action games that are famous for it. Things like Dark Souls and Elden Ring are often praised for their slow, deliberate combat. They're praised for their heavy commitment to weapon attacks and the risk of getting hit that they entail.
Oh boy, I haven't played Dark Souls yet, but okay.
But to a much greater degree. There is more commitment, a greater emphasis on positioning and attack angles. Each weapon is also complex and has many more moves available to it, and with those additional moves comes more choices for you as the player to make.
Oh, okay.
opinion,
I saw a brief comment. I meant to respond to this. BR was saying, was it BR who was talking about how, what did I think of modern Souls-likes compared to older Souls-likes? I can't really speak on that because I haven't played OG Dark Souls, but First Berserker Kazan is brutal. Holy shit, that game is rough. I don't know who's played First Berserker Kazan. Has anyone played it? Does anyone know like the community consensus or whatever on the difficulty of that game? Because that game kicked my ass. As like I came from Black Myth Wukong, and I was like, okay, I can do this. I can maybe do this. And holy, I could not. I was trash at Kazan. I don't know. It's fun. Jacer is so right. Kazan is so much fun, but I got my ass beat. That game is rough. And I don't know if it was like rough for me only or if everyone considered it difficult, but I thought it was hard. I thought it was hard.
And that's where Monster Hunter shines. It's what sets it apart and above other games in its genre.
Above other games.
So I think the final portion is completely correct. The earlier portion though about commitment is kind of subjective, right? So
anecdotal, as you'd say.
Some weapons have way less commitment than others.
True.
I loved IG, Insect Glaive. I loved Insect Glaive in World and Rise because it needed very little commitment. It was hypermobile, very low on commitment.
As being since I played the beta, I would not compare it to Dark Souls at all. I see, okay.
Machine in the world.
Combat is longer and faster.
It wasn't the greatest DPS machine, but by God, it could throw a consistent DPS easily. And I loved that.
I liked Insect Glaive when I played it briefly
the
too.
Longsword, especially Base World Longsword that he played a lot, it was famous for not having to be as committed as other weapons.
Yeah, actually.
Foresight. Literally after any Y or B attack.
Isn't Greatsword like one of the most committal weapons?
And use Foresight with a huge generous window of iframes. I don't recall in Souls games
Berserker Souls
having a Foresight slash. And as far as commitment goes, I don't recall, unless you're running a one-handed straight sword.
Greatsword is the abomination.
I don't recall an ultra great sword having less commitment than the long sword.
True. So it depends on the weapon, and longsword is always gonna be low commitment. Fair enough. Yeah.
Like maybe switch axe.
Where's Lance? Lance feels pretty low commitment to me.
Like that. But not longsword, not Insect Glaive, not DBs. You know, here it goes again. Like commitment is very subjective in Monster Hunter, especially whenever you can.
Jason's so right. It's always my turn to attack when I'm wielding my lance,
just like you can in Souls games. Funny enough, I'm gonna let him finish.
And it is specifically commitment to attacks and the focus on positioning that Capcom decided to take behind the shed and shoot.
Okay, the focus on positioning. Monsters still have weak zones.
True.
You're still going to, if you want to do great damage, you're still going to need to point towards the weak zones, which ultimately do put you
we are
in
only
more
2 hours into the roast.
Like the head is almost always the best weak zone, which means you do need to be focused on your angling and positioning.
Okay, how do we feel about this one? Because bringing up positioning as a point is interesting to me. Because like I feel like he's right that positioning is still very important in Wilds. The focus strikes only do so much with the positioning. Like it indicates where you should position, but it doesn't necessarily make the positioning easier. You know what, actually though, the focus strikes kind of I don't know how I feel about this point. Because I think focus strikes genuinely, like, they don't make the positioning itself easier, but they tell you, what's the word? They help you with determining where to hit, obviously, right? Depends on the weapon a lot. All I know is that, like, my lance, I still struggle to hit weak points a lot whenever I want to. So, angling it is easier. We still have to be in the right position. You still have to aim, says Itza. Yeah.
Now, if you want to play unoptimized, sure, you don't have to focus on that. But it's the same thing in World, too. Multiple hunts that I've recently just posted, and even in the 2022 VOD, I'm just kind of wailing on the monsters. A, because they're easy, and I don't have to worry about anything. B, because, well, I just could. And I didn't want to, like, showcase try hard, like, fighting anyways. Wanted to show more of, like, a get the damage where you could kind of.
Greatsword is less committal than older games, too? I see.
You can do that in World, too. You don't have to worry about just positioning and angling all the time.
You just wail
This
on him?
mode
Yeah.
lets all weapons attack in any direction whenever they want. It's no longer important to plan out and line up your attacks. And this is very related to the commitment I was talking about because you no longer have to commit to a direction. Greatsword got the worst of it. It can aim in focus mode while charging up its attacks, and it can do that for every level of its charge.
Really?
The Greatsword was the poster boy for commitment. Its attacks were slow, it did big damage, but the angles in which it could attack were narrow. And now, not only can it attack in any direction, it can change the direction of its attack 180 degrees as it's attacking.
Wait, really?
You know, the fantasy of the biggest final hit that the Greatsword does is that the momentum is so strong that after the first hit, it carries you forward to the second.
Huh.
But that's no longer the case, because after the first hit, you can continue to angle the attack,
Greatsword
and even
users
force
love
yourself
the
to go in
change.
the opposite direction. And it's not just about positioning, commitment of all kinds has been reduced.
So the whole greatsword point and commitment due to focus mode. Focus mode does take away like that notion of angular commitment with different things. You can alter the direction of a lot of different things.
Okay.
For example, like spirit combo, you can completely like 360 and stuff now at the end. But you
So
can
angling
already
is
like
easier.
move a lot, even without focus mode, like in the previous games. Same thing with like Greatsword TCS, you still had some leeway angular wise. But here's the thing, right? People, and this goes to like subjectivity of weapons too. There are people from old gen that they say World was harder for them too than Wilds or Rise. And there are old gen players that legitimately thought World was difficult.
Hmm.
And no, it's not because they are forgetful.
I really want to play Monster
or
Hunter
just
right now, but I'm too busy
exceptionally
watching a
bad at the
4-hour
games.
and
Though that
30-minute
could also be
discourse video.
possible. It could also be something as similar as maybe the weapon that they one trick changed to be harder.
So he does concede that angling is easier, right? Like he's saying that you could still do it in previous games, but it's still easier, right? Like it was possible in previous games, but it's still easier.
So one example I can think of is World, Greatsword. A lot of weapons got easier to play. For example, Longsword.
Joshua is
Yeah,
saying,
easier to
imagine
play in
spending
base
3
world.
business days to charge and the monster
Because
just
of
flies
foresight.
away.
Everything else was relatively similar. You also got Helm Splitter as a way to do exceptionally large amounts of damage with your red gauge. Whereas it used to just be, oh, you just do extra damage, which it was balanced.
Wait, he's
around
comparing, sorry,
just-
I missed something. He's comparing
For
old gen to
example,
new gen?
A lot of weapons got easier to play. For example, Longsword got easier to play in base world.
Zayed,
Because of
right?
foresight.
Why is not...
Everything else was relatively
Let's say,
similar.
so Zayed, the reason why I'm watching this is because I was watching Kit. It's Kitsby, and she and Uno Hunter, who's also streaming right now, I think actually, she and Uno were discussing this video and talking about how like there's a whole tussle in the Monster Hunter community, and I was like, ooh, drama, I want to see. So that's why we're watching this video now. I'll be real though, Zayed, I don't know any of the players here. I live under a rock, so I'm like, oh, I'm so intrigued. I really want to know, and I want to drink tea, and I want to get mad too. So that's why we're watching this. I don't know why people aren't doing that, but we got to do it. We are 2 hours. We're actually at the halfway point. We're at the halfway point, and my bubble tea's coming soon. I'm thriving. I'm thriving over here.
Got easier to play in base world because of foresight. Everything else was relatively similar. You also got Helm Splitter as a way to do exceptionally.
This is me
large
learning the
amounts of
curriculum for
damage,
real.
with your red gauge. Whereas it used to just be, oh, you just do extra damage, which it was balanced around red gauge. So realistically, you were doing the damage you were supposed to be. Greatsword, a little different. Here we have Greatsword and Monster Hunter for you, where the
Graphics,
whole,
man.
like this is a great speed run, where this guy is just using draw charges.
That's it?
Looks way easier to play.
Monster Hunter has always been
Greatsword, where
easy.
you have 2 weaker charge slashes, and then you have your TCS, which
Gorgeous
is
game. Oh, I like it, but the
the
graphics
brunt
truly.
of your damage. World Greatsword is the hardest Greatsword in the series to play. If you come from old gen and you made Greatsword as the only weapon you play, I can see you struggling with World Greatsword a little bit. Even though you have tackle, it doesn't really matter, especially if you didn't know about the tackle.
This actually looks kind of fun. I kind of love that.
It can be harder. go into Wilds, Greatsword no doubt feels way easier. The first two charge slashes hit much harder than they used to. The TCS hits a little less hard, but that's because they wanted you to start hitting.
It's driving me crazy that he's talking about the Greatsword and playing Insect Glaive at the moment.
And you can rotate it. You can even rotate TCS in the middle of it. Yeah, it's way easier to play.
It's actually driving me insane.
If you come from World Greatsword and you go to Wilds Greatsword, yeah, no doubt it can be way easier to play. But that
Russell is right. You still need knowledge of monster moves and timing openings. True.
That is kind of.
This looks sick though. Not gonna lie.
Monster Hunter also starts to falter in difficulty, right? Is 4U an easier game than Monster Hunter World just because the playstyle for Greatsword is easier? No, it's not. I don't think anyone
Simpler
would say it would
versus
be.
easier, right?
But to say that Wilds is easier because a weapon is easier to play, that's a little different, right? Because all weapons are supposedly easier to play in Wilds. Because Wilds is a baby game made for babies. It's easy. And Chemistries can't kill you at 150 HP because you get to eat for full and he doesn't do enough damage.
Please, my bubble tea's here. Hold up. My bubble tea's here. Everyone, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break so I can pick up my bubble tea, everybody. And when we... oh, shit, it really is here. When we get back, everybody, we're going to continue watching. We have 2 hours to go in this, and we're going to do it. Everyone take a bubble tea break. If you're having a good AF time, don't forget to follow on Twitch. Don't forget to subscribe on YouTube. I'm having a great time. I'm having a good time. So, yeah, definitely follow and subscribe. I love meeting new people. And I will see you in 5 minutes, y'all. Mwah. you. We're back. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. We're back for real, for real. The break screen has been running for 10 to billion years. I'm sorry. I went down there, but the guy said he was there, but he actually wasn't there. So I was like, bruh, hold up. Let me check that I even locked my door. I was running back here. Hold up. All right, we're back for real, for real. Russell is calling me kind of cringe. I cannot even believe this. Russell is actually calling me out. Y'all, but I got the cappuccino freeze with coffee jelly, so I'm feeling fine. Even if Russell calls me cringe, and it's true, that's not the point. The point is we're back. Everyone, you called the good. Y'all, how are we feeling? Let's take a short, when I say take a break, I'm not talking about taking a break, a stream break, but I'm asking you, how are we all feeling? We have been watching this for 2.5 hours. I'm still feeling pretty good. We are definitely going to finish watching this whole thing. Don't even get me wrong. Don't even get me twisted. It's probably going to be at least another 3 hours of stream, hence why I got me my bubble tea. But how are we all holding up? Are we all still feeling so fine and feeling so invested in this? Because I cannot believe that we are only 2.5 hours into this and that he has not run out of things to say. He is kind of repeating himself at some points, but for the most part, he's busting out new topics, and I am so impressed. I don't think I wrote an essay in college that took this much effort, that I put this much effort in. Good background, hell yeah. Let's effing go. Everyone's been lurking and twerking, and incredible. I am shook. I really am. Some people run marathons. Some people, climb mountains. There's just made a 4-hour and 33-minute video dunking on someone else. Dunking on another person, which is crazy. Changmei says, don't worry, there's juiciness ahead. Okay, everyone. I'm gonna take a sip of my bubble tea. I almost said soju. Did anyone catch that? I almost said soju. Let's go. We're back in it.
Because Wilds is a baby game made for babies. It's easy. And Chemistries can't kill you at 150 HP because you get to eat for full and he doesn't do enough damage. And that's why Wilds is way easier. I know that I'm being a little snarky right now.
You're being very snarky, my guy.
It's a fun discussion. And people always try to oversimplify it.
I he's it's a fun discussion. He's it's a fun discussion as I literally call another guy a liar. This is all just lighthearted discussion, you absolute fucking idiot.
I know this video is going to be long because I'm not oversimplifying it. It's complex. And I'm not trying to put one game over the other. Clearly from the graph, you could see World was simultaneously easier than Wilds in some places and harder in some places, and vice versa. And if we made another little graph for Rise, it would be the same thing. Because unlike World, the extra HP you actually had to work for to get. And a lot of people just didn't want to do that. Because it wasn't as simple as just slotting in vitality decorations, or wearing an armor piece with it on it, or making a Rathian talisman with health boost on it. So if I go and I fight Mizutsune urgent quest, which is middle high rank, and I'm getting the absolute
I don't think I ever got to
even
high rank in
the
Rise,
highest possible defense possible, unupgraded, but full Barioth gear. He's hitting me harder than Nergigante was hitting me at the end of high rank. With 3 low rank pieces on, mind you. So is Rise a harder game because it's harder in one spot? No. It's not how difficulty works. It's not how these games work. Back to the weapon discussion.
It's not how video games work at all.
Weapon styles. Weapons change across the series. A weapon can get easier. A weapon can get harder. That doesn't say too much about the general difficulty beyond how difficult is it to play your weapon?
So basically, he's saying that
Because I
he
can tell
says he's
you
not
as
trying to
an insect glaive
oversimplify
guy,
things because it's just a complicated
I don't
topic,
think
period.
insect glaive is particularly too hard in Wilds, but it's definitely more
Difficulty
difficult
depends
to
on how
play
skilled you
than
are and how
the
prepared you
simplistic
are.
World or
That's
Rise
true
Edge.
to a certain level, yeah.
It's definitely more difficult to play. Gunlance in Wilds, easiest gunlance to play, period. It's so easy.
I have still not
Easiest-
played Gunlance
easiest
in Wilds,
gunlance in the
actually.
world. In fact, like I said, it's
Mechanic
the
Siege
noob
games,
weapon.
says Russell?
I like to call it the noob weapon because I put my noob friend on it.
Oh, got
I knew
him.
He'd have an easy time with it. He's the kind of guy that likes to.
Is Gunlance really the new weapon? I mean, Jacer is saying it had a glow up, but I didn't know it was considered just like unreal, just like yeet it to someone's hands and be like, YOLO, go get him. It's a new weapon. Actually, should we be playing the gun lance? I play the regular lance. I play the real lance. Okay, a lance for real cool people. Asbian says I still find it clunky. Okay, yeah, I mean I do want to try it at some point, but I just the wheel didn't spin, didn't land on the gun lance ever. So we are still lance mains.
Play these kinds of games casually, but he wants
Gun
to
lance
enjoy
used to
it,
be harder.
and
I
just
see.
Get beat down. So what did I do? I put him on gun lance. What would I put him on if I was getting him to play World? Probably dual blades. Low commitment. I would just say don't use demon dance. You'll be fine. Only on down, which is all you have to do, really, right?
You don't think
Just
of hit
demon dance
zones?
on down? So let's let Ratatosker continue.
Dual blades don't
The
have
deep
to
side.
commit to demon dance, they can dodge out of it. Longsword doesn't have to commit to Helmbreaker, it can stop in the middle of the air. And
So he's right about the demon dance. You don't have to commit to it. You can actually cancel it. But the thing is, demon dance classically was used on wide openings, right?
Ace is saying there's an evil dweeby tuna out there that just plays the gun lance. Wow. Actually wild. You know the experiments, or not the experiments, sorry, the jokes about like how you're there with your clone and you're like, shoot him, I'm the real whatever, right? If someone says, hey, I'm Dweeby and I love the gun lance, I would be like, shoot her, she's the false one. Or even worse, the heavy bowgun.
Demon dance was classically used in like downs or trap states. You weren't
New Demon
using
Dance
it
is
in
so
just
cool.
general
I believe
combat
it.
scenarios
I just haven't really played
anyways,
it.
unless like you were a speedrunner and you're possibly running earplugs or something. And
Evil
monster's
Dweeby
gonna
will tell
roll,
you to
like,
get your
twice
tequila and play
or
gun
something.
lance.
It's not like you're just whipping demon dance out
And
from
eat some
neutral.
mushrooms
You have
too.
to find a good opening. The dual blades demon dance maneuver is a little different because now you actually use it mid combat while you're in mid fight, like in neutral. Mechanics are different. The mechanics of the weapon, the function of the weapon has changed to be more generalized, to be useful in a different way. It's not so simple as they took away the commitment, therefore making the weapon easier to play. No. Now you have to juggle between either the archdemon or the demon mode attacks, and you can time it out based on how long you want to spend in there, or you can cancel out using it mid-fight in neutral.
And
It's
imagine
different.
canceling out of things.
But you like to oversimplify things a little bit, Ratatosker.
Yeah, Ratatosker.
Just like with the committing to the Helmbreaker. Helmbreaker, I take you back to my Anjanath noob longsword setup, where I missed like 20 Helmbreakers. It's still really easy to get back in red gauge. It's not like it's that punishing.
Go cancel
for
your
missing a
divorce. Yeah.
Helmbreaker.
It's just anything.
The fact that you can sheath it, sure, that's taking away from some of the punishment, but to say you don't commit and therefore, the punishment's gone. Well, here's a couple clips of you getting punished for using Helm Splitter at the wrong times.
if it
Oh,
does choose to do the Helmbreaker,
oh, he's about to
follow-ups-
literally bust up to take from me like, this is why you suck, by the way. I love this. I really do. Hold up 1 second. Swash's dog looks like she wants some water. Hold up. There's a dwepper. There is no dwepper. There's a swashupper. So my sister is swashbucklet, right? And I am right now dog sitting her dog. Dog sitting her dog. Her dog is so cute, and I am loving dog sitting the dog right now, and I am making sure the dog is hydrated. But not too hydrated, because otherwise the dog's going to need to go, and I don't want to go out and walk the dog at 10 p.m. my time. So I'm sorry, doggo. I'm sorry.
Spirit Release Slash gives you hyper armor and added defense for its duration. We wouldn't want you facing consequences for your big attacks, now would we?
Yeah, now would we?
Hyper armor on Spirit Release, that's a whole different thing, right? So hyper armor has been added on so many different things in this game. I think the most egregious one is the full release from Swax. In cases with things like that, I would say the full release is way more egregious than the helm splitter.
I don't know enough
release.
about these weapons
I don't really
to make any commentary.
Overkill, most definitely. But yeah, definitely the hyper armor. It's kind of just gratuitous. Like it's not.
I did in fact kidnap Swash's dog.
I get it. They might want like players to be able to have like their X Factor moments a little bit easier, because you want to have at least a little bit of strong fantasy in there, like I'm badass moments, and instead of like being able to just create them that's one thing WILDS is doing across the board.
WILDS makes you feel like you're
the
Batman.
wound system and focus strikes and things like the heavy hyper armor things on follow-up moves or just greatly strong moves.
I don't have a backyard.
They seem to want people to have highlight reel
I
moments.
wish. Jack is saying you can just have your dog roam around the backyard. No, I gotta actually walk the. I live in an apartment, so I have to actually go to the dog park.
Or short, or
I'm sorry,
you just see
girl.
one of those hype Monster Hunter moments on like TikTok or whatever other social media app you use, and you're just like, damn, I would love to be able to do something like that. Well, they're kind of giving almost everyone the ability to do stuff like that, and like kind of for free, and it kind of takes away from like the special capabilities. Like,
wow, he's literally saying that if everyone is special, no one is special. If everyone's getting big PP damage, then no one's getting big PP damage. Wow, can't even believe this. Did I misinterpret that? Like, he's like, if I'm not the only one creating these banger TikToks, then no TikTok is in fact banger.
Follow-up moves are just greatly strong moves. They seem to want people to have highlight reel moments.
What's wrong with the highlight reel?
One of the cool things about Monster
Hunter. But yeah, fair enough.
Watch
maybe
a Eris MH YouTube video.
This is why you should play every
see one of those
game with controller.
Monster Hunter moments on like TikTok or whatever other social media app.
Like, you can't like get the hype moment of what's the word? So I never play keyboard and mouse. I almost always play always play controller. And one reason I always play controller, like I play it because I played video games always with controller, so I'm just used to it. But another reason is that controllers have the vibration feature. And because of that, when you're in like this huge hype moment, feeling the vibration really adds like experience to it. Makes like what's the word? It makes attacks feel so much more impactful. You're like, oh, got a big PP damage right there. Makes attacks feel more impactful. You feel like the reverberations of your hits. If you get knocked back, you feel like the force of it. So I will agree. I mean, but it gives you a really excellent dopamine hit. So even if it's, like whatever, if it happens too many times, it gives you the dopamine hit every time. So
app you use, and you're just like, damn, I would love to be able to do something like that. Well, they're kind of giving almost everyone.
Oh, what this is reminding me of is oh shit. Oh, what's the name? Counter A Gaming. Counter A Gaming did a video about difficulty in video games. And about how, like, now in Street Fighter 5 or Street Fighter 6 or whatever, Street Fighter 5, I think, in Street Fighter 5, you can do the Daigo parry. So does everyone know what the Daigo parry is? The Daigo parry is Evo moment 37, I want to say. Basically, it's a moment in which Daigo, a Street Fighter player, did an incredible, the classic, right? The actual classic, playing Street Fighter 2, final match of a series against Justin Wong. He had 1 pixel of health left. If he got hit once, then he would have died. But because he did an unreal parry, which involved like 16 perfectly timed inputs, that parry meant that he did not lose that 1 pixel of health, was able to counter and clutch out the victory. So that is parries. Yes, thank you, Henpai. Parries all of Chun-Li's super in 1/3 of a second reaction time. Actually unreal. Like, that moment was so hype, specifically because Daigo, I mean, it's not just the fact that Daigo did it in a clutch moment and, like, you know, in a tournament setting, but also because it's just genuinely hard. It is unreal difficulty to be able to parry the entire super, especially under that tournament pressure. But in Street Fighter 5, or in subsequent Street Fighter games, I think that was Street Fighter 2 that the tournament was, in subsequent Street Fighter games, they just, in subsequent Street Fighter games, they made it easier. So you don't have to have perfectly timed inputs in order to pull off the same parry. So now if you pull off a Daigo parry, it's just not impressive because you just kind of mash buttons and you still pull off that parry. So that's like, yes, I can understand this concept of like, you know, what's the point if I do something super cool, but it was super easy to do that super cool thing. But I don't know. I don't think I got those moments necessarily in Lance. I still get my dopamine hits. I still get my hella dopamine hits. If Fatalis were to show up in this game and I beat it in like 5 carts, I think I would be sad. But I think I would be a little bit sad. But at the moment, I don't know. I'm really enjoying Wilds. I really like it. I like it a lot. And I don't think I've heard an argument yet that there's like an equivalent Daigo parry. Like, what is the Daigo parry of Monster Hunter Wilds? Actually, let's put it that way. Does Monster Hunter Wilds does Monster Hunter have a Daigo parry equivalent where a certain mechanic just got so easily to the point where it's not fun or not cool or not impressive? Does Monster Hunter Wilds have that Daigo parry? So, if it did, like perfect guards maybe, with like the Charge Blade, TCS counter predictions, is what Rallium. That's the Great Sword, right? True Charge. I don't even remember what it stands for. True Charge Slash. Counter predictions, where it's like it's no longer hype to actually get it. It's more of Ardian weapons being early. That one is not necessarily related to gameplay mechanics though, right? True Charge Slash. Thank you. True Charge Slash counter predictions are less hype because they're just easier to get. Other ones being less hype because they're just easier to get. I feel like Perfect Guards with the Charge Blade is one as well. Like, there's not as much dopamine hit because you don't need to guard point. And slash, like, guard pointing is nerfed, I think. Or, like, it's just not as effective as it could be with the Charge Blade. So, if this game doesn't have a Daigo parry issue, though, or, like, multiple of them, then it's hard to say that being easy ruined the game. Oh, actually, let me just link to the video. I'm gonna post it in the, just in the YouTube and Twitch chats. Maybe I'll post it in the Discord when I find it. Okay, the consequences of reducing the skill gap. Okay, I'm gonna post it in Twitch. And I'm gonna post it in YouTube. Alright, back to the we're 2 hours and 22 minutes in, and we're still feeling it. We're still feeling good. Let's go.
The ability to do stuff like that, and like kind of for free. And it kind of takes away from like the special capabilities, like, oh man, anyone could kind of do it to a certain degree, but at the same time, not really.
At one
everyone's
time,
going
yes.
to be
Same
able
time,
to
not
do
really.
The really, really cool things all the time. And especially if you get really good with it and you can do it consistently, you can really make use of it a lot better than like any noob could. But at the same time, the hyper armor, it's a little gratuitous. It's a little gratuitous, and I can agree with Ratatosker on that.
I don't even know what hyper armor
The shield
is.
weapons have access to a perfect guard that is very strong and has very generous timing.
The perfect guard is very strong, and it is very generous.
I agree.
The only one that's kind of iffy is sword and shields, and that's only against specific attacks. For example, Argvild's triple strike, where he kind of like diagonal slashes with his chains.
That being said, though, I always
If
use
you
guard
block
up.
the first one,
So
even if you perfect guard it, the second one is going to fly you back, and you're probably going to get hit by it if you don't have any guard on your SNS. Same thing with Gore. Gore can also blast you away, so you got to be careful.
okay,
You can't just
hyper
perfect guard
armor is
everything
not
if you're
taking
using SNS.
knockback from
very
attacks.
easy
Gotcha.
to perform. And it seems like every weapon has like a dozen of these little changes that remove their disadvantages. I'm not going to keep talking about this because I could make a 20-minute long video on just the longsword. In fact,
done.
I did do that. The point I'm making is that it's very disappointing whenever I see this element that I value so highly, this element of commitment and limitation, being de-emphasized or removed.
Once again, Jamie, pull up the clip of Ratatosker getting hit out of the air multiple times.
And then more challenging than the monsters in Monster Hunter Wilds, even though I just started playing one.
I'm back. Sorry.
It's
Pull out
sad
the
to come to the
footage.
realization that Capcom doesn't see this as an integral part of the monster.
I'm back. So, what do we think about giving Swash's dog more water? She really, really, really wants more water, but she drank a lot of water, and this means she's gonna wake me up at like 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to go for a walk. What do we think, y'all? Give the doggo water and just walk her at 7 a.m. anyways? What, okay, am I humane? Am I a real one? Am I not a cruel and unusual? She's like licking the water bowl. Like, she's desperately licking the water bowl, and she's staring at me like, hydrate me. Hydrate me. Alright, water me. Okay, fine. Midnight walkies. It's kind of scary in where I am. So, Dwee, you gotta. Alright, well, okay. If she wakes me up at like 2 in the morning, we're not walking her. But if she wakes me up at 6 in the morning, I will walk her. She's just looking at me so sadly. So sadly. All right, I'll let me give her more water. That's enough. I think this is too much at this point. If I give her any more than this, then she won't be fine. But I gave her a ton of water just now. So, all right, doggo. All right, I gave her a ton of water. I feel much better about not being abusive to my sister's dog.
Hunter series. Sad to come to
All
the
right, back
realization
to
that
fighting the real monsters. The dweeb's not a monster. We're fighting some real monsters.
Capcom doesn't see this as an integral part of the Monster Hunter series, and it's something that I thought was. In a similar vein are things like sharpening. In World, because you had no access to the sacred, you would have to find a time to sharpen. So you would either sharpen when the monster runs from you, or you would sharpen in the middle of combat.
Right, have you already
when
went
you find
over
an
this?
opening.
Or, once again, you can just run away from the monster and sharpen. That happens too. And in fact, even in like places like Ancient Forest, where there's a lot of like little bushes, you can even hide in the bushes. Sharpen in the bushes. Funny enough.
True, I forgot about that.
It's one of those preparation aspects that sells you on the fantasy that you're hunting a monster. With the sacred, you don't have to really do anything to sharpen. You just...
I don't really get the preparation aspect that sells you on being a hunter. I don't know of any like immersive scenario where you're fighting a ginormous monster, like a scary monster, and one of the things that you do is you completely focus on sharpening as slowly and gingerly as possible in front of it. I don't think that that really sells you on being a hunter. And this is something like a lot of weird like rhetoric of Monster Hunter. Like a lot of people make these kinds of arguments. It makes me feel like a hunter. Oh, it really sells you on being a hunter.
Really makes you feel like a hunter. All right, okay. All right.
What does gingerly sharpening a whetstone against your
sharpening my hunting horn makes you feel like a real hunter,
especially if it's a hammer or
right?
A hunting horn. What part of that, sharpening it and like disrespecting a monster so much that you would do it in front of them?
I mean, I don't particularly find it that. Okay, this is how I feel about all games in general, but like, just get me to the battles, y'all. I don't care about this immersive shit. Get me to the battles. This is why, like, okay, anyone who loved Metaphor Fantasio, I'm sorry in advance. I could not get into that game because the entire time I'm playing Metaphor Fantasio, don't get me wrong, and don't get me twisted. That game is so stylish and so cool. Metaphor Fantasio, like, the design is incredible, music is so good, but the thing is, with Metaphor Fantasio, I'm just like, just get me back into the dungeon. I just want the dungeon. I just want to fight all the time. Like, I just always want to be beating things up. I want to be dunking on things. I want to be, like, throwing hands. Like, that's all I want in a game. So, because of that, like, this whole thing about, like, calendar system and building social links, like, I don't care about that shit. I don't need friends. I just want to beat stuff up. So this is why, like, I loved Shin Megami Tensei, because it's it is all combat. It is all combat all the time. All combat and all preparation for combat. Obviously, there's story and that kind of thing, but the gameplay itself is not focused on that. It's focused completely on combat. So that's why Shin Megami Tensei is superior to Persona, and I know it and you know it. But that's why I appreciated, like, you know, I don't know, like Black Myth Wukong is just all combat all the time. You just go into it, and I appreciate that Black Myth Wukong, there's like no grinding. It's just all combat and exploration. So in any case, yeah, as Jace was saying, I just want the fighting. I just want to get in there and beat stuff up. I hope Dark Souls is like that. Dark Souls is like that, right? I really like First Berserker Kazan, that it was also like boss to boss to boss. You know, I like fighting small enemies is not bad, right? But I just appreciate fighting things all the time. All the time. Pretty much, Dark Souls is like that. Hell yeah. Oh, everyone, I want to do a poll eventually. I think we're gonna, you could literally go through all of Souls and not get a lick of story. Dark Souls is hands only. Let's effing go. Let's effing go. We are absolutely gonna play Dark Souls at some point. Dark Souls, all the FromSoft games, First Berserker Kazan, and I want to say that I think we're gonna finish Black Myth Wukong next week. Like next week, we're gonna finish the game. So after next week, after we finish Black Myth Wukong, I'm gonna do a poll asking what game we should play next. And the games that are gonna be up for contention are gonna be Dark Souls, Monster Hunter Rise, First Berserker, and I had another one. Hold up, let me look this up. Right, I have the games Dark Souls, First Berserker Kazan, Hollow Knight, and Monster Hunter Rise. And so I'll do a poll once we finish Black Myth Wukong, hopefully next week. But yeah, that game kind of rocked. Oberon is saying, I want to try Metaphor, and I don't know if I'm going to enjoy it or not. Other than that, have you played Persona? Oberon, if you've played Persona, then I think you would really love Metaphor Fantasio, because Metaphor Fantasio is stylish. It is really cool, and I wanted to love it. I really, really wanted to like it. I really, really, really wanted to like it. I swear, I wanted to like it so badly. But, you know, Oberon, if you like, you know, social links and that kind of thing, you like developing relationships with characters, you like to manage your schedule and be like, ooh, like a little bit of a life aspect of like, what do I feel like doing today? I feel like leveling this skill. I feel like leveling that skill. I feel like hanging out with this person and building my relationship with them. I feel like going to fight today. I feel like doing this quest. Then I think that, and if you've played Persona 1 through 5, then you might really like Metaphor y Fantasio. For me, though, I just want to fight things. I just want to fight all the time. All the time. Do we speedrun Metaphor? Maybe. I mean, I put in a solid 20 hours in the game. 20, 15 hours. I put in a good amount of time into Metaphor. I gave it an honest shot. But we'll see if I ever continue it. Maybe. As soon as I said I would stop playing, I had this urge to play it. So we'll see. Maybe someday. In the meantime, though, it's time to get back to this video.
In between the rhythmic and pattern like attacks.
Why did I even start talking about Metaphor?
Being a hunter.
Oh, I talked about Metaphor because I was talking about wanting to fight things all the time. So yeah, if I don't have to sharpen, I never would. I don't care about sharpening. It makes me feel like a real hunter. Okay, all right.
I tell you what would sell me a bit more immersion-wise. If you use the third option that you didn't bring up. Running away.
Oh.
Running away and finding the right spot to hide so that I can sharpen and then come back to kill them.
Bro's mad. Bro's mad.
What does that mean? It sells you on being a hunter, dude. Come on.
Just get on the sacred and you sharpen. In Wilds, it feels more like a vestigial organ, like something that's left behind. It doesn't serve a purpose anymore. To me, it feels like Capcom doesn't believe in sharpening. It doesn't feel like it's doing anything important, but it didn't have the balls to remove it in this game.
I think it's more so the convenience of being able to run after the monster on the sacred and sharpening it.
Something about this is really funny. Like, this video is like sharpening after staggering the monster is just aura farming. Actually true, Chaser. Actually so true. But real talk, though, I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't believe, like, it feels like an hour of this video is just talking about sharpening. Like, I have not heard the word sharpen this many times in my life. I've heard the word sharpen more in the last 3 hours than I have in my entire existence. Take a shot every time I hear the word sharpen because, wow, sharpening is really important, huh? Sharpening is really important to Monster Hunter fans, I guess.
Same time. I mean, sacred sharpening, palamute sharpening, extremely strong. You can just sharpen in front of the monster and save time.
Right, Tata, if your notes are going a little flat with the hunting horn.
Because
my immersion, no.
Is also, like, sharpness in general is part of the damage equation that's extremely important in Monster Hunter, right? Like, you want to have blue sharpness, you want to have white sharpness because of the multiplicative damage values. It's not so simple as, oh, you don't have to sharpen right in front of the monster, which, by the way, there are, like, different workarounds. There's fishing, where you can get wet fish. That was also in World. Wet fish fins increase your sharpening rate. Speed sharpening exists. Feline polisher, the food skill, exists if you're the type of person that likes to make your own mills and make your own loadouts in that category. Flash pods exist, and infinite restock exists for more flash pods. And you could infinitely flash monsters until Title Update 2, where they only changed it for tempered monsters, having a inability to just infinitely flash. So it's not like just the whetstone is strictly, you have to go 4 swipes, and you have to do it in front of the monster. And don't get me wrong, I'm not just sitting here defending sacred sharpening or palamute sharpening. They're excessively strong. Yes, but so is speed sharpen. So is infinite flash potting. So is rock steady mantle.
I mean, yes, he is right that, like, yeah, you don't have sacred sharpening in World, but, like, that being said, speed sharpening takes up a slot that another decoration would take up. So it is, like, sacred, you're going to have your sacred no matter what. You're going to have your palamute no matter what. You can't even box your sacred, can you? I don't think you can even, like, leave your sacred behind. Meaning that you'll always have access to the sharpening, whereas, like, with speed sharpening, you have to equip a decoration if you want to use it. If you want to use flash pods, you can run out of flash pods. If you want to, like, run away from a monster, it's still safer to go on the sacred than it is to run away from the monster, I think, personally. What was the third example he gave?
But so is speed sharpen. So is infinite flash potting. So is Rocksteady Mantle.
Rocksteady Mantle, yeah. You don't get Rocksteady Mantle for a long while in World, and also Rocksteady Mantle, you can still get hit. You can still take a lot of damage with Rocksteady Mantle, and it has a cooldown. So I don't know. These examples are not good examples, my guy. Am I malding too? Ooh, am I getting in on the drama? Okay.
Letting you just have a free sharpen with mitigated damage. There are plenty of workarounds. It's not
right.
Just...
There shouldn't need to be workarounds. Let me put it that way. Like, if you're saying, the game is equally, easy because one of them has workarounds, so therefore it ends up being as easy, then, yeah, Ace Aristocrat is saying you can always go back to restock. There's a lot of options to sharpen. That's true, but having one simple, really obvious way to sharpen, I would say, like, makes it more accessible, and something being more user-friendly or more obvious. How should I put it? If an option is more obvious to the player, then it does make the game, quote, a little easier. In terms of, like, if the game points you to say, like, hey, you can do this, by the way, you can do this, whereas in previous games, it wouldn't lead you directly to that, then the new game that leads you directly to, like, the correct answer, or, like, to an option, is kind of easier, or at least easier to begin with. What I'm trying to say, basically, is I don't think this is his strongest argument. As for as much time he's spending on the sharpening thing, I don't think this is his strongest argument. So, I don't know.
Sacred Sharpening is super OP compared to everything else available in the games. I get it. It's strong. There were already workarounds for it. If speed sharpening were so strong because it mitigates sharpness, it wouldn't be a level 1 skill in every game.
Yeah, I don't know.
It would be like a level 2 skill or something. Hell, in World, they had flinch free as a level 3.
Right? Sharpen this,
In
sharpen
Rise,
that, sharpen these
as a level
nuts.
2. And if I'm not mistaken, speed eating was a level 2 in Rise as well. Speed eating is level 1 in Wilds, and so is speed sharpening and anything else like that. I don't remember in World. I know speed sharpening is
I would have
level 1.
taken like 100 shots by now.
I don't remember what
for the
speed
whole,
eating
like, take a
was.
shot every time you hear the word sharpen.
That doesn't really matter.
I should have done a bingo card.
I'm not just dismissing you, Ratatosker, and anyone else who wants to make that point, but I am saying that unlike a lot of the other things you have been criticizing, there are a lot of workarounds for sharpening already.
Yeah, I disagree
It's
with
not
this
like
one.
sharpening
I
is
disagree with
that hard of a
Meatman on this
skill
one.
Whenever you have any of these workarounds, it's as simple as finding an opening that you would have healed or attacked anyways.
It sharpens in
keep heading
cycles
in this
now. I did
direction,
know
I
that,
suspect
actually.
in the
Ace Aristocrat, you're right. In terms of, like, you only need to, like, you can sharpen by only one level and then stop sharpening. Zayed is saying, I only sharpen when I agree, Zayed. I only sharpen when the monster is running away, so I don't sharpen in the middle of battles generally. And Asbian, right? It's crazy how long he's going on this sharpening point, and I disagree with it. So, because, like, yeah, there are workarounds, but that doesn't mean that it's equally, like, accessible. And like I said, speed sharpening takes up a slot. Flashbots, you can run out of them. Rocksteady Mantle, you still take damage. And you can also, like, you have to use up your Rocksteady Mantle at that moment instead of another time, right? Sharpening is a weird thing for people to get hung up on anyways, right?
Next game, it just won't exist. Because in a way, it kind of doesn't exist already. One of the things that sharpness does is that if your weapon goes too low, it'll start bouncing off of certain hard parts of the monster. In Monster Hunter World, you could bounce off of a monster as early as the second monster. Kuluyaku could dig up a rock, and if you hit the rock, you'd bounce off of him. It's a great introduction into just bouncing in general. In Monster...
I will agree, Kuliyaku was a good introduction into bouncing. I think that the way you use the rock is really funny.
Dead Dragon is saying Rata complained a lot about sharpening. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, so that's why, so Dead Dragon, are you saying that because Rata complains so much about sharpening, that's why Meatman is spending this much time on the sharpening discussion? A lot of time to spend on sharpening.
However, Kulu isn't the best example for this because his gimmick is bouncing. It doesn't matter what sharpness you're at. You could be at purple, you're still going to bounce. Here's a clip of that.
Don't hit the Yaku! Bird down!
It's really easy to get around his rock. All you have to do is flinch him. He drops it. But, I mean, the executive function of sharpness sure is so that you won't bounce. That's primarily if you're going into like red sharpness and shit like that. And there are a lot of like different monsters you can bounce on different parts, even with white sharpness, I'm pretty sure. So
yeah, I feel like I do a lot of bouncing in Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know about the sharpness question.
Across the series, but it is also part of that damage formula. The classic low raw white sharpness weapon versus, or low raw purple sharpness weapon versus higher raw white sharpness weapon, like stuff like that. Just part of weapon balancing as a whole. And the fact that he's leaving that out, I don't know if it's because he's ignorant to it, or
he has memory loss.
Maybe he doesn't see it as important because it's not part of the negative side.
Right, hunting
sure,
horn mains just are laughing,
you know, it is
at the rest of us bouncing.
Any potential assumptions or beliefs under him.
Monster Hunter Wilds, though, I didn't even know that there was weapon bouncing until deep down the line. For the first 6 hours or so, I was convinced that the mechanic was more or less removed. And the problem I have with this minimization is the same problem I had with the minimization of commitment. World led me to believe that this was an integral part of the series, the preparation aspect. The elements in the game that's trying to sell you on the hunting fantasy.
Okay.
Things that were inconvenient but were necessary to optimally hunt the monster. This includes monster tracking, weapon sharpening, hot and cold drinks, different monsters doing different kinds of status effects that require different kinds of solutions such as poison, sleep, blights, and the like. In Wilds, though, they were minimized or removed, so tracking's gone completely. Sharpening is less important because you don't bounce off of monsters very...
Okay, hold on. Tracking doesn't have anything to do with combat.
I don't know. Okay, we were talking about like the immersive experience of being a hunter. Apparently sharpening is an immersive experience. I don't know. For me, like, I don't care about sharpening. I wish like I didn't have to sharpen because it just seems like a mechanic I just don't care about. But for me, it feels like actually sharpening is, let me take that back. Sharpening is something that I like as a mechanic, but I wouldn't like miss it if it wasn't there, you know? But I think you can make sharpening akin to like stamina management. So sharpness management is like stamina management in that, like, yes, it does add a dimension of like how you need to manage your resources in a fight. But I will say that the tracking truly doesn't matter to me. I guess some people got really upset that in Monster Hunter Rise, you didn't need to track a monster, but like, do people really want that? Like, I don't know. Do people really want to have to hunt down? I guess this is Monster Hunter. This is Monster Hunter. It's not monster lead me directly to the monster. Fair enough. Tracking was only a world thing? Oh, okay, then yeah, especially in that case. You know, it's not Monster Hunter. It's Monster Hunter. It's not Monster Tracker, you see. So, Tracker was introducing... Oran is saying tracking was introduced in Gen 5. Okay.
Tracking...
Oh, has anyone played Genshin Impact? This is reminding me of how Genshin Impact, the weekly, bounties, I think? The weekly bounties in Genshin Impact, in Mondstadt, and in Leah. When you did them, each of the bounties, you had to do like a little mini game where you're like, you know, you have to find the traces of the monster. And then once you find 3 traces of the monster, then you hunt the monster. And it's just so stupid. Like, why just give me the monster? So, yeah, and so for subsequent regions in Genshin Impact, subsequent regions, they just lead you to the monster. But Mondstadt and Leah, you have to do the little mini game where you find the 3 traces and then you get to fight the monster. Tata, not for the renown. I don't play for reputation. You get reputation and money. It's one of those like weekly things you do. So yeah, for reputation, I think. So the bounties though, yeah, so it's just like who cares? Just fight the monster. Man, the dweeb is learning upon watching this that I just like fighting things. I'm learning from watching this video. I learned about roll canceling your healing potions. I learned about Nergigante's spikes, and I also learned that I like throwing hands. I like throwing hands.
Is filler content. Has nothing to do with the fight.
Yeah, tracking is not important.
The only time
the dweeb
it really
yearns for the battlefields.
You only had to track them once, and then they're on your map, and you can still just use your scout flies to guide them if they fly somewhere.
Winter is right. I'm itching for a fight.
It's really easy. In Old Gen, you had to paintball, and that was part of the combat. You know, you had to find a window to paintball, and you had to make sure you timed it up to where.
Right, I did hear that that's where
paintball's
paintballing came from.
You need to hit them with another one before they go. Maybe that is what you're talking about. I'm not sure. But you say tracking, and the only one that has tracking is World. So.
Oh, called out.
I don't know.
Called out as a fifth leader.
You threw that in there. Let's see. What was the other thing you said?
So
as a fake fan.
Completely. Sharpening is less important because you don't bounce off of monsters very often.
Sharpening is very important still because of damage reasons.
True. You'd know that, Rada, if you were a real fan.
We're talking about like 10 to 15 times, or 10 to 15% damage increases. It's very important. And also, you could beat different monsters in World 2 in like green sharpness and like high rank as well. And even if you like bounced on some of the monsters, you could just kind of go around it. You didn't have to hit them where you'd be bouncing. It's not like it was extremely dire. I think the only time in my Monster Hunter career where I legitimately hit like a bouncing wall, if you could even call it that, was actually low rank Nargacuga in Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. That's whenever I really understood the importance of complete sharpness. And that was because I was running Adept Greatsword. And I would hit him and I would bounce.
I do have Generations Ultimate, by the way, on the Switch. I bought it. So we're going to play Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate someday. Someday we'll play it.
After that happened like 4 or 5 times, I abandoned the quest and I was like, okay, I need to make a weapon with higher sharpness. Because this isn't cutting it. I didn't run into anything like that in World. And I played through the entirety of World with like just regular ore weapons. Things like that.
Would I like some multiplayer help on Generations Ultimate? We'll see. I'll probably do the same thing I do with Wilds, where I do it with members. But it can be fun for sure.
That's very overdramatic.
Might as well be, because you can just call your sacred to do it safely. In its current implementation, I think it just might as well be removed. I'd rather have nothing than this.
Oh shit.
That's very overdramatic.
Yeah, that is pretty dramatic, my guy.
Dramatic. And that's, like I said, it is part of the weapon balancing. It doesn't matter how you feel about it. It's part of the weapon balancing.
Yeah, so and regardless of bouncing off the monster, it's still part of the balancing.
It is part
Fair
of the
enough.
time consumption. If I have a white sharpness weapon and I get down to green sharpness, if I want to continue doing really good damage output, I need to get my weapon sharpened. If I hop on the sacred, it's going to take longer. In fact, funny enough, a lot of the setups in these games, people
Winter's saying, "Give me a date, and I'll be."
Sharpness, like sharpening setups.
We'll see. We'll see.
Master's Touch was everyone's baby.
Also, Raihan, in case anyone's just popping in, what are we up to right now? We are watching the 4.5-hour video released by MH Meatman a couple days ago, telling us why we are wrong. We are all wrong about Monster Hunter Wilds and Monster Hunter World. So basically discussing how the discourse around Monster Hunter Wilds difficulty versus Monster Hunter World's difficulty is what's the word? Is misplaced, I guess. So I am enjoying it a lot. It's like a hit piece and I really, really love it. So I don't know who I agree with necessarily, but I'm just like, I am just at like the wrestling ring and being like cheering for everybody, cheering for both sides and be like, oh, get her, get him, oh, get him, oh, suplex, I don't know. Yeah. Oh, by the way, no one should ever feel obligated to become a member on YouTube. No one should ever feel all the way to become a subscriber on Twitch. It does support me a lot, and I really appreciate it, but I hope nowhere I never feels pressure to do it. What I do like about Twitch is that they have some free emotes you can use, so definitely use those regardless. But yeah, I'm enjoying this a lot. I'm enjoying this way more than I should, honestly. And everyone, can you believe we have watched 2.5 hours of 4.5 hours? But it's been, so we've watched 2.5 hours, but we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. This means we have at least 3 hours to go. If not not 3 more hours, 4 more hours of stream. So if y'all gotta dip, then go to sleep. But if y'all gotta stay, then hell yeah. So 4 more hours, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Want to continue doing really good damage output, I need to get my weapon sharpened. If I hop on the sacred, it's going to take longer. In fact, funny enough, a lot of the setups in these games, people were using anti-sharpness, like sharpening setups. Master's Touch was everyone's baby in World because you would just hit crits and you wouldn't.
Oh yeah, there's protective polish, right? Polish in
People are running Razor Sharp 3 and Master's Touch in this game.
Right.
A lot of it's geared towards not even setting up for sharpness. And sure, I'm talking about like end game examples.
We're still talking about sharpness, y'all.
That just goes to show the things people are doing to manage their sharpness for the sake of damage. It is important. Something like a Great Wetfish Fin Plus or Speed Sharpen 3 at a proper timing will be infinitely faster than having to hop on your sacred and then sharpen a full cycle there. Infinitely faster. The diminishing returns of sacred sharpening is way too high because, like I said earlier, you can run away and sharpen pretty safely if you wanted to. It just takes more time. So what are we concerned about?
Okay.
Are we concerned about time? Are we concerned about ease? Speed Sharpening 3 is infinitely easier and faster. It requires less.
It requires a deco spot, so I don't know about that.
Status effects and different concoctions that will heal the different status effects. But now we just have a heal status effect menu option, so you can just bring all of the different status effect items, and you don't have to
Sacred
select
sharpening
them.
in
Your
this
hunter will
economy?
automatically choose the best one for the situation.
Yeah, that makes things a little easier, I guess, but what's the difference between that and just having things on your radio menu? It's not really too much of a difference besides like not memorizing like 2 or 3 different spots, I guess. I don't know. I get it. That's like, I'm not gonna say he's being extremely nitpicky. That could be like a straw that broke the camel's back for him. I don't know.
We're still talking about sharpness.
Come on. You know? Come on. To bolster Ratatosker's argument a little bit with an argument that's better than what he just presented, I would suppose, is the fact that the Palicos can also cure status effects.
Yeah, I
it's
agree.
not like infinite. If you get statused multiple times, you're not going to be just infinitely getting cured. But the fact that they can do that alongside the other tools that they have, yeah, that's pretty good. You could argue that mitigates the importance of bringing status items and dealing with status effects.
I will argue, actually, that the Palico is genuinely way too good in Wilds. I will agree with whoever. If Ratatosker is arguing about the Palico, then I will 100% agree with him on that, because the Palico just, like, makes things really easy. Not gonna lie. So as some of y'all may know, I did not cart at all in low rank. Not even once. And in high rank, I didn't really cart. I only carted because I was using a heavy bowgun. That doesn't count. My heavy bowgun doesn't count. My heavy bowgun escapades did not count. But the only times I really truly carted in all of Monster Hunter in all of Monster Hunter Wilds was Zoshia, like the high rank Zoshia. That's the only time I really carted, and I carted twice. Other than that, I didn't really cart at all in Monster Hunter Wilds, and I can attribute a huge portion of that, like, Oren, I didn't cart in high rank either. I didn't cart at all. Like, I didn't cart in low rank, I didn't cart in high rank, except for the very last boss, which is high rank Zoshia. I haven't carted against Tempered Arkfeld. You know, Oren, my point is, I'm not trying to say I'm goated. All right? I am. But I'm not trying to say I'm goated. What I'm trying to say is that my Palico played a huge role in me not carting. I think the Palico is too good. And I think that the Palico means like it trivializes the point of like needing to bring in status ailment items. It trivializes the point of bringing healing items. It does so much damage for you. And you know, it doesn't do tons of damage for you, but the fact that it just heals you so consistently, you don't have to waste time healing yourself, makes a huge difference. And I don't know, I just feel like it's too good. Grumble, grumble. Kids these days with their Palicos who do everything.
However, I don't remember status effects being that big of a problem in World either, base game, other than like Valhazak's miasma problem that you had to eat nullberries for, as well as Kieran if you don't have
But wait, my
terror
Palico? Oh
resistance
boy,
or stun resistance.
Or I'm just saying the
or
Palico's
20
busted,
Thunder
yeah.
Rays. You could just eat nullberries for that too, though. So it's not really that big of a deal. Poison's not super strong in World. Sleep wouldn't be a really big problem unless you fight Sleep Palumu and Iceborne. I mean Blast, but that was Raging Brachydios was the biggest perpetrator for that, another Iceborne monster.
Any meal will give you your full health buff, and it will last anywhere from 30 to 50 minutes. You don't have to slowly build up the effectiveness of your canteen over the course of the game. The full health benefit is just given to you right away.
Doesn't make you feel like a real hunter.
True. Now, I will say, I do think that the games would benefit more with that gradual increase in health. I think it kind of makes it feel a little better as you get into high rank.
Fair enough,
getting
yeah.
hit harder. That HP increase.
As opposed to being hit hard.
It naturally teaches you that higher
right out the
HP
gate.
is important, which should have coaxed more people into health boost as well in World, but that's a different story. But like I said earlier, the way that they balanced it out in Wilds is a little different. You know, like I said, even with 20 extra HP, the damage was very similar for the ending of low rank for both games. Things like that. A little bit higher even on the end of Monster Hunter Wilds. So it's just a matter of taste, I guess. Naturally,
like the health distribution, I guess?
He loves World, certified World Glazer. He's going to want things to be more like World. I don't.
I mean, it's Tatsuklavi saying a lot of people started with World, so
the same things. It's just the fact that it did it this way in a World, which he made apparent in the beginning. You know, where he's like, it's not an old gen thing, it's a new gen, new hunter versus new hunter thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I would say it's just a matter of difference in balancing. Wilds has more of a steady difficulty curve, whereas World does like some weird bullshit where it makes things a little bit weirder. As far as like increasing the difficulty, like Anjanath having a random like heavier attack than anything else at the time, and funny enough,
which is why it's a wall, I guess,
that to be a really weird game design too, because if I beat Anjanath and I found him more difficult, but then I'm not finding any of the 5 or 6 monsters after him by any means challenging in the same way. What is going on with this game? Why is
so
it
now he's saying Wilds has better
really
game
weird?
design than World generally in terms of
There's
like
not
progression
a
of
steady
monsters,
increase in
huh?
difficulty that makes it just feel you're improving as you go without even realizing it, which is a really cool kind of way to increase difficulty. Whereas the other way is like, oh, I hit this weird wall. If you even get walled, what even constitutes a wall? You know, people call them walls. Did you triple cart once? Or you triple
Diablos
carting,
is a wall.
10 times before you realize, hey, maybe I need to upgrade my defense. You know, what even is a wall? And isn't that also based on anecdotal experience? Monster Hunter World had way more new fans that entered the arena of Monster Hunter than any of the games prior and any of the games after. And with a lot of people that at the time probably never experienced action RPGs.
Yeah, Tata, I think he's kind of rambling at this point. That being said, though, I think he started rambling like at 1 hour 30, honestly. 1 hour 30 is when he kind of started going off the rails in terms of like having more pauses in between his thoughts. And, but that being said, I don't think he's like speaking illegitimately, but, here we go. There's a lot.
After. And with a lot of people that at the time probably never experienced action RPGs, you know, considering Monster Hunter World and like Elden Ring were a lot of people's first real tastes of action RPGs. Like
I want to play Elden Ring too. Someday.
there were probably a lot of people that just didn't get how these games worked. So naturally, more people that struggled. And it's the same thing with Pink Rathian, right? Pink Rathian was the kind of monster that hit pretty much as hard as like Nergigante, funny enough. Also, funny enough, Asmongold beat both of them with first try with low rank gear pieces. So
Good for him.
It's kind of funny, you know, everyone talking about how the game is so hard.
Is Asmongold supposed to be like bad at games? Like, is that why is he mentioning Asmongold? I'm asking because, like, is Asmongold supposed to be really good at games, really bad? I don't know anything about anything. I live under a rock, as I said. I know nothing, but like him saying like even Asmongold beat it without carding. Like he never bothered learning the mechanics as Jacer. Okay, all right. Worlds was his first Monster Hunter. Okay, but got to ending. He doesn't believe in. I asked because to be like, wow, even Asmongold beat it on his first try without carding. I'm like, is that good? Is that bad? Is that what is like the relative position of Asmongold's skill here? All right, good for him.
Great sword, by the way. Hardest weapon in the game, probably. We'll come back to Asmon later, because I'm actually going to talk about him and multiple other YouTubers.
Uno is saying Asmongold kind of just does whatever and is pretty stubborn. Usually I see. All right, what's good, Uno? Uno, how was your stream? Uno, I am enjoying myself a lot. We are drinking bubble tea and we are feeling so fine. We're feeling so good.
Again, you can just call this sacred.
Nani?
Back to, you know, the whole
I
inconsistency
thought my
of the
thing
sacred
froze for a second. Okay.
and the danger that the sacred can have, and to the consistency and easiness of just getting up after getting hit. It's not really that hard. I've literally shown that all throughout this video, so I'm not going to continue.
Will easily take you to safety, and you'll be mounted while you heal. In a way, it's even worse than the wirefall in Monster Hunter Rise, because it's an infinite wirefall that also puts you immediately on your mount, making it very difficult for monsters to put you in uncomfortable situations.
Vegan says I will be there for the Elden Ring streams. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Been removed from the game, since throughout my 65 or so hour playthrough, I may have gotten stunned less than, 10 times.
So funny enough about his stun point, it just kind of goes to show his nostalgia.
Yeah, I actually didn't get stunned much in Wilds either.
If you go and watch any of these clips that I'm showing you, even the Tempered Kieran one or the Tempered Furious Rajang, or well, I'm not going to say the Fatalis one because I have stun resistance on that one.
These thumbnails are great.
Any of the other ones, I think I only.
Uno's a great sword main now. Hell yeah, let's effing go.
Videos. I can't even remember which one, but I only get it's the Pink Rathian. I get stunned against Pink Rathian.
Okay.
All of the other ones, I don't get stunned a single time, even though I'm taking a lot of hits. And Wilds didn't get stunned much either. I
mean, I feel like I get stunned a lot more in World than in Wilds, but maybe that is the whole. I'm just good at the game now. I'm just goated.
Besides the Fatalis one, and you can see how hard it is for me to get stunned in these games. I'm not running stun res. Here we go though.
I don't think I noticed anything like tremors either, or wind resistance. It's like all these things that people said were tedious and annoying have been removed.
Yeah, how dare they?
Tremors, there aren't really too many tremors in Wilds that I'm aware of. There is like some, like, I guess tremor type effects, like a monster will hit near you and it kind of knocks you.
I just find it interesting that he's like, all the annoying stuff has been removed, as though that's like a great con. Which, like, I don't know if tremor resistance or what I would consider like an annoying, tedious thing per se, but I just like, it's like they took all the tedious stuff and got rid of it, as though like, yeah, that sucks.
Or maybe that's wind pressure. I'm not sure. But it does seem like there is a little less appearance of those kinds of things in Wilds. So that is an interesting point. Though I think it's also not really too important, because in World, the only time windproof was really needed was during Lunostra's Nova.
The only defense for wind and tremor resist is that it's part of Monster Hunter's identity. Yeah, I mean, fair enough, but it's one of those things where it's like, damn, bro, like, this is kind of bullshit. So, okay, Brand is saying, I think it's more like the monsters had tools that are slowly being taken away versus hunters getting more. Brand, that's a really interesting point, actually. The idea, Brand, being that maybe like it takes away from some of the monsters' uniqueness if they have some of their what's the word? Some of the things that made them unique taken away from them, right? So, Brand, I guess that makes sense in terms of like if a Diablo shows up and there's no tremor resistance, then like what is even going on? That doesn't even make sense. It's part of Diablos' identity to have this tremor resistance stuff. So, fair enough. Fair enough. I can see that. Like, if Kushala Daora shows up in Wilds and there's no wind pressure, then that would be weird. That'd be weird AF. Zayed is saying, it's an Elder Dragon! It's an Elder Dragon!
Everything else, like, if you got wind pressured, you weren't really taking a follow-up strike. It's not like Old World, where you had, like, roar stun setups where they'd hit you and after, like, while you're roar stunned. Or even, like, wind stunned setups where they would wind you and then you'd get hit immediately. It's not like that in base world. So I don't know.
The roar stuns, right? God.
This point is kind of...
That's why I use Lance and I never get roar stunned.
Just been like, yeah, I mean, if we're not going to do anything with it anyways, I might as well not throw as many in there. I guess this one's a matter of taste. I don't know. Ratatosker seems to be bothered by it. I don't really see...
I can see where Brand's coming from there.
They're actually going to use it in a dangerous scenario.
Yeah, I'm going to roar stun all of you.
As of right now, they really don't.
Roar!
Or they haven't in New Gen.
So that you can get back to fighting the monster as quickly as possible. Even getting knocked down is uncomfortable. It's tedious and annoying. The secret will get you up and get you back into the fight.
Yeah, if
Sacred,
you potentially want to risk an inconsistent move directly into a strike. Yeah.
This guy's voice is cracking a lot, and I feel that. Mood for real.
It's hard to lay down and just watch and see if there's a follow-up strike. It's really not that hard. It is not difficult. I'm tired. I'm tired of World fans pretending like it's difficult. I'm tired of it. It's not. It's not hard.
Okay, so bro is just literally saying get good. It's all skill issue. All skill issue. Fernando's saying this part of the video gets a little repetitive, but I can understand Fernando. There has been 10 like billion years of discussion on the sharpening. I'm not like mad at it, but it's a lot of talk about sharpening, so.
It's not hard. Do you have eyes?
Oh, do you have eyes, idiots?
Can you see? There are people that struggle with seeing in these games that play them.
What is this commentary? Right, as we were talking about, Tata Klavi was mentioning, at this point he's just kind of spitballing. We're just like, oh, you suck so hard that you can't even see
that's
with your own eyeballs.
Something that they're gonna have to deal with. And maybe Sacred Pickup, I guess, is a pseudo accessibility option for them. I don't know. But even then, it's still not safe. I don't know. It's not that hard.
You should just be like me and never sharpen, because you forget.
Not being able to control your hunter is annoying. Let's minimize its effects.
Now, here's the funny thing. Ratatosker...
Did the Rathalos just... Whoa. That's my first time seeing the enemy. Look at the background. Look at the background of the Rathalos and the Edgeneth having a turf war.
Here's the funny thing.
He just literally picks him up.
Ratatosker just talks about how he didn't get stunned much in Wilds, and I went ahead and like talked about that and showcased some
Monster Hunter World is easy peasy.
World as well.
I said it. Yeah, I said it.
Bring up
267 carts. It wasn't 268 carts though.
Stun is easy to overcome in Wilds. In old gen, specifically like GU, I think GU might be the fastest. It could be the same across the board. Stun is relatively easy to shake off. You can just...
I really want to play GU.
You're rotating your stick and pressing the buttons, and it wears off rather quick. It's just like Wilds.
Monster Hunter Wilds?
Horizon World, it's different. It's not as easy to overcome.
GU is goated? Hell yeah. I have it on Switch.
Sunres 3 is a really fucking good skill. Just really good. It's even innate on Fatalis armor, funny enough, in Iceborne. Stunres is just really good.
It's hard as balls. Sounds like it's going to be easy for me then.
I made note of that, even in base world.
I like difficult games, even if I get my ass kicked. It feels good to just beat him in the end. So, I don't know. I mean, but I like Wilds a lot too. So, I don't know. I will look forward to the Fatalis equivalent when it comes out in Wilds. I will absolutely look forward to it.
Because and I made note of that even in base world, because I realized that the only time I would ever
Old gen monsters are less forgiving. Okay.
Was if I got stunned. That was the only time. The monsters couldn't kill me unless I got stunned, because I would just be sitting there waiting to get hit instead of being able to roll or roll cancel out of a heal.
True. Okay.
Instead of any of that, I would just be a sitting duck. And so I find it funny that he doesn't bring up that it's easier to mitigate. I would imagine stun was so strong in World and Rise because you could easily slot in stun res. Whereas in old gen skills, when the skill economy was a lot lower, you couldn't just have every skill
so
in
the builds
game
were, it's harder to
easily
just get the
slotted
good
in.
builds in older gens,
You
hey?
had to actually choose very wisely and be really, really wily with your armor piece choices in order to have multiple skills activated. And especially
You can
skills
roll
that you
cancel,
want.
right? Okay, real talk though. We have 2 hours left of this, an hour and a half. I need my drink again. I need my soju again. I'll be right back. We're bringing back the yogurt soju. And we need to come up with a drinking game because I need to be drunk for the last hour and a half of this. All right, everybody. Everybody, cheers. Cheers. Can I please get an Ayo in the house? If I can please get one Ayo. Crossfuse has got me. Crossfuse is saying Ayo. If I can get one Ayo in the house, that'd be real nice. Winter and Riley have got me. Everyone's got me. All the homies are here. Cheers. Cheers for real, y'all. We're in it. I need to be drunk for the next hour and a half. And let's effing go. Let's effing go. So Jack is saying deviant monsters are extremely brutal when you get to... What are deviant monsters? What are deviant monsters? Is that in GU? Oh boya. Oh no. That sounds brutal. That sounds wild. I don't even know. Everyone, what's our drinking game? Is our drinking game every time I hear the word sharpen?
And be really, really wily with your armor piece choices in order to
Deviants
have
or GU,
multiple skills
gotcha.
activated, and especially skills that you wanted.
Yeah,
And so you had to really shave down exactly what you wanted, depending on what armor or depending on what weapon you were using and what playstyle you
Winter's
wanted.
right. Whenever we hear that it's an elder dragon.
But yeah, wild stun is easier to overcome, and that's not what he means when he says that. But I'm just kind of throwing that out there as a freebie for you, Ratatosker.
Bouncing off of monster parts.
Yeah, okay, so this discussion about stun basically is that stunning is where the carts really come in, and that it's actually world stun is different from wild stun, and it may be worse in world. I kind of missed all of that. So I'm gonna just conclude that that's what we said.
It's tedious. Let's reduce the frequency of that.
The X deviants were harder than Fatalis. They are comparable. I see. Oran is saying X Voltreaver Astalos is peak monster hunter fight. I see. We may end up carding in real life as Ace. No, we're fine. We're fine, Ace. I need another sip for real. Cheers, y'all.
Having to stop and sharpen in the middle of a fight is annoying. Let you do it on the secret, and then the next game will just take it out.
Sacred!
You can't
The next game will just take... There you go, being dramatic again, man. Come on, dude.
Come on, dude. Can you believe this guy and his opinions?
Just slot in.
Control your hunter for a little bit when you feel a tremor. Let's reduce it to the point that nobody notices it's there.
In fact, Speed Sharpen 3 was on Raging Bracky Boots Alpha. I remember using that against Fatalis whenever I...
Point that nobody notices it's there. Your hunter for a little bit when you feel a tremor. Let's reduce it to the point that nobody notices it's there.
In fact, Speed Sharpen 3 was on Raging Bracky Boots Alpha. I remember using that against Fatalis whenever I soloed him. Speed Sharpen 3 existed on like even Raging Bracky Boots. Oh man, okay. That was just an aside. That didn't really have a point against Ratatosker. That was just mere remembrance.
Yeah, wait, what? Okay, this guy is going off script or has no script at this point. I'm like, what is the relevance to this? And he's like, there was no relevance. I just felt like sharing. I just felt like sharing the boots that I had from Raging Bracky. I don't even know what's going on, y'all. We are almost 3 hours in. We are 2 hours and 50 minutes. I need a cheers. Cheers to me. Cheers to me. I don't even understand.
Something.
The thing is, I liked the tedious and annoying elements of Monster Hunter. Was it not okay for there to be one game that had this focus on deliberateness, on preparation, on commitment? That made you be careful where on the monster you attack? That made you be careful how you attack and in what direction you attack? And that would penalize you if you didn't do it or did it poorly?
Monster Hunter World is not the hill to die on for this one, man. It's not.
It's Monster Hunter World is not him.
It's just not.
There's a term coined by people that agree with me called, I want to play Monster Hunter, not Monster Fighter, or something to that effect. It's called Monster Hunter, not Monster Fighter, when you're arguing as to the direction the series is going. It's called Monster Hunter, not Monster Fighter.
Oh, I wanna play Monster Fighter. Oh, awkward. Awkward. Oh my gosh. I wanna play Monster Fighter. I'm being called out, huh?
Monster Hunter, not Monster Fighter, or something to that effect. It's called Monster Hunter, not Monster Fighter, when you're arguing as to the direction the series is going.
Oops.
The phrase is expressing a desire to not move away from the hunting simulation aspects, the preparation.
You see him get exploited? Hold on, I'll replay that real quick.
This is expressing a desire to
That
not
is pretty
move
funny.
away from the hunting simulation aspects, the preparation aspects, the tedious and annoying aspects that the current games seem to eschew. Now, of course, I agree with the statement.
Okay, hunting simulation aspects, tedious aspects, all of that. Monster Hunter versus Monster Fighter. What part of sharpening in front of a monster and following green bugs, like literally just from like a piece of shit or some claw marks, and then directly to the monster on foot?
Literally a piece of shit.
What part of any of that?
Y'all, we need to take another
It's
sip for the
just
sharpening
straight
part.
up
I can't
the
believe this. I
Monster
can't believe we're
Hunter.
talking about sharpening again.
You can't just like be part. You can't just go. They're ruining the
Oh my gosh.
soul of
I was
the
worried that
game
everything shut
and
down. Oh
Monster
my gosh, how's the
Hunter
stream?
and
Is the
what
stream
it
okay?
was.
Stream's okay. All right, good.
Because let me tell you something. In old gen to new gen, which was the most significant change from old gen to world, they mitigated a lot of that already. Even down to the fact that
Stream's
you can
good?
move
Hell yeah.
while heal. You saying that not being able to not having to sharpen right in front of the monster, your little 4 ticks, and not getting trimmered a little more, and not getting bounced as much.
Thank you, Riley.
You're not running into as many monsters that are bouncing you as much. You saying all these things is the same as someone being like, yeah, you can roll while sharpening now. Oh, by the way, yeah, you can roll cancel sharpening. You
Yeah,
can
and everyone
roll
knows
cancel-
that.
You can roll cancel healing.
Everyone knows
infinite
that.
Restock. You have effectively infinite max potions and infinite farcasters and infinite mega potions and infinite null berries and infinite nutrients and infinite demon drug and infinite armor skin. You have infinite everything.
Kids these days have it too
Preparedness?
easy.
What preparation? You have armor sets you can pull out in the middle of the hunt. You have item sets you can pull out in the middle of the hunt. What preparation?
Okay, I don't know if I agree with this point. This idea that like so basically what conclusion, we're just lazy. I mean, yes, but I mean, yeah. But this point being made that like Radataster saying he misses some of these preparation elements, and okay, how should I put this? Ratatosker saying he's missing some of these hunting elements, the more tedious elements. He actually liked the tedious elements, and like Meatman is saying the tedious elements are just not even a thing, right? Like they don't even add to hunting. There are other aspects that were already like I don't get this argument in the sense that like in the sense that Ratatosk was saying he liked these things, and Ratatosk saying I liked the tedious things, and Meatman saying, yeah, you like those tedious things, but what if you liked them less? Like, what if you didn't think they were cool? I don't know. His whole thing about like how you can have loadouts and you can have infinite this, I don't know. Does anyone know what I'm I'm like having a really hard time expressing myself right now, but it feels like Meatman saying is there really aren't many tedious things in world. Okay, thank you, Uno. Uno is saving my life. Uno is saying that Meatman is saying there already aren't many tedious things in world. So, Alejo is saying, I like that I didn't have to do egg quests. What? Alejo, egg quests are the best part. But yeah. Uno, but yeah, saying that like, okay, that's the point that I wanted to make then. Ratatosk was saying, I like the tedious things. And Meatman saying, well, there could be even more tedium. It could be even more tedious. But I feel like this argument that it's like, I like the amount of tedium in the game doesn't mean that like, oh, if there was more tedium, then I am a liar. You know? Does that make sense? Like, I don't really agree with this point. Where it's like, oh, I like this amount of tedium in my game. And someone's saying how, oh yeah, well, it could be more tedious. And it's just not more tedious. Therefore, you don't like tedium. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. It does make sense, but I don't agree with it.
You have armor sets you can pull out in the middle of the hunt. You have item sets you can pull out in the middle of the hunt. What preparation?
Ace, I'm so drunk. Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Ace is saying, I think what you're trying to say is that just because there isn't many tedious things in world, it doesn't invalidate Ratatosker for liking those tedious things in world and wanting them. Exactly, Ace. Ace is so real. Yeah, basically, if you know, I like the amount of tedium, it could be more tedious, but this is the amount of tedium I like, you know, I don't think this invalidates Ratatosker's point at all. I don't think so. I am Team Ratatosker for this one. Team Ratatosker.
Wind pressure, trimmer res, if it's really bothering you, just slot it in. World, ever since World, it's been super easy to slot in stuff like that.
He said, keeps on saying slot it in, but you can't just slot it in. There's only a limited number of decorations. What does he mean slot it in? Like speed sharpening? Yeah, you could slot in speed sharpening at the expense of like something else. At the expense of something else. And because speed sharpening is a 1-level deco, then like, you know, you have to find a 4-level deco. So like saying slot it in is like, bruh, you're using up decoration slots. If you want to slot it in, then you have to be strategic about using up decoration slots at the cost of something else, right? So Zayed is saying that's true. That Zayed is saying that if you have a tent in Okay, Zayed is saying this is a comparison between old and new gen games regarding tents, regarding certain mechanics, and we're in a weird position where like we are talking about old gen versus new gen and new gen versus new gen. And sometimes it can be a little unclear who's talking from which perspective. So, I don't know, man.
In old gen, it wasn't like that. You had to activate multiple skills. And you had to deal with negative skills.
Negative skills?
You want to sit and you want to CC the monster over and over again with traps and just craft more traps on the go. You can do that too. You can have a whole team doing that. And just rotate, farcastering out and restocking.
Yeah, I don't think this point is very strong.
The choices are infinite. Hunting aspects, preparation. Come on, dude. World was just as much of a joke.
Love the monster fight.
I'm not down with that
getting to the
point.
monster and
I'm
fighting,
not down
that's
with
great.
it.
But the monster hunting parts, the parts that come before the fighting, the parts that make the fighting a little bit more deliberate, add spice to the fighting. In my opinion, it makes the fighting better. It makes you engage with the monster fighting in a deeper way, and it lets you appreciate it in a deeper way. Just as an example,
Deeper
I
way.
really like the monster designs on these monsters. Monster Hunter Wilds really did a phenomenal job with almost all of them. One of the things I appreciate the most about the monster designs is that they're not just fantasy monsters. They're animals that live in a fantasy environment. They live in a fictional environment. And their design and movements and attacks reflect that. But it's hard to appreciate both that aspect of the monster and even the fight itself during the low rank when you're breezing through everything and nothing provides any kind of challenge.
So you're saying this as someone who has, at this point, defeated Fatalis and run through multiple games and is currently playing old gen games. You said the same thing about Base Rise. Yeah, you didn't say exactly that this didn't happen on World, but you're using World as your benchmark. And World was excessively easy as well. Retatosker, your anecdotes and your ideas do not line up. Your story about how you got into Monster Hunter does not line up with your beliefs about Monster Hunter World.
Oh shit.
Not in a way that's believable. If you truly mastered World Longsword and beat Demo Nergigante, which you would have had to, because that's how hard Demo Nergigante was. Now, if you're saying you beat Demo Nergigante, and you also admitted to beating Anjanath in the demo multiple times, and he wasn't really that much of a challenge or threat.
Like
what
I
you're
said,
saying there does not line up. Because if
this whole
you
video is just
really
him being like, you're underselling
knew
yourself,
what you were talking
Retatosker.
about, or you weren't exaggerating, because Anjanath is a joke.
Exaggeratory.
If you played through any of these previous games, you would be able to just go in and whoop its ass. Because he's really not that hard. Unless you're playing like an absolute fool, or you're playing blindfolded, or you're choosing not to upgrade anything, and you're just standing still to take a flamethrower.
Damn.
Even taking into consideration how, okay, now I know how to play the game. Even taking that into consideration, I still struggle with Anjanath more than, like World Anjanath, more than I did with endgame Rise things.
Yeah.
At the point in which you fight that first Anjanath, with the tools you have available, I still find it more difficult to beat that Anjanath than almost anything in Monster Hunter Wilds.
So I know we're kind of rehashing something that I touched a little bit earlier on in the video, but for the sake of not just being repetitive, I'm going to show you Rurikon during Return to World. He plays Charge Blade against Anjanath, and he plays with such a low level gear. He only has 35 defense, which is less than half of what you need to survive Anjanath's one-shot flamethrower if you're not running Health Boost 1. Also, he doesn't even eat his meal for 30 HP. He makes some really shitty meal with 0 HP.
So basically he's saying that this guy's
and he's playing
nerfing
Charge Blade.
himself.
Rurikon, no offense, your Return to World Charge Blade gameplay was not very good.
Oh
Let me
shit.
show you a couple of clips of him playing Charge Blade against Nergigante.
You thought this was the Retatosker roast, but I guess not.
Shit. Oh, what? What? I'm dead. It's over. Goodbye. Yep. Else you want to say?
Rip.
God damn it.
SAD that. No!
But he goes in with all of these weird disadvantages against Anjanath and clears it in one try. I can't remember if he carded or not. Let's look.
He likes to prep but didn't prep for the Anjanath fight. Man, I thought this game was supposed to make you feel like a real hunter.
Oh!
My face when I cooked the shittiest meal in Astera.
These monsters are great and they deserve better than this. Lalabarina deserves a better first impression. So does Uthduna, so does New Udra. I think it's crazy that people think it's okay to be able to sleepwalk through low rank.
You can say that if you want to, but the fact of the matter is you could say the same thing about Kuliyaku, Tobi Kadachi, Anjanath, Odogaron, even Rathalos and Diablos.
I thought it was Odogaron.
All of these guys deserve better.
Everyone deserves better.
It should be shameful
And so
that
do you,
can walk through
Retatosker.
them in low rank. Anyone could say that.
I think it's crazy that people think it's okay to be able to sleepwalk through low rank.
It's not. People will use this argument that, oh, the low ranks have always been easy. But it's not true. It's never been this easy. You couldn't just be asleep in Monster Hunter World.
Yes, you can. You can say this.
I mean, I don't know. I do think this is now someone speaking along from the perspective of someone who is saying like Monster Hunter World was my first game and it was hard. Monster Hunter Wilds is my newest game and it's not hard. This must mean the game itself is easy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Right, Alejo? Does a non-first time hunter actually expect a challenge from low rank quests? I don't know. It's pretty damn easy in all games. Like for me, I went through low rank again in Worlds and I aced it with the flippin' bow, you know? So like, which I'm not a fan of. I don't love bows, but I aced it, right? And it's not because I'm goated, I am. But it's not because of that. It's because just like, it's not, now that you know something, it's not as difficult, you know? So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You can say things like this, and people are going to automatically just believe you.
If you have a nice charismatic voice, yeah.
The nostalgia bait people that love to glaze world are gonna say, yes, you're right, Ratatosker, because they already agree with you. You surround yourself with these people. Maybe not intentionally, but you do.
It's pretty major changes in between just World and Wilds. So what they're
the
saying
glazing,
there,
huh?
Like they already started with World, maybe, but
the Talus Landsword expecting challenging low rank is crazy, right? Actually true.
GU for you. And they feel way more similar to World for me personally than World to Wilds. I know most people don't share that opinion, but I feel like the acceleration is like it's not as gradual.
Okay, so you think there's even less preparation in Wilds than it is to World, and it's significant enough to mention.
You heard that right. This guy that runs with Ratatosker in their paid membership Discord is saying that he feels like World is more similar to 4U and GU in terms of preparation than it is to Wilds.
Can you believe that guy? Wow, how outrageous. I actually have no idea. Is it? God, is this the video where it's like, is feminism actually overrated? Because I love this image of like these three like boys just being like, yeah, let's have a serious discussion. Let's have a serious sit down. It's a take. It's a take of all takes.
That is wild, man. The game that introduced a restock being more similar in preparation to old generation games. You can't make this up, dude. And he doesn't push. Ratatosker doesn't push back.
Is Fortnite overrated?
He doesn't push back. He uses it as a point. He's like, okay, so you feel like it's worth noting.
But as opposed to like walking around and sniffing Kieran's asshole for 30 minutes, you would rather do that.
They are comparing what? Getting investigations in World and Wilds. Okay.
Kieran's asshole for 30 minutes. You would rather do that.
Yes, I like sniffing Kieran's asshole because I'm walking in the map on the map. I'm immersed. I'm seeing stuff.
Okay,
I'm gathering while I'm
These are takes for real.
Mining.
Oh, that person has an old boy profile. Interesting. Okay.
I'm doing something else. I had way more.
Hey, what's good, reader? Cheers to you.
I think it's fair to say that both are bad.
At least Ratatosker kind of pushes back on this one. But, I mean, come on, man. This guy refuses to allow Wilds to have one win. He'd rather just walk around sniffing Kieran's asshole, picking up tracks to get investigations that are random, by the way. And I'm immersed. I'm mining. I'm gathering. What are you gathering? You have the botanist, dude. You have no need to gather in Monster Hunter World, especially at the rate whenever you're actually having to get investigations. There's no point.
Yeah.
Or
imagine liking Monster Hunter Wilds. Couldn't be me.
What else are you getting ore for? Are you going to get it to sell? You shouldn't have to because the money's not a problem in World. You should already have enough ore from the generous quest rewards World has. This is how some of you World Glazers sound. But at least Ratatosker pushes back against this a little bit. I've got another one for you. This one's kind of funny because Ratatosker ends up invalidating it, kind of, without meaning to, in this video.
Okay, I'm ready.
Why don't you tell the folks the wonderful experience you just had with
I did in chat. I put it in. I triple carded because I wanted to try doing what I did in Wilds, not upgrading anything and see how far I would get. And I got to Engine F and I triple carded because he actually one-shots me.
Yeah, they do real damage. They do.
He does real damage, and I didn't get, the best food buffs. And if you don't get the best food buffs, well, you die because you can't get all your good foods instantly. Right. You need to.
Yep, yeah. Because
haters for real.
Do optional quests.
No one ever pays attention to the food thing, like the fact that you can't get all the way you can't get all the HP all the way up as high as possible in the early game. It's just not something that happens at first. And here's another thing. While I was playing Wilds with the base armor set to see how high I could go before I needed to change my armor, I got to Dweeby. It's the apex of the region and is more the equivalent of something like Rathalos or Diablos.
From what I gathered, the guy in the video talking about doing the Anjanath challenge plays heavy bowgun, or he plays one of the bowguns. Either way, he takes way more damage on hit than anyone using a Blade Master weapon would do. So already, we have Anjanath hitting a ranged person, triple carding him because he's getting one shot, or I don't know what kind of moves he was getting hit by. But Ratatoskr also felt the need to upgrade his defense against Dweeby. Both Anjanath and Dweeby, as we established earlier, are both the 7th monster in both of their games.
Oh shit.
Also, the first monster that everyone seems to notice. My friend, whose first monster hunter is Wilds, that seemed to be the one that he noticed first. He carded against him, even with Gunlance. And
definitely a skill issue, yeah.
Now,
is he cooking?
Funny because this also speaks into Ratatoskr's
Is he cooking for
and
real?
some of the things he touches on in the video.
Chat, is he cooking? Is he cooking? This idea of this idea that Dweeby and Anjanath are actually the same monster, and so the comparisons to be made don't even make sense. Bro's making some stir fry.
Because this also speaks into Ratatoskr's test and some of the things he touches on in the video. For example, the health. As we
Dweeby's a
also
T-Rex, you know
it's
it.
easy to get 145 health against Anjanath because you get 30 HP from eating, and then you can easily get 15 HP from health boost 1. It's fine if you don't want to run a health boost 1, but that's up to you. That's only 5 less HP than Wilds. Also, Anjanath's damage is a little bit incongruent with everything else, and only
because of the flamethrower,
which can be really hard to get hit with multiple times throughout the course of the entire hunt. But as you can see, these are the kinds of people that are speaking into Ratatoskr's life. These are the kinds of things that Ratatoskr is discussing with his friends.
That's so funny. This idea of these are the people he's surrounding himself with. These are the people he is talking to. You are your 5 closest friends, and Ratatoskr's friends straight up suck.
Okay,
I love
surround
that.
yourself with like-minded individuals. There's nothing wrong with that. However,
sweet whispers in his ears.
As you speak into other people's lives, especially as an influential authority figure on the subject matter, which you are, Ratatoskr, whether you want to be or not, people are just going to take and run with what someone who seems to know more than them is saying. Yes,
sounds like a judgmental father.
Speak your truth. And then new people
Speak your
that
truth.
never experienced Monster Hunter World or Rise or anything like this, they're not going to know any better. They're going to see you and a lot of other people spouting a bunch of bullshit they have no clue about.
Bullshit!
Or that they're actually wrong about.
Oh shit.
Or that they're exaggerating, and they're going to believe it. Why? Because
you're a liar, and you're the worst.
Whether you like it or not, you have influence, and you are informing the opinions of people that are new to the series, whether you like it or not.
That's fair. You're informing the opinions of people, and they are saying things that is Wilds too easy? Is it worth playing? And this guy really hates Ratatoskr. I don't know, man. I'm of the belief that he both hates and loves him. He hates him because he believes Ratatoskr can do better. Ratatoskr, you can do better. You can do better than this. You're an influential figure. We deserve better from you, and you can give us that.
And I think that's my biggest issue. At first, I wasn't going to react to this video. I was just going to let you do your own thing. But people, jumping into my videos, my previous two, and just harping on a single comment that I make just because I mentioned that world was pretty much as easy as Wilds.
Damn.
And I look at the people who are watching my shit and the videos that they've recently watched, and it makes total fucking sense. They watched this video and they've been watching you.
Oh.
And I even see
they've been watching your garbage.
People that have never played a Monster Hunter game before, and they're coming in, they're saying, "Yeah, Wilds is too easy." My friend played it and said it was easy, and I played it and I think it's easy. Well, guess what? I played World and I thought it was easy.
Oh shit.
And I hadn't even so much as touched a Dark Souls or any other action RPG. That's my anecdote. Let's picture for 1 second an alternate timeline.
Everyone's
where Monster
anecdotes.
Hunter For You and Double Cross popped off, and they just brought in so many new people, and everybody loved Monster Hunter, and it became mainline. And then World came out, upping it to the next generation, and all of the old gen people that were the minority at that point, they're not the minority in this universe.
He's angry at a point, but not
and
with
so
the
everyone's
person.
saying,
Oh my god. Wow. Whoa.
Oh, this is way too easy.
Whoa, that's a lot of text.
Easy. The restock is trivializing the game. The moving while healing is mitigating my decision-making process. Oh, everything about this is just weird. Where's my paintballs? Oh, they're taking away the hunting sim elements. This weird Navi Skyrim clairvoyance hybrid where I'm just following a large green light and it's just showing me everywhere on the map where the monster is. I used to have to fucking memorize the loading zones after stumbling across the monster if I didn't have Psycho Serum on me.
This bro.
Imagine for 1 second that was the timeline we lived in. Then we would be seeing titles like this. We would be seeing the normies and the casuals and the funny men of YouTube utilizing different titles for Monster Hunter World videos. Instead, we get a whole new batch of new people that have no idea how to play coming in playing Monster Hunter World. They're absolutely dog shit at the game, just like every single one of us were that started there.
Was he about to say just like you?
They're absolutely dog shit at the game, just like every single...
He was. What do you mean, just like me? I'm not dog shit at the game. Excuse you. What? Alright, immediately invalidated.
Coming in, playing Monster Hunter World, they're absolutely dog shit at the game, just like every single one of us were that started there. And they get this impression that, oh, Monster Hunter World was good enough. It was hard enough. No, it was not. Under your own strict criticisms on things like base Rise or base Wilds, had you played base World, especially if you were some newcomer that played after Iceborne,
take offense, right?
Even trivializing World even further. If this was you, you would be scathingly hot reviewing Monster Hunter World just as hard as you're doing everything else. And so would everyone else that's following the coattails of people like you.
Damn, bro.
I feel like I'm living in a clown world.
A clown world?
These terrible takes over and over again. These unsubstantial anecdotes. My friend said it was easier. Your friend probably has no idea what he's talking about.
Your friend's a fucking idiot.
Your friend probably doesn't understand the differences between different forms of difficulty.
Your friend probably doesn't know you can roll cancel out of a heal.
People were mad about hit and run style of Greatsword going away because of Monster Hunter World. Because World Greatsword made Greatsword harder to play. While it made other weapons easier to play, Wilds is doing a similar thing. Oh no, I can rotate my Greatsword now. The third hit isn't the most important part anymore. My weapons changed. It's way easier now. It's just different. Different design choices, different design philosophies. World is not the gold standard. World was the bridge between old gen and new gen.
Fair enough, yeah.
That's what Monster Hunter World was. And we had fun culture in Monster Hunter World when everyone was having to learn this new series.
Back when Monster Hunter was fun.
Out all of those old gen bastards that were just, oh, the game's too easy. The game's too easy. No challenge. I am snoring. We drowned those guys out. We didn't care. We were having fun. Everyone was having fun.
Are we all just boomers?
You remember the Rurikon clip of him getting absolutely destroyed by Nergigante because he's dog shit at the game?
Lunch money. Steal the lunch money.
I'm gonna go for that sales.
You ain't making no more gains.
You just called him straight up dog shit. Damn, bro.
To make any more gains. Look at
I'm
this
dead. I'm dead. Angus said, no, no!
You just straight up called him dog shit.
Everyone was having fun.
We were all having fun. Back when Monster Hunter was
everyone
fun.
stands around and, oh, this game's too easy. Oh, I'm too good at the game. Oh, world would have never. World would have never. It's too easy. It's annoying. Let's fucking have some fun with the Monster Hunter again. Please, I beg of you, Monster Hunter community. I beg of you, please.
This game is too easy. I need you to step it up. I blasted through the boring low rank, and high rank isn't even giving me any issues.
All of this matters.
Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, though, the people who thought, like, clearly, how should I put this? People like Ratatosker still didn't enjoy their time playing Wilds, though, right? Like, maybe it's because he was predisposed to thinking that it was gonna be too easy, and therefore he was predisposed to disliking it. You know, like bitch eating crackers or something, where it's like, once you're determined that you dislike something, everything they do is just the worst, right? So it's just like, you hate that bitch, so you're like, that. Look at the bitch eating crackers, like she owns the place. So that's like, you know, if you are in a position where you're like, I already know I'm gonna dislike Monster Hunter Wilds. Therefore, when I actually play it, I am going to dislike it. Amy likes spiders. I know, right, Riley? No, Amy likes spiders. But so what I mean to say is that, like, Ratatosker was playing Wilds, and at the end of the day, all of this entire 4.5 hour video is not going to change the fact that Ratatosker didn't enjoy the game, right? It's not going to change, like, the hours he spent not enjoying the game. So it cannot, like, if you went into this game saying to yourself, I'm going to dislike it because it's not World, this video may make you reflect on your hours differently, but it's not going to change your experience, right? So I can see why Meatman is so heated about this, where it's like, you went into this game influenced by these people who told you that it was not going to be good because it's not as hard, and that's why you're having less fun with it. So, I don't know, for me, I like it. I like the game. Maybe I like a lot of games, but... Yeah. It's not going to take back those hours, but it may hopefully make people reflect upon those hours a little differently.
Because we affect the culture of Monster Hunter from a
We
top-down
are the
level.
Monster Hunter.
Content creators take a look at the current trends of what people are talking about, and they conform their titles, they conform their marketing to match that. We see that with all the people that are outside of the Monster Hunter circle and space, all having their own little jokes about Monster Hunter Wilds being easy. That's because we constantly have an influx of people inundating them with the idea that it is.
He just wants people to chill out. I mean, I'm enjoying this right now, don't get me wrong, but I can see that.
We have more effect
Enjoying
on
Monster Hunter
people than we think. And Monster Hunter famously has, this is not the first
we have more what?
baby game that anybody could play and beat. We have more effect on people than we think.
Okay.
And Monster Hunter famously has, this is not the first time that we've seen people have false memories or a huge market share of people in the community believing in something that isn't necessarily true. Just because of the experience of some people that it only existed during a certain time period where they played base world at launch. We also have this video by Flyan2, who talks about
more video,
the concept of
okay, new player introduced, new player.
Tail.
Monsters, he will eat his own tail.
Wow. You heard him correctly. Stating to the masses that Devil Joe eats his own tail.
He what?
Interesting to note that there is no footage of him eating his tail within this video, however. This video, along with many others, would contribute to the grand farce that will be unraveled in this video. If you are hearing Devil Joe eats his own tail from a source belonging to the company who made the game, well, honestly, you're gonna believe it. Well, hearing that something is true is one thing, but seeing it is something else entirely. So you're probably asking, if so many people believe this rumor, they must have seen it happen. There must be some footage of Devil Joe eating his own tail. Well, there is, but that's the problem. Take a look at Exhibit A.
So this video is a great video. He basically goes through, he debunks the fake footage from Devil Joe eating his tail.
Take it so seriously. I love it.
Is that there was a large portion of the community that believed that Devil Joe would eat its own tail. It was even all over like memes from like
So like,
NCH
where does this even start? I
Productions,
guess
like, big YouTuber cartoonists like that.
lore-wise, he's eaten
It was
anything.
just a huge batch of misinformation.
At least so
that
right.
was only verified by people saying, "Oh yeah, I remember that. I saw a video of it," or a lot of people that said they experienced it or have vivid memories of it. Now this is something very interesting.
Oh yeah, false
because
memory that's shared by many
Flying2
people.
in this video.
We're getting like philosophical, y'all. We're getting like human behavior. Human behavior, philosophical. We're getting to like, what does it mean to be alive? What does it mean to be part of a society? Because we live in a society.
Debunks not only the videos, but he debunks the possibility of Deviljho eating its own tail. It never happened. People said something, like an authority figure like Capcom mentioned something as like fluff text, describing Deviljho. Then people also
This is
potentially
juicy.
faked footage or had shoddy evidence. And then there's also the unreliable anecdotes from a lot of
Self-gaslighting.
people that were around at the time. The unreliable anecdotes spread like wildfire. People swear up and down they believe
He actually is
something.
studying psychology today.
And
Incredible.
it's not true. And I think one of the funniest aspects of it is this was an old gen thing. But there are even Monster Hunter World people that came in.
Midnight is saying, I think
and
it's
they
the
swear
Midnight.
They saw World
I think it's
Hunter
a MHB
World
man who's
people
playing
that
the
came
longsword.
in, and they swear they saw World Deviljho eating its tail or picking up its tail in its mouth.
This is
People
wild.
are unreliable.
They have
Memories
bad memories.
can go bad. People are influenced by the culture around them. This is not just some like weak
Yeah,
willed
we live in a
thing
society,
that I'm
y'all.
making up. It is just common psychology. You don't have to have a psych degree to understand. You are
Damn, I
influenced
cannot believe we
by
got
your
into the Mandela
surroundings
effect
to
in this
some
video.
degree. And some people are more suggestible than others, especially when
Society
they want to
bottom
fit in,
text.
or if they want to seem more interesting.
You calling me
Even
gullible?
I myself, whenever talking about Deviljho with other people, would sometimes share, "Oh yeah, Deviljho would eat its own tail in Old Gen," without knowing that I was spreading a lie. That's just the way these things work. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. People believe World was super, super difficult because people have made shit up or talked it up in their head.
I don't know if it's necessarily like a collective false memory, like a collective delusion, because it's an experience, right? It's not like a fact that can be disproven. It's an experience, but it's not a fact that can be disproven. It's an experience that is remembered, right? So that's different. I don't know.
They talked it up into something
Hey,
that
yo,
it's
this is
not.
Melon Juice. Cheers.
Here's another example of this actual subject in real time. Here's Rurikon and Preach. Now, we've already gone over Preach versus Anjanath a bit earlier in the video.
Midnight's right.
but
The
if you
hardest
remember,
monster is the
Preach
first one you
talks
play.
about how, yeah, I remember Anjanath. He stuck out to me because he was a significant step up. And Rurikon was like, yeah, of course, because he's a wall. You remember him in your head because he's a wall. Well, this is before Preach says that specifically. I want you to hear these two clips. This happened. Both of them happened before that little section.
And it also makes more sense to me now, as a general thought, why people are pretty upset with fights like Alatreon, etc., considering what they had been playing for a long time in the base game. Because I imagine World was like that as well. If I think back to the World-based game, I didn't really struggle. I don't think I died for quite a long time, even though I had absolutely no idea what I was doing or how my weapon worked. And that was fine.
So Preach, essentially as someone brand new to the series, thought that Base World was also extremely easy, and he had no idea what he was doing, and he still got through it pretty well.
Right.
So of course he assumed, oh, Base Wilds, that's the reason why it's the same way. Now here's Rurikon's response.
See, so in terms of difficulty when compared to World, I would say that World is harder than this. World has a couple of walls, like in the form of Anjanath. A lot of people...
I agree. Alatreon was tedious. Well, here's the thing, Monster Mike. I kind of agree with that. Like, compared to Fatalis, Alatreon's not as hard. But for me, Alatreon was the difficulty spike that forced me to get good. Like, Alatreon, the difficulty from Iceborne to Alatreon is huge, is enormous. And the difference between Alatreon and Fatalis is big, but not nearly as large as that. So that's why Alatreon felt so much harder to me. Even though it took me way longer to beat Fatalis, Alatreon felt like the holy shit, my whole brain needs to be rewired fight. But yeah, so I can see that, like, so Priest talking about how that's why people were upset, I guess, right?
Why it's the same way. Now, here's Rurikon's response.
See, so in terms of difficulty when compared to World, I would say that World is harder than this. World has a couple of walls, like in the form of Anjanath. A lot of people as a matter of fact, a lot of people quit the game at Anjanath. Like
the first damage check type fight. It's the first real skill check.
I might have mentioned it at some point, or somebody else figured it out through the Steam, the Steam achievements thing.
Not the first, but like a huge skill check.
Off at Anjanath, because Anjanath was a legitimate wall for a lot of people, because they were playing around and you fight like what's the name of the yellow one? Jesus, I'm so bad with names. The Great Jagras. You're fighting the Great Jagras.
Yep.
Then you're fighting the little chicken with the rock, and you're fighting all these easy monsters, and then you get Anjanath, which actually walls people a little bit. And a lot of people quit at that point because they did not want it to deal with it. And then there were other walls that were introduced later down the line. I don't remember all of them.
So Rurikarn just saying, no, it actually was hard. It actually was hard.
But there were definitely more walls in World. Now,
so I'm going to go ahead and reveal my hand. What Rurikan said about Anjanath being a wall that made a lot of people quit, and we have the statistics to prove it, is bullshit. He's literally making that up.
He's making it up, y'all. He's making it. Oh! Do I hear boss music? Oh!
Or he's talking out of his ass, or he's misremembering something, or someone that he trusted told him that, and he's merely passing it on without verifying.
All right, he's
which
showing
is exactly
his hand.
How misinformation works. Now we see Preach in real time react to that. He's surprised, really.
Like Capcom actually has these numbers. I think they might have mentioned it at some point, or somebody else figured it out through the Steam, the Steam achievement.
He's probably taken aback because, as we saw from the clip earlier, he felt like he didn't really struggle much going through base world. And sure enough, when we go back, and if you remember, we saw his Anjanath fight, he beat Anjanath with one card on his first try. I'm going to replay the original clip from the beginning of the video, but I want you to know something. Preach actually fought Toby right before Anjanath, and he carded twice, and he spent nearly the same amount of time fighting him.
Okay.
He struggled arguably more with Toby than Anja, but given what Rurikan just said about Anjanath,
it changed his opinion.
Preach's new stance.
Not really. Like Anjanath, I remember so distinctly breaking through.
Yeah, because like I told you earlier, Anjanath
oh shit, bro,
is a wall. Even if it didn't block, even if it didn't hit you at the time as like, oh, this is kind of like a really challenging monster. See how your brain assimilated like, oh, Anjanath, yeah, I remember that.
Oh
yeah,
shit!
Because it was a wall, because it was harder, and therefore that made him more memorable.
It was a significant step up. I remember that actually. Yeah, it was a significant step up.
He remembers it now. I see.
No,
the psychology,
now,
y'all.
with Preach's example out of the way, let's talk about Rurikan's misinformation.
The misinformation.
Here, I have the actual percentages of the player base dropping per platform.
This man is
using
cooking.
The different achievements. You can also look at the different achievements if you want to.
Oh
These
shit,
are my
bro.
findings. As you can see, Xbox is a little different. It's because it's skewed because of Game Pass. Funny enough, I like to say it's because you can't even get people to play World for free. But that's just a funny jab, you know. But still though, all of it remains consistent across the board. And as we can see here, Anjanath is not even close to being the main drop-off point for the primary share of the player base that opt in World.
Okay.
Less than half of the players that played World even finished the story. No platform had at least even a halfway percentage.
Great Jagras is the true wall, yeah.
I think the true
Jagras shrubs are the true wall.
Is Monster Hunter World story, which is why we see the most drop-off at Great Jagras, Pookie Pookie,
as
well as Anjanath and Legiana, but also a good share of people that didn't even want to hide in the shrubs away from just regular Jagras.
Real wall
is important, and as we saw, Rurikan's greatest argument for why World is harder than the other base games was foundationally placed upon a lie. This is the foundation a lot of people get their belief systems
Wow.
placed under.
So he's
It's
basically
very
saying
easy.
Rurikhan presented himself as an expert who had the numbers, who at least was basing his opinion on the numbers and was informing priests of these opinions based on the numbers. But the numbers were actually a lie. The numbers were all lies. Actually crazy. Actually crazy. Well, I trust this guy wholeheartedly. I will do no research of my own. I will proceed to do no research of my own, and I will trust this man wholeheartedly without even learning how to read. Excellent. Good stuff.
For our influence to cause people to change their mind, especially since we talk with confidence, or we talk in a way that's supposed to be charismatic and in a way that people are supposed to find it trustworthy.
Fact checking is
I'm not saying you
overrated
shouldn't trust
anyway.
Rurikhan. I'm just saying you should treat him like any other person.
So treat Rurikhan like a
With
human
some
being?
form of
No.
skepticism, any healthy amount. Same with Ratatoskr or anybody else. Even your friends that played Monster Hunter and Old Gen, or started in a world before you, or whatever else.
Fair enough. Okay, this idea of like appeal to authority, where like if you speak with enough charisma and then people will believe whatever you say. Fair enough. And he's saying how basically these people are leading the Monster Hunter community astray. Astray. I see. Ace is so right. I trust this man wholeheartedly because he was using a lance earlier. Monster Mike is saying numbers, schnumbers. Guy was lacking in the skills. Actually true. All the skills. All skill issues. Weapon main fallacy.
Allow your own
Chaser's
perceptions
right.
to inform what you are feeling and what you are thinking. But if you feel that you are undergoing some form of cognitive dissonance, you're hearing things that are contrary to your beliefs, you should put it to the test. That's a healthy mindset to have. Now,
Sure
back to
enough.
the regular video.
Fair enough.
I just wanted to showcase Ratatoskr's influence and also the influence around him and other people in the community that may influence other people as well in a negative way.
A little Kuluyaku with a rock will do over 50% of your health in one hit, and he has a high propensity to stun with that attack, letting him follow up with another attack that will finish you off. There is no wall
with leather armor. With armor that reaches only the defense of 10.
How disingenuous.
It's not realistic.
I disagree with that,
There's
man.
nothing as difficult as an Anjanath that suddenly makes you cart and realize, okay, I need to upgrade my armor. And here's another thing. While I was playing Wilds with the base armor set to see how high I could go before I needed to change my armor, I got to Uthduna.
It's because the defense is progressive. Anjanath is weird because he hits you with one move and it hits you harder than anything else that you're going to be hit with in the entire low rank campaign until you get up to the higher level low rank monsters. There are still people triple carding to Uthduna. There are still people getting wiped because Jindahad drops a Nova on them. My buddy got trapped because he kept calling it SOS hunters and they kept getting wiped because of the Nova.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Does that make Jindahad super hard? Just because he had a mechanic that was hard to understand at the time that it came in? Especially if you are
What's good,
new and
Omni?
never
How are you
played a game
doing?
like this before? Because that sounds
Crazy.
to me a lot like not upgrading your defense and running only leather armor and not even paying attention to the skills like health boost or defense boost founded
Damn.
upon any of these armor pieces that you have access to.
So, I mean, talking about how, like, if you don't learn the
Or if you
mechanics of the
choose
game
not
at
to
all,
eat at the canteen
no wonder
to
why
get
you're
a little
not.
bit extra health.
If you're not using the mechanics at all, no wonder why you're struggling there.
And again, I have to re-emphasize that it's not just about damage when it comes to monster
We're just
hunting
monster
Wilds.
hunting, hell yeah.
It's the combination of a lot of little things. It's how strong your palico is. How convenient it is
yes,
to use your
the
sacred
palico.
to get out of a sticky situation.
Don't forget about Vigor Wasp spray for your palico. In fact, when I unlocked 4-star quests in my original run,
I feel like
was
Vigor
doing
Wasp
a little
spray,
bit of
though.
optionals, I think, as I was going along, but
I really do feel like Vigor Wasp spray in Wilds is still way better than in World. Like, it still is way more consistent at healing me. So, yeah, I don't know. Defense doesn't matter, but why is everything two-tapping me? Right? Actually true. Actually true.
Wasp spray at level 10
Oh, I see, Oberon. Makes sense.
after Anjanath and I think Zora Magdaros.
Safi Jiva taught me how to fight Jindahad. Yeah, actually.
Good.
Actually true. Monster Mike, I beat Jindahad by accident. Like, I happened to see that I knocked down one of the ice chunks just out of curiosity, and then I saw Olivia run behind the ice chunk, and I'm like, oh, where's she going? And I happened to follow her. That's the only reason I found out what happens, Monster Mike, with Safi Jiva, which is really great. Which is really great.
Vigor Wasp spray is very good in Monster Hunter World. It was very good in Base World. You got a lot of healing off of it.
The hardest thing in Wilds was me pretending to hate Wilds on social media.
Still not hard to do.
It's about wounds often keeping a monster locked to a position and continuously taking damage over the course of a hunt.
Mm-hmm.
The wounds, flinch, that's a good point. However, Monster Hunter World monsters also had damage flinches, also had part break flinches, also had damage knocks.
Okay. So the idea being that
and for the
Monster Hunter World was already
base,
easy, baby.
Monster Hunter World monsters
4.5 hours to say that, baby.
Clagger was very strong. Not mitigating focus mode, because I do think focus mode is too strong. I will say that.
Okay. He admits it.
But it's easy to headlock monsters in any of these games.
Alright, so he does concede that focus mode is too strong.
Clagger. So I know I said we would return to it later, and here
does
we
that
are
not make the game
too
easy?
The concept of HP and time spent in hunt being an indicator of ease or difficulty. I'm going to compare Ratatosker's playthrough of Wilds compared to my 2022 VOD, where I only
focus
hunt one
is
monster at
it's
a
just
time,
cool.
and I don't like farm or anything.
Cool factor is very important.
Now, sure, I have already played through World before. At that point, it had been like 2.5 years or 3 years since I had touched World. I only picked it back up because of, funny enough, Ratatosker's review on Monster Hunter Rise. And
okay.
Me scratching my head.
This man thinks a lot about Ratatosker, hey?
Tough. I went back and I played through it. And
thinks a lot about this man.
Point, throughout the course of the last year of Iceborne, the main thing that I was hunting at that point was I went from raging Brachydios
rent-free for real
to farm his set, to killing Alatreon, to hunting Fatalis and AT Valkana, and then even Tempered Teostra for the MR100 Super Deco event, essentially. And those are the main things that I was touching on that final portion of the Iceborne
I do miss the Clutch
season.
Claw. I love the Clutch Claw.
Now, yeah, it's not totally fair because sure, I played through World before. And it had been years and years and years since I had touched low rank anything, and even fought a lot of the monsters involved, like
running into the flamethrower as his test, right?
But I'm going to be going off of that because of things that Ratatosker said, and that many people would say is that they would
check the
still
comments
find
later,
World
says
difficult upon
Changmei.
their
Oh
first
boy.
playthrough again, had they played another Monster Hunter. So we're just going to use that as some examples. Ratatosker is not a bad longsword player. He's been playing longsword in World Iceborne,
yeah, Ratatosker, you're better than you think you are.
He's been playing longsword for quite some time at this point. I
right? Jacer's right. Comment segment after party. Speaking of which, another shot.
As I saw like inconsistencies in his time spent in hunt, and I would notice like his highest times, sometimes he would go AFK for a little bit on his streams, things like that. So I try not to include those. But I will be showing those alongside mine, and then I'll be breaking down runtime versus fight time. Because in World and Wilds, there is a stark difference in the amount of time you spend hunting and the amount of time you spend fighting. And the funny thing is because in World, you get thrown into the quest and it starts it from the base camp. You don't just you don't get quest start whenever you get the cutscene to fight the monster. You get quest start whenever you enter the quest. And you typically have to run a lot more in base World because you're having to track the monster, you're having to find it.
Because you're a fool who doesn't have a secret.
Away, you're having to chase them on foot. So keep all of those things in mind as we go over these times.
Which takes you out of the immersion of being a hunter.
my longest low rank time versus Ratatosker's longest low rank time alongside the run times as proof of that. And you know what? I'll also bring up Uno Hunter as an actual base game experience. His first actual fight.
Asbian is making a really good point. Asbian's saying, why is he making his judgment about the game's difficulty based on a comparison between himself and Ratatoskar instead of looking at fundamental facts of each game? Asbian makes a good point because of this idea that, not Ratatoskar. Asbian makes a good point because he was, Meatman has been criticizing the anecdotal nature of Ratatoskar's arguments. So, wait, was Uno mentioned? No way, no way.
All of those things in mind as we go over these times.
I was so busy talking about how he's obsessed with anecdotes that that he's not acknowledging the fact right now that he is making an anecdote-based argument. Like, he is saying how Ratatosker is only using anecdotes, but now he is saying, I'm going to just compare myself and Ratatosker instead of actually paying attention to, like, anecdotally my gameplay versus his gameplay, which is just not a one-to-one comparison. So, I hear a certain someone's going to be showing up soon. I hear a certain anime protagonist is going to enter.
And I will be showcasing my longest low rank time versus Ratatosker's longest low rank time alongside the run times as proof of that. And you know what? I'll also bring up Uno Hunter as an actual base game experience. His first actual fights against Anjanath.
Uno mentioned?
His first actual fight against Anjanath, he beat him in one try, no carts. And Uno Hunter is a longsword player.
Right.
And Uno Hunter...
Did he just describe Uno Hunter as a longsword player? What does Uno Hunter mean? Apparently he means the longsword. Apparently he means the longsword. He's a longsword player, according to Meatman. That was a different time. No, yeah, Uno Hunter. Everyone should be checking out Uno Hunter right here, right now. Emerge. Uno Hunter is a Monster Hunter content creator, and he's swag. Uno Hunter is so cool, and he is captain of Team Hunting Horn. He is a Hunting Horn main. He's made Hunting Horn guides. He is the homie, and Uno Hunter does not make 4.5-hour videos hating on other people. So, unless Uno does. Uno, are you going to start making hate videos too? Ooh. That would be so exciting. If you do, let me know, because I want to watch it too. This was back in 2018, Lamau. So this is before Uno discovered the Hunting Horn. So I see what's up. Uno, though, thank you for dropping by and letting me know that you are in this video, because that is hilarious. That is so great. Uno catching strays here for real. Actually catching strays. Let me mention Uno, my buddy Uno. But yeah, everyone check out Uno. He's the homie, and it's just really funny. Just really funny.
And I will be showcasing my longest low rank time versus Ratatosker's longest low rank time alongside the run times as proof of that. And you know what? I'll also bring up Uno Hunter as an actual base game experience.
His experience.
First actual fights against Anjanath. Well, his first actual fight against Anjanath, he beat him in one try, no carts.
Good for you, Uno Hunter. Your first try against Anjanath, no carts. Wow, what a real one. I bet Uno Hunter is feeling so good hearing about this.
And Uno Hunter is a longsword player.
Yeah, longsword player.
And Uno Hunter played like it was an old gen Monster Hunter. He didn't really use foresight slashes. He didn't really use helm splitters that much. Ratatosker being the guy that beat Dema Nergigante.
This must feel so weird for Uno to be spoken about in the third. Speaking of misinformation, right, Jacer? Speaking of spreading lies. Speaking of spreading complete untruths. Everyone, let's start a rumor that Uno is a longsword main. I think Uno was always a longsword main, actually. I think Uno was always a longsword player. When I think of Uno Hunter, I think of longsword. But yeah, Uno probably, I don't know this man you are about to see. Uno does not own this footage. Uno does not identify with this person. Uno is saying, that ain't me. That ain't me.
Really use foresight slashes. He didn't really use helm splitters that much.
He plays like an old school.
Ratatosker being the guy that beat Demo Nergigante, he probably was way better than Uno Hunter.
Catching strays. Why is that the funniest shit? This is the funniest shit. It's incredible. Oh no, what did he say? Yeah, Ratatosker was probably way better than Uno Hunter. Literally. Don't get... He spends this whole like 4.5 hours dunking on Ratatosker, and it's just like, but he's better than Uno for sure. Uno. Yeah, that Uno guy. What is straight up? He straight up sucks.
Being the guy that beat Helm Nergigante, he probably was way better than Uno Hunter.
Damn, not better than Uno Hunter. Way better than Uno Hunter. Uno. Rallium is so right. This is just the prequel to the 9-hour Uno Hunter diss track. Meatman's next video is going to be roasting Uno Hunter for 10 billion hours. The hit piece. He's going to watch all your footage, Uno Hunter. Watch out.
When the guy that beat...
So I have to watch this again. This is so funny.
Ratatosker being the guy that beat Demo Nergigante, he probably was way better than Uno Hunter.
Damn.
Whenever he played against Anjanath. But let's see.
All right, let's see.
So as I'm talking, you're going to be seeing his times flash through the screen. As you can see, he's kind of screaming through low rank. He's sub-10ing a lot of the monsters.
Wait, that's it? Wait, Uno, is that truly the only mention he did? Just talking about how he's better than you? Uno, is that it? Do they not mention anything else about Uno just to be like, yo, Uno, that guy, not very good at the longsword?
Monsters that he's going against. It seems like he's just kind of breezing through. So not bad, Ratatosker. But when we get to mine, you're going to see that the times are kind of similar.
Oh.
Now, as I said before, it's not the perfect test because Clagger
It's
exists
anecdotal,
now.
as we were just
Clagger
discussing.
Can help out a bit whenever you're fighting through the low rank monsters, even if you're not using Clutch Claw or anything like that, which I don't in my VODs. Now, my times are pretty strong. I'm no speedrunner, I'm no Jal Bagel, so I'm not cranking out like incredibly impressive times as I'm running through Base World. However, I'm doing pretty good. I'm IG main, I love IG, I have a lot of time with it, same with Ratatosker and his longsword, and I just kind of...
And Uno and his longsword.
Go ham, as good as I can. I ended up hard bone rotting most of the end low rank threats. So that's kind of funny. But
similar times, okay.
Notice something. Our times are similar, but the thing that I described to you earlier about runtime, where the quest starts
Melon Juice.
whenever you get into the map for World.
Uno is going to throw some hands here.
Wilds, where the quest starts whenever you get to the monster. And the fact that the Sacred keeps you with the monster a lot better than just running on foot. So now, let's look at my highest time fighting with Rathalos versus Ratatosker's highest time fighting with low-rank Guardian Arkfeld.
Oh,
Actually,
snap.
for the sake of time, I'm not going to run through the whole video. I'm going to tell you the results, and I'm going to play a part of the intro from the video. And if you're interested in seeing the whole test, you can feel free to look it up on my secondary channel. Here's the video.
Okay.
Now, Ratatosker kills Guardian Arkfeld in 13 minutes 23 seconds fighting. Now that's not like a perfect time, but I cut out like all the runtime, including from his cart, the run back. Now as for my Rathalos, subtracting all of the runtime during the quest, I kill him in 10 minutes and 12 seconds. And that's without the usage of flash
This is
pods as
anecdotal
well.
evidence.
So even then,
This is a logical fallacy.
my runtime
Everyone, we
was
should
like
riot.
6 minutes 25
I
seconds.
demand
It was a lot.
Not anecdotal
Way bigger
evidence.
than
I
Ratatoskers,
demand
like 2
true,
minutes of runtime.
rigorous research.
Including a cart run back, by the way. The time to kill, it took him
I'm
longer to
molding
kill
now.
Guardian Arkfeld than it did for my Rathalos. even though my time is longer. I spend around 6 minutes running around the map. He spends around only 2:15, even counting the cart run back. I even had the courtesy of counting the cart run back as part of the runtime. So it's really, you know, like HP bloat, map bloat. People are mistaking running around the map for length of kill.
All right, that's an interesting point.
It's complicated. It's not so simple as I get faster time in this game than the other.
So he's saying it's similar to the HP comparison.
I like how in Wilds, everyone seems to claim to be like a speedrunner, fully headlocking every monster all the time, getting less than 5-minute kills every single fucking time, while simultaneously pretending like they don't know how to get up, or that getting up and sheathing your weapon is much harder than it is. I don't understand that. It's coming across really weird. But aside from just that little point, I do want to showcase Uno Hunter, who was there at base game.
Who's that?
I've already introduced it a little bit. I'm going to showcase his Anjanath run, his time, and how he plays. And,
yeah, how do you play Uno?
Tell me whether or not he looks like a professional, and whether or not he should have killed Anjanath with more difficulty at a longer time. So what we're looking at here is
oh my god, I can't believe this.
Run time at the top, and I put his fight time at the bottom.
He really
just ends up totaling up to around 11 minutes 18 seconds.
He really just said, yo, collateral damage up in here.
How much time he actually spends fighting the Anjanath. Now, with the runtime, I also include some weird shenanigans that he does, like this. He's wild for this, man.
Second. About to stun on him.
But aside from that, yeah. So I break down all of that as runtime.
Incredible.
Showcase everything that is fight time. And by fight time, I mean he has gotten to the monster and is about to throw out his first attack. But one thing I want you to notice with Uno Hunter is he actually wastes a good portion of the beginning of the fight. He stands there and he tries to trap Anjanath, and then
wow, can you believe that guy? Can you believe this Uno Hunter guy?
Oh, the electricity, that's right.
Uno, pull yourself together.
I am swinging for the fences and not hitting shit. Also, I don't know nothing this thing does.
Uno, get it together.
He doesn't really play World Longsword very well. Doesn't throw many.
Uno kind of sucks, man. Uno, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Uno Hunter. It's not me, all right? I'm just spreading misinformation, okay? Uno Hunter, I'm just spreading those lies. Uno's not very good at Monster Hunter. This is so, like, the roast. This is so unnecessary. This was worth... This is worse. This is worth the entire 3.5 hours I've been watching this. Like, I've been having a good time, but this moment is absolutely worth all of the time spent watching. I have to rewatch that. That was so great.
Wow, I am swinging for the fences and not hitting shit. Also, I don't know nothing this thing does.
He doesn't really play World Longsword very well. Doesn't.
I'm dying. I'm dying. This video hit Uno harder than Ratatosker, right? Forget. I mean, he. All right. Meatman didn't call Uno a liar. He didn't say Uno does shoddy work. He doesn't say that Uno is disingenuous. He said something worse. He said that Uno is a scrub. That is the greatest insult known to man. Damn, bro. Uno's not very good at Monster Hunter. Oh, unfortunate. No. Catching strays for real.
Throw many foresights, doesn't throw any helm splitters. He does throw a helm splitter at the end with the yellow gauge to kill Anjanath, which I found pretty funny. But here's another clip of, like, here's the actual kill. And
did he go back 8 years, by the way? Uno, he went back how many years just to find this footage, just to dunk on you?
Here's how he was playing. That's just not very good.
He actually was like, who can I bully? This isn't like a video Uno made last week. This is a video Uno made how many years ago? And this guy was just like looking through Uno's old footage and being like, damn bro, this sucks. I should make a whole 4-hour video around this segment.
And here's how he was playing. That's just not very good.
Because people don't play optimally like me, my arguments are factually correct. Everyone else is wrong.
Oh, hot, hot, hot. Oh no!
Uno, get it together.
Hit him.
This is the funniest shit. Everyone points and laugh at Uno.
Can you send that my way? Oh.
I'm dying.
Combo.
So good.
Very sword. And I missed.
He missed. Man, AI voices are advancing
Alright.
way too fast this Jacer. There's no face cam, no proof.
Sorry. Please kill him.
Get him! No! Oh,
Thank
got him.
you.
You
Now,
did it.
Uno Hunter is old Jin.
Whoa.
And he played longsword back in the day too. So, you know, you can kind of see that in his gameplay.
Hey, yo, wait a second. Let's start a second. Animeology just rated us. What is so good, Animeology? Animeology just rated us on Twitch. Hell yeah, welcome to everybody. In case you're wondering what we're up to, Animeology, I hope you had a good AF stream. We are watching Monster Hunter Wilds, the 4.5-hour video that's causing some drama up in the Monster Hunter community, and we're having a great AF time. I'm loving this. This is so great. This video rocks. I don't know if he's right or wrong. All I know is that I'm having a good AF time. So cheers to Animeology. Thank you for the raid on Twitch. And cheers to everybody. Right now, Jacer is so real. Right now, Animeology, we are witnessing collateral damage. This whole video has been like the roast of Ratatosker, and now my buddy Uno is just catching strays. Just catching strays. I mean, not Uno. That Uno guy. And Anime says you drinking soju, you know it. We're drinking soju. Actually, can I please get another Ayo? Can I please get another Ayo so that we can take a cheers to Animeology? And to all of Animeology's raiders. Ayo, let's go. Cheers! Cheers! Let's effing go. But yeah, Animeology, we are drinking soju on this blessed day. And we are having a good time while Uno's crying in the club. Incredible! Alright, let's keep on going. Let's find out what else this man has to say about Uno. Uno, I'm so sorry that I'm laughing this hard at your expense. This is the funniest shit.
Uno Hunter is old Jin.
Yeah, that old
And
boomer
he
guy.
played longsword back in the day too. So, you know, you can kind of see that in his gameplay. He doesn't play world longsword. He plays more so like old world, where he's just kind of striking with red gauge.
Boomer longsword.
It's kind of it's not great. It's not great gameplay. But
I'm losing it. It's not good. Damn, this not good. A roast.
it's kind of it's not great. It's not great gameplay.
What did you do to deserve this?
Totaled up to 11 minutes 18 seconds, which was better than Ratatosker's
Kinda to soften the blow.
Darkfield fight. Like, that was the so-called big wall, one of the hardest monsters in world, to Ratatosker, the guy who beat Demo Nergigante, who said he would struggle with it more than anything in base Rise and Rise in-game stuff in Wilds, or in most monsters in Wilds. This guy would do worse than Uno Hunter?
Man, imagine playing worse than Uno Hunter. Can you even conceive of such a ridiculous idea? He was worse than Uno Hunter? How impossible. Imagine, just imagine how ridiculous and cringe. Uno getting savaged here, oh my god. Poor Uno, man, right? Actually true. Can we please get an F in the chat for Uno, please? F in the chat for Uno. Uno did not deserve this. He doesn't even let go. Like, it's been how many 5 minutes? It's been 5 minutes of talking about Uno and being like, bruh, you're so bad at Monster Hunter that you're worse than Uno Hunter. Also, Melon Juice is right. Uno is great at Monster Hunter. Okay, this footage is from how many years ago? Uno is goated at Monster Hunter. He is a Hunting Horn main. He's the captain of Team Hunting Horn. He is cool AF and he is the homie, but... Damn. Meat Man is not letting Uno catch him breaking.
Wilds, or in most monsters in Wilds, this guy would do worse than Uno Hunter, who doesn't really understand World Longsword, who isn't playing very great, is whiffing a lot. That just doesn't seem very likely. You see these people, they say things like this, and they...
I'm dying. It's so great. I need another... I'm crying. I'm crying. You didn't have to do it to him. This is like just BM right now. This is just, you know, like in, like, you know, fighting games, like, be bad manners. He's just teabagging all over. He's just, like, flexing. He's stop. He's already dead. He's already dead. You don't have to do this, my guy. He's, like, stepping on the dead body. He's already dead.
Who doesn't really understand World Longsword. Worse than this guy would do worse than Uno Hunter, who doesn't really understand World Longsword, who isn't playing very great, is whiffing a lot. That just doesn't...
There's like a whole list, too. He's like, yeah, and I bet that Uno Hunter guy also is just not even cool. It's just like a straight up nerd. Uno would have been a wreck. Oh no. Uno doesn't deserve this. Uno doesn't deserve this. This is so funny. Right? Chaser is saying this is when the teacher uses your homework as the bad example on what not to do. Don't do this. Oh my goodness. You brought back old footage of someone using a weapon they don't even main to talk smack with full confidence and you feel no shame at all.
Nergigante, who said he would struggle with it more than anything in base Rise and Rise in-game stuff in Wilds, or in most monsters in Wilds. This guy would do worse than Uno Hunter, who doesn't really understand World Longsword, who isn't playing very great, is whiffing a lot. That just doesn't seem very likely. You see these people, they say things like this.
Wow.
And they like to corroborate people that agree with them. But it's not, what they say is not true.
Didn't know I'd join and see a murder live, right?
Line up.
I mean, it took me less time to beat him than that electric shit.
Good for you! No! Why did you have to do this to him?
Doesn't line up.
I mean, it took me less time to beat him than that electric shit. Damn, I fucked this shit up, man. Hunter rank 5.
Good for you.
Oh, the electricity, that's right.
Why does he have to keep playing the footage? He's still playing
Wow,
the footage.
I am swinging for the fences and not hitting shit.
He's replaying the footage. He doesn't have to do it. Didn't he already play this footage? Didn't he already play this footage? Why does he have to play the footage again of Uno whiffing? I don't understand why he had to do this to him. He had to do it to him.
Wow, I am swinging for the fences and not hitting shit.
Chaser.
Also, I don't know nothing.
That was horrible. Can we get a replay?
How can you even heart this? How can 245 people like this and think this is truthful? And then everybody clap type shit right here. Holy fuck, how can you be this delusional? How can it spread this far?
Uno
How can the
gets its own
brainworms
personal purgatory
eat at
on
you
this stream?
much? It is insane to me. Focus strikes aren't saving this person if they're triple carding to Anjanath. There's no way they beat Wilds like that. Especially if they are going back.
Yeah, if Uno Hunter can beat Anjanath, then if Uno Hunter can do it, then this guy obviously could do it too.
To refight him? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, are you
In
kidding?
conclusion, judging by Ratatosker's times running through low rank, which are comparable to a lot of people's times that are veterans to the series, people are not just stun locking and stagger locking these monsters over and over
Oh, that was
again to
great.
death, unless they're fighting in a group of people, in which case stagger locking is pretty easy to do.
We may have
if
to
you're
skip
in a
ahead
big
just so
group.
he can stop
And that
burying
goes
poor
for World
Uno,
and
right?
Wilds. Also, if you're running back in a good gear set and beating the shit out of like really weak monsters, especially since we have the star system now, so you can fight 1 and 2 star monsters, which are even easier than what they're supposed to be, instead of like 4 and 5s or whatever. If you're just going back and beating the shit out of them, yeah, you're going to be seeing faster times and easier fucking stun locks too, especially with the wound system.
You're
I'm not
free,
denying that the
Uno.
wound
I think
system
you're
is
out of the
easy.
Tsukuyomi.
It's very, very good. It's too good. The move that they're doing right now to make 8-star tempereds get less wounds is something that we needed for the overall challenge in in-game. It's appropriate for that. However, to pretend like it wasn't happening in World as well.
Leave our Horn Sensei alone.
So the majority of the player base played with easier to stun monsters. That is just inconceivably weird. How can you do that? I don't see many people beating Gormagala and Arkveld, the high-tempered ones. I don't see many people beating them as quickly as they were beating up on regular tempered Nergigante or Teostra whenever I was playing.
I'm never
World.
playing Longsword again. Is that why you're a Greatsword main now, Uno Hunter?
Even with the wound system.
Yeah, true. Beedizzle and Valium are right. He's
That's
gonna
the
loop
honesty of
around.
it. People are acting like they're speedrunners just stagger locking the monsters. Remember my Rathian and Odogaron where I killed it in 2 minutes and 3 minutes? I know I keep bringing that up. Yeah, it's easy to fucking do if you've got a good build and you're just going to beat up on monsters that are
Yeah,
lower
Uno
level.
Hunter, it is
Yeah,
easy.
It's really fucking easy. You're not proving anything. My point being, New Gen is just that easy.
Alright, I'm sorry, Uno. I'll stop bullying
I'm not
Uno
saying
too.
Wilds isn't. They're both super easy.
It's about how little monsters interfere with you. Be it bouncing off of monsters, wind resistance, tremors, or stuns, they're minimized to the point that you might suspect they're gone.
Pendulum
Once
is
again,
asking how long is
point
this
out
guy's
that
video?
New
We are 3 hours and 45 minutes into a 4 hour and 33 minute video. So, yeah, actually, come to think of it, that was like a solid 10-minute segment just dunking on Uno. That was so unnecessary. Actually incredible. But yeah, we are 3 hours and 45 minutes into the video.
And even in base world, it doesn't really make a difference.
So even if it was true that the monsters do comparable damage in low rank and high rank, Monster Hunter Wilds would still end up being much easier. One
Oberon, it's
argument that
only
I've
4 hours
heard
and
is that
33 minutes.
The difficulty is at the very top. You know, at the end game, tempered Gormagala 5-star actually is difficult. And I'll concede that. At the end game 5 strength, tempered Gormagala actually is pretty tough.
See, I think Jin Dahad, Tempered Guardian Arkfeld, and Zoshia, not Tempered Guardian Arkfeld, Guardian Arkfeld and Zoshia are still harder than Rathalos and Diablos.
True, Uno Hunter is still numero uno in our
Guardian
hearts.
Rathalos and Guardian Ebony Odogaron and Zuwu are way harder
Zuwu?
than Legiana, and who else is in the middle? Regular Odegarin?
I like how he like clearly doesn't have a script for the rest of this. The first 1 hour and a half were actually very like tight. You know, clearly like very like well planned, well edited. First hour and a half, he clearly had like a mission and like very like exactly a sense of what he wants to say. But like now he's like, what? Like he's just like going off the rails, man.
I think mechanically they're more difficult in moveset and style.
Uno, you're famous now.
It's not so simple as just damage and more tools. And this is my whole thing, right? With the more tools argument. Yeah, Sacred Sharpening is good. Sacred Pickup is good. But you have all the tools necessary to do any of this already. Lay down iframes. Superman dive. Literally just sprinting. Infinite restock. Roll canceling. Healing or sharpening. All of these tools are sufficient. You could make an
I still
argument
disagree
that
with
one
some of
them
those
lets
points.
you, like, do it faster. And like gets you to safety a little bit faster.
That faster means something.
Innately makes it a little easier. I would suppose. I concede that. But it is unnecessary. These things are unnecessary.
I don't know. I don't
sometimes
agree with that.
Not consistent.
He got me.
He got me.
He got me, and he got me specifically because of the secret.
Just because you have more tools, it does not diminish the original tools. And it doesn't make them obsolete.
They exist, Meat
But I
Man.
think
That's the
it's
point.
insane that we are okay with any level of difficulty, any level of engagement or challenge, being restricted to the end of the end game. I'm not asking for everything to be super hard. I'm asking for challenge to be distributed across the low and high ranks as well.
That is new gen Monster Hunter. That is new gen Monster Hunter.
Oh shit.
And you are ignoring the fact that the ending of low rank in Monster Hunter World was not as hard as the ending of low rank in Wilds. You are ignoring that. If you honestly think Rathlos and Diablos were harder than the low rank challenges, the last low rank challenges, then I can't take you as seriously.
Oh shit.
I really can't.
You can't take these people seriously
It
at all.
doesn't take a game designer to be able to look at the movesets and just see that one is clearly more difficult than the other in design.
I mean,
even taking into
his
account
whole
different-
thing about like I can't take you seriously kind of shows that like this whole argument, or what's the word, like is he like, I guess he's also entering this with a certain bias. So I don't know. We'll talk about that once we
tools
finish
that
this
you now
video.
have
But
access to that you didn't in the other games. Because the fact of the matter is,
Slight Scotch is right. If it's as long as I have fun, that's all I want.
you
But
don't need Sacred Pickup to sharpen.
I take a shot every time this man says sharpen. We are back to the sacred sharpening argument. We're back to this. He spent like at least like 4 hours and 33-minute video. He spent like 4 hours and 32 minutes talking about sharpening on the sacred. Like I am actually gonna lose it because like so much sharpening. So much sharpening.
You can literally just run away.
Chaser's like, I'm so glad. I thought we'd never get back to the sharpening.
To pick you up whenever you get knocked. You can literally just stand up.
Hey, has he mentioned
And
sharpening
then
yet?
Roll if you see another attack coming, and then sheath. The only weapons where that really makes a big difference on is like maybe lance and gun lance, because you have the hops. You do take more chip, I believe, from some of the attacks, and with no opportunity to perfect guard. So maybe
Pendulum, the sacred sharpening isn't bad. It's just that like he has spent so much time making the same point about how like sacred sharpening, people are arguing that being able to sharpen on your sacred, and this is part of like the wider discourse, like people are arguing that part of what makes wild so easy is that you can sharpen while on your sacred. And Meat Man is saying that's a moot point because of the fact that there are options for sharpening even without a sacred. Like, you can sharpen very quickly without a sacred in World, and people are disregarding that. First of all, I don't agree with that point on Meatman's part because, like I said, speed sharpening takes up a slot. Rocksteady Mantle, you're using up your Rocksteady Mantle for this point. You know, what else was he saying? Rocksteady, speed sharpening, running away, which can be difficult because of, like, you know, like, it's a little faster, etc., right? And, like, so I don't necessarily agree with that, but my point being that, whether I disagree with it or not, he's been talking about it for a while. Bipolar saying, I'm gonna flip the table. Me too, Bipolar. Actually true. Like, I don't, like, whether or not you agree with Meatman's point about sharpening always being very easy to do and very accessible, he said the same thing like 20 times. Said the same thing like 20 times. Like, how many? Like, I understand what you're saying. You could just run away and sharpen. You could just run away and sharpen, okay? Like, speaking of Tsukuyomis, like, didn't I already hear this like 10 times? Oh my god.
Maybe if, like, you are playing extremely carelessly and you get, like, beat up so bad that you are near, like, chip one shot, I guess that puts you in that bad, like, situation. But that's very niche. Like, just as kind of niche, just like my examples of the sacred picking you up into an enemy attack. Because enemies in low rank don't attack with the frequency to just wipe you out immediately. They don't. There's end lag to their attacks. You can't act like they're just comboing you to death. We're not fighting Primordial Malzeno in low rank. We're not doing that.
Something along the lines of Monster Hunter World is close to ideal. At the point in which you fight that first Anjanath, with the tools you have available, I still find it more difficult to beat that Anjanath than almost anything in Monster Hunter Wilds.
Okay.
There's the point. You beat Demo Nergigante. You've beaten Anjanath before. You've beaten Fatalis. You are either a liar or you are forgetful. And I'm gonna
let me repeat. What is he a liar about?
That first Anjanath, with the tools you have available, I still find it more difficult to beat that Anjanath than almost anything in Monster Hunter Wilds.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. So basically, lowering Anjanath is the final boss, is what I'm hearing.
There's the point.
Alright, fair enough. That is very hyperbolic.
You've beaten Anjanath before. You've beaten Fatalis. You are either a liar or you are forgetful.
Now, this is not a hit piece or anything, but you're a liar.
I'm just going to say that outright. You're either a liar or you are forgetful.
You already said it. What do you mean you're going to say it outright?
Before we move off of the difficulty argument, I can already sense several other platitudes making their way to the comment section, so I'll address a few more here. You may have noticed that I'm using the longsword in these clips. It is my favorite weapon. And so I expect the comment, imagine complaining about difficulty when you're using the easiest weapon in the game. So
that's not a platitude. Isn't a platitude like praise? That's just a comment. Hold up, platitude. I feel like platitude usually is like a okay, never mind. Trite, meaningless, or prosaic, aimed at quelling social, emotional, or cognitive unease. Wow, okay. Alright.
Deal with this one now. First of all, I also used the longsword in Monster Hunter World, and my impression remains the same. In fact, I used the longsword in Monster Hunter World when I came back to it to test its difficulty against Monster Hunter Wilds. And despite the fact that I'm extremely experienced with the longsword in World, and that I'm very accustomed to the moveset of the monsters in Monster Hunter World, I still find them more challenging than the monsters in Monster Hunter Wilds, even though I just started playing Wilds and I have not yet become accustomed to their movesets.
His difficulty is shoddy. His difficult experiment was shoddy already. Ratatoskr, his gameplay doesn't appear that he's like the best longsword player in the world. But I would definitely say that he might be better than me.
And he's definitely better than Uno Hunter.
And I would wager to say he's probably better than me at World Longsword.
This is so weird. Like, sorry. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't know. This is kind of coming from the perspective of like I've played the game longer, so my perspective is correct. / like I'm better at the game, my perspective is correct. Leave it alone. I don't know. I don't know about this.
At least, and I would wager to say he's probably better than me at World Longsword. I didn't play much World Longsword, and I'm not very good with it. And it shows in that Anjanath like video, and the two Anjanath videos with Longsword. Like it's not like I'm doing really great. No, I'm not. And it's not like I'm tryharding either in the vids. But still, though, like he had to be playing better than me. Because I didn't find the fight difficult at all, even with.
If I find it easy, everyone finds it easy, baby.
Mind, he said he went back and played it with Longsword. He still finds it more difficult. He was experiencing it with Clacker. I tell you what, he's probably speaking from the experience of he used the leather armor, and so he's not even doing a 1-to-1 like test. He's not doing.
You were doing okay.
Test.
Okay,
it's very weighted in heavy favor of Monster Hunter World. And also, he was using special.
You also did anecdotal tests, though. So
clips. He didn't have like quick sheath or anything. You know, it's not like Rise or anything. But people didn't really use that as much in World. People mostly used Foresight / Still. So it was. I don't know. I can't take it seriously. I can't take him seriously. And I know he's better than me with Longsword. And he postures up with all these different things. Ratatoskr, I put my money where my mouth is. I have my Longsword hunt up on my secondary channel.
Madmud, this is the same video. We're almost 4 hours in to the 4 hour and a half video, y'all. Actually insane.
Better than Uno Hunter was whenever he fought Anjanath.
He brought him up again. No. Oh no. He brought him up again. Oh no, he did not need to do that. He did not need to do that, Uno. This is like, yeah, I'm like that Uno guy. The return of, oh my god. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It comes back around. I knew it. I knew it would happen again. This is so unnecessary. Stop. He's already dead. He's already dead.
/ Still. So it was. I don't know. I can't take it seriously. I can't take him seriously. And I know he's better than me with Longsword. And he postures up with all these different things. Ratatoskr, I put my money where my mouth is. I have my Longsword hunt up on my secondary channel. I know you're better than me. I know that you're better than Uno Hunter was.
I know you're better than Uno, at least. Maybe you're not better than me, but you're definitely better than Uno. Card Uno a 4th time, why don't you? Oh my god. Oh my god. Uno saying, what kind of soju do you get? I get the soju that's gonna sponsor me eventually. So, everyone purchase soju that's gonna sponsor me eventually, my favorite company. So, right now I'm drinking yogurt soju though. Incredible.
Longsword. And he postures up with all these different things. Ratatoskr, I put my money where my mouth is. I have my Longsword hunt up on my secondary channel. I know you're better than me. I know that you're better than Uno Hunter was.
Yeah,
whenever he fought Anjanath in Vanilla. In 2018. I know that your gameplay's better whenever he fought Anjanath in Vanilla. In 2018. I know that your gameplay's better than his.
Yeah.
It has to be.
It has to be.
I know that you're better than Asmongold was. You're better at Longsword than Asmongold was with Greatsword whenever he...
See? Okay, I'm sorry. This is so great.
I know that you're better than my Greatsword run, where I don't use any charge attacks, and I play like a goofball.
I feel so bad for laughing.
What is
What's
your
good,
deal,
Long?
man?
We are still here. Long, we are 4 hours into the 4.5 hour. I'm losing it though. It has to be as wild. Monster Hunter Wild. Asmon's saying, why are we talking about Asmongold again? Forget Asmongold. We're talking about that guy, Uno Hunter. That Uno Hunter guy. Am I right? Am I right?
What is your deal, man? What?
What is your deal?
What is your deal with Anjanath? Why is it Anjanath, the hill that you're ready to die on?
What is your deal with Uno Hunter, man?
And I noticed it with like your streams too. Like your chat would be like, "Oh, still not harder than Anjanath." What are they talking about? These are the people that you surround yourself with, man.
Yeah.
This is why you say the things that you do. This is why you seem to be forgetful. Is because you have all of these sycophantic fucks just constantly
sycophantic fucks
kowtowing to you. And
sycophantic fucks kowtowing to you. This guy, like, really, like, the veil comes off, man. The mask comes off. He went from being like, now I'm not roasting. This is not a hit piece. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. And now he's like, you have a bunch of sycophants who are sucking up to you all the time. This guy, man, he, kind of full of himself, not gonna lie, but really funny. So
sycophantic fucks just constantly just kowtowing to you. And just constantly inflating this weird sense you have for world that isn't true. It's not true, man. Break the delusion.
Right, Beedizzle, how their chat make references to something the streamer says.
Shepherd of the Doomers. You can just be Ratatosker. I like the Ratatosker from the podcast that you unlisted from YouTube, but for some reason you can still find it on Spotify. I like the Ratatosker that is reminiscing.
He likes Ratatosker. Okay,
whenever
sure.
the base Rise Elders dropped. And you got triple carded by Teostra, and you were talking about how Wirefall wasn't as strong as you thought it was going to be with Nova Bushido and K Plays, and how you guys were all having a good time talking about how, oh man, yeah, I'm watching people get decimated because they're wirefalling into attacks, they're getting destroyed. And you sound like you're happy. You sound like you're actually kind of happy.
I miss the days. I miss the days when Ratatosker sounded happy. Ratatosker, Meat Man, just want you to be happy again. I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be happy, man.
Talking about how, oh man, yeah, I'm watching people get decimated because they're wirefalling into attacks, they're getting destroyed. And you sound like you're happy. You sound like you're actually kind of happy.
It's quite hard, actually. I'm not sure if it's because of my armor. I'm not sure if it's because my armor isn't upgraded, but yeah.
Sounds like an X after a break.
Oh yeah, everything's been hitting pretty hard now. I just got to Teostra and like break up those armor spears, guys.
Yeah, I'm glad somebody mentioned that. So I got to Teostra today, and it's the first time I've triple carded in so far. And he seriously wrecked me. His new moves are wild. He's like predicting where I'm gonna wirefall to and casting an explosion there beforehand. I was just getting fucked up. I'm just getting fucked up, and I was like, okay, now we're getting there.
A year and a half later, he would say that if Elders were easy, did no damage, and were a non-issue on his and Rui's podcast. Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, I think that's something. Oh, sorry, you go on. You first.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely liking that. The wirefall is like not the instant safety tool everyone thought it was going to be, because now things are just like dropping explosions like you were saying, or like Kushala.
I mean, he's saying he likes the Ratatosker who's in this podcast because this is the Ratatosker he agrees with, right? So,
just coming through the path.
Yes,
it's not the safety tool anymore.
Yeah,
at least not if you're not using it smart.
Apex Mizozune has the same thing with its bubbles, where you'll just accidentally wirefall right into them. I like this. Like this is a good evolution of the wirefall mechanic.
Oh shit, he once complimented Rise.
It lets you get back into the action.
Everything is invalidated.
But it also can fuck you if you're not careful.
Yeah. I definitely noticed that a lot. Even during the base game fighting Zenoga, I see a lot of people when they wirefall right into him when he's doing his charges, when he hits down on the ground with his fist and another one, they'll just like wirefall right into his next move. And even now with like a Bazuki, seeing him and his bombs, someone gets hit by one, then the wife will get hit by another, and then they're dead. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, how dare he change his opinion after more time playing Rise? Actually ridiculous.
I miss the old Ratatosker. You don't have to be this, man. You don't have to do this. You can be 100% honest and actually approach things from an unbiased or as unbiased as you can be, or as
yeah,
objective
he is
as
kind of saying like you said this 5 years ago,
And then you're
therefore
not
you
good at,
must like you're a
figuring out
hypocrite if you
tests
don't
and stuff,
still believe
and
those
that's
things.
fine. Not everyone is. I'm struggling to put together this video, even with all the data points that I have. It's not easy.
Yeah, he
And I-
really is saying that like you said this once, your opinion is not allowed to change. I don't know. Like on the one hand, it is extremely impressive again that he went to this podcast that's unlisted on YouTube but on Spotify, and that he did this much research and dug this far back. That's impressive, not even gonna lie, but it's not as though like opinions are necessarily set in stone. And the idea of like I changed my opinion after playing and experiencing more of this game is not like invalidating the opinion you had with the information you had at the time, right? So I don't know.
Know that people like you have a reputation to uphold, and people have an expectation out of you. And I know that the negative clicks sell really well, but you don't have to do this, man.
And the second point is a bit more
You don't have to do this, man. Wow.
People may not
He's
like this,
basically accusing Tasker now of just being someone who just like straight up lies for
but I
views.
think it's true. The longsword is not the easiest weapon to use in Monster Hunter Wilds. I think the dual blades are easier. I think the bow guns are easier. I think the gun lance is easier, and the sword and shield.
I'm gonna do you one better. I don't think the longsword's the easiest weapon to use in World or Rise or Sunbreak or Iceborne.
If you
or
mention
Wilds.
this Uno one more time, I'm gonna drain this soju bottle, by the way. Like, actually.
It never was. And, you know, people that say it is, they don't really have an understanding of the weapon or all the weapons at large. I think that Ratatosker is spot on. SNS is easier to play. Bowguns, dual blades, especially gun lance. Gun lance is super easy
And I
to
think
play.
that had I used any of those weapons for my first playthrough, I would have had a much easier time and carded less.
I like how he's almost aware. Of the discrepancies between different weapons having different difficulties.
Okay.
Across the board. And it's even like from a monster to monster basis.
I mean, is there any weapon in Monster Hunter Wilds that is acknowledged to be harder than in World? Like, right now we're acknowledging weapons that are easier in Wilds, but are there any weapons that are considered harder? As in like, oh, this weapon got a lot more complicated. Easier to use doesn't mean easy to master, right? Some can use actually true. I'd be amazed if there are, right? Because like this argument about like, you know, of like some weapons are easier, yeah, but you can't speak for all of them. Uno's saying my hunting horn. Uno is a longsword main. What are you talking about? All right, hunting horn and insect glaive potentially. Okay.
I like how he's almost there. He's almost on the cusp. But he only talks about it from it could have been easier standpoint. He doesn't talk about it from it could have been harder.
Okay, I will say my real problem with this video is that he's so condescending. Like just, I don't know, just like this idea of, he's so confident in his viewpoint that he ends up sounding very condescending to the people he is arguing against. Right, against their position. And this kind of like saying about how like, you know, you don't have to do this, man, you don't have to lie like this is so like, I don't know, yeah, condescending. He talks like a Redditor, kind of, yeah.
In fact, I think the only reason
The worst
that I carded
accusation.
was because I was using the longsword, and let me explain why. You see, to get really good at the longsword, you have to be able to EI Spirit / monsters attacks.
The problem with that also is that like I agree with this guy on several levels, right? But like I agree with him on certain counts, but this condescending attitude is kind of like putting me off a little bit. So I don't know. I'm just appreciative he made this video. Thank you for making this 4.5 video because it's I'm really enjoying this.
To get really good at the longsword, you have to be able to EI Spirit / monsters attacks. And the timing of certain attacks can be weird, and which ones are weird differs from monster to monster. So even if you understand the longsword very well, you still need to also understand the monster to look good fighting it.
Okay.
And the process of getting good at that means basically putting yourself in front of the monster in Special Sheath.
Oh
and
wait,
getting hit
Bowgun got
over and
hella
over until
nerfed.
you
I see,
master
okay.
it.
Like, look at that damage. That's regular Arcveld, by the way. That's not tempered. Look at that damage. That's 150 HP. And I know that's one of his bigger attacks, but that's how hard tempered Nergigante hits you if you're running Health Boost 3. Well, a little less actually. It's a little less harder. And that's without upgraded armor, by the way. Or that's how hard like regular Nergigante can't even hit you that hard. He can't even hit you over that health bar. Even with 3 low rank pieces and 2 like mid-range high rank pieces, as long as you have Health Boost 3. Like, look at that damage.
The timing. And since I was doing that even the first time I was going through the game, I was much more likely to cart than I would have been had I been using a different weapon. It's easier to just get out of the way, or if you're using the sword and shield or gun lance, it's easier to just get a perfect block. I feel that the perfect guard is much easier to do than the EI Spirit Slash. The timing is much more generous, and even if you fail it, you still happen to be blocking, meaning it's much less dangerous overall. So I don't believe that using the longsword made my experience through the low rank and the high rank easier. I think it made it harder. Finally, the next thing people will say when talking about difficulty is some version of don't use the palico, don't make armor, don't upgrade the armor, don't
This
use
is the white Tanuki
weapons,
suit, right?
or something to that effect. And it's true that you can have a harder experience by foregoing certain mechanics. But what I'm criticizing is the game's balance. I'm not a challenge runner. I have no problem with challenge runners, but it's not the experience I'm looking for.
Okay.
So Ratatoskir's dead on right here, in all actuality.
He's agreeing with Ratatoskir wild! Yo!
Of don't run this, don't do that, don't upgrade. That also applies to World and Rise. You know, if you want to make things more difficult. It's not a good look. If someone's like looking to get their balls broken in challenge, you just got to be outright with them and just be like, look, if you want to play the game correctly, you're not going to get that. If you're good at it or decent fundamentally.
The white Tanuki suit.
You're just not going to get that. And this is why I say like Ratatoskir is chasing dragons, because he wants that moment where he's back in base world getting stunned and beat up. But it's just not going to happen.
He should just play another game, baby.
As the series progresses and evolves, there are going to be like differences in the combat, and the monsters may or may not be like stronger, faster, crazier, whatever. They still have to have a onboarding mode. They still have to onboard new players. These games are also meant for the new players too, not just us. So naturally, the games are, if you're playing them as intended, going to have a way easier entry point all the way up.
So it is easier.
And it's goofy to think otherwise. And it's unrealistic. And it's borderline foolish.
What?
But yeah, like the challenge run type shit, that's not...
Whoa.
If you're playing them as intended, going to have a way easier entry point. All the way up. It's goofy to think otherwise.
Okay.
And it's unrealistic.
So he's saying it as an easier entry point, but he's saying the game itself is not easier?
It's borderline foolish.
I don't know, man. What are you saying now?
But yeah, like the challenge run type shit, that's not a good defense. That's not a good, like, way to go about it. And that doesn't prove anything to anyone who believes a certain... If someone believed that World was way harder, you couldn't... That only bolsters their point. Because they would have felt like, oh, they didn't need to do that in World. Even though technically Ratatoskir's quote-unquote test for World was basically that.
I can't handle this guy keep on saying quote-unquote tests when he's done a bunch of quote-unquote tests. So, I don't know. As long as these are the mechanics you're given, new and old players will have an easier time in Wilds. Okay, Sasquatch is saying as long as you... So yeah, I guess this idea that basically, like if the mechanics exist, then you might as well use them. So he is agreeing with Ratatoskir that, you know, just saying don't use the palico is not a legitimate argument, but then he's not acknowledging, Meatman's not acknowledging that the palico and sacred do make something simpler. So...
Whatever. And this also goes into this point for me. I'm gonna loop back to Health Boost 3. He says all this. I don't know if
5 second wait
Boost 3 or not. but this would apply to that. Health boost 3 is a no-brainer, as I outlined before. I'm not going to repeat everything, but you probably remember.
Yes, he is.
Elder Melder, easy to slot, really early high rank, literally before Pink Rathian. It is super strong.
Right?
It's a no-brainer. If you didn't run it, that has nothing to do with the game's balance. You accidentally did a challenge run. That's plain and simple. You might as well have
Bet
not
Uno
upgraded
didn't
your
have health
defense.
boost on.
In Wilds, you might as well left the Palico at home, because you did the same exact thing. In fact, leaving the Palico at home and to a certain extent not upgrading your defense would be less detrimental than not running Health Boost 3. That's how strong Health Boost 3 was.
A big part of the appeal of Monster Hunter is crafting equipment and making interesting builds with that equipment.
Yeah, I kind of agree in the sense that, like, you only sharpen,
Tinkering with
like, I don't
yourself and
sharpen that
optimizing is
often,
fun.
you know, so.
To stop doing that for the sake of having a more difficult experience would mean foregoing one of the most interesting parts of the game, which would still be bad.
And he's right. And also, another point to bolster my Health Boost 3. If you're learning build making, if you're learning skills, Health Boost is in your face.
What I want is to use everything I have available to me, and then, having done that, still have the monsters be engaging in the low and high rank, and challenging at the end game.
Just not
I like
realistic.
the Palico. I don't want to get rid of the Palico.
Oh,
I
me
like
neither.
seeing him around. I like what he does. I'm objecting to how well he does it. Yes, I could
I
have a
agree
more
with that.
challenging experience by foregoing the Palico, and I did. I put him away many times throughout my playthrough.
Oh no, you can't get
But
rid
again,
of the
I would be
Palico.
foregoing the enjoyment of using my Palico in exchange for an increased difficulty. What I'm asking for is to have both at once, and I don't think that's unreasonable.
I think it's unreasonable for you and for any person who's beaten some of the hardest challenges to want to be battle tested, because it's just not going to happen.
He's not addressing the Palico point, though. He's not addressing the Palico point. That cat got a Palico, right? And Ace, I think you're right. He has, this guy, Meatman, has been arguing that Wilds is easier in some ways, but harder in other ways. But did he describe any way that Wilds is harder other than Guardian Arkfeld and Zoshia being harder than Rathalos and Diablos? Like, are there... In what other... So he's saying, like, one way in which Wilds is harder than World is that the final bosses of low rank are harder in Wilds, and the final bosses, final low rank bosses are harder in Wilds than final low rank bosses in World. Arkfeld and Zoshia versus Rathalos and Diablos. But how else? How else is Wilds harder than World? Actually, come to think of it, Ace brings up a good point. Yeah.
It's not going to happen in low rank, and not in early high rank without alienating most of the player base.
He quote unquote explained it.
Ratatosker is getting hit a lot in these clips, like we're watching. But Ratatosker is still better than the average player, and not just the average gamer coming to play Monster Hunter for the first time. No, the average Monster Hunter player.
Mm-hmm.
And if he beat Fatalis and he can do it solo, that puts him at a, like, I would even wager a top 30, top 20 percentile.
Oh, really? Wait, top 30, top 20 percentile is people who beat Fatalis solo? Does that mean the dweeb's good? Hey, yo, am I in the top 20 to top 30 percentile of people who play Monster Hunter? Hell yeah. Let's effing go. Urusha is saying Wild Palico heals so much. It really does. I agree, Urusha. Let's go. Let's go. GG. GG for real. Also, like I said, if he mentions Uno, I'm going to take a big ass sip of this bottle. I am going to lose it. I will lose it.
And he can do it solo. That puts him at a, like, I would even wager a top 30, top 20 percentile.
Crossuse is saying, at least I'm better than that Uno person. least I'm better than Uno. At least we're all better than Uno on this blessed day, man. If Uno can beat Fatalis, literally everyone in the world can beat Fatalis.
All players. There's a lot of old gen vets that can't even handle Iceborne.
Are we all better on Uno? Apparently.
Solo. That's how hard Iceborne Fatalis is. Now, Ratatoskr never got to experience the
No, Uno wasn't mentioned, was he?
Solo. That's how hard Iceborne Fatalis is. Now, Ratatoskr never got to experience the special investigation.
Okay, it wasn't mentioned.
We'll never know if he can take on, special investigation Risen Shagaru Magala or special investigation Risen Crimson Glove Valstrax.
Monster Mike, don't worry though, we will do a roll pool chug of soju if Uno's mentioned again.
That's accompanying an anomaly monster. We'll never know. But that one's hard. I don't know if he could. if he's not that battle tested.
Oh, got him.
Those are some hard ones. Those are some really hard ones, and especially with a ballsy playstyle like Longsword.
Now, the next comment I'd like to deal with is the gatekeeping comment.
How many bottles have I gone through? Oh boy.
Calling for the game to be more difficult. My response to this one is simply no, I'm not. And I think it's just that simple. No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. This shit was cool as fuck. Watch this real quick. He manages to turn around his foresight slash, to use it to close the distance preemptively.
He's so...
While,
Ratatoskr's so great, man.
Not. And I think it's just that simple. No, I'm
That's
not.
badass.
What I'm doing is simply criticizing the things
badass.
I don't like.
Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy claiming that
what a cool guy.
lowering Anjanath would be harder than everything in Wild. Look at this fucking guy. Holy shit. Look at him. Look at him. Oh,
me and my homies all love Ratatoskr.
What I'm doing is simply criticizing the things I don't like and calling for the things I do like. The fact that I want more challenge has nothing to do with anybody else. I am not thinking about other
enemies
people.
to lovers for
I am simply
real.
telling you what I want. And it just so happens that some number of people are going to agree with me and want the same thing. It is Capcom that is in the privileged position to see me express my grievances and my wants, and see everybody else in the community do the same, and decide the direction of the series.
Now, he's right. He's not being gatekeepy. He's expressing his sincere opinions and what he wants in the series. Now, what he wants is based upon...
What he wants is
as I've stated
gatekeeping!
before, a lot of
Alright, fine.
unrealistic expectations, a lot of nostalgia, and a lot of bias. And at worst, some lies, potentially. Though I'm not going to put that on him. It's really easy for people to misremember. Though I'm not going to... At worst, some lies, potentially.
He has straight up
though I'm
suggested this man is a liar how many times,
it's really
man?
easy for people to misremember different details, and especially if you are very if you have a lot of conviction about something, it can be even easy to psyop yourself into believing something that really isn't true, and therefore telling it as a story. I mean, hell, even
the liar and a fraud.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I may have forgotten how many pieces were needed for great luck or good luck, and I'm just trying to relate. I guess there may have been times where I've told people 4 low rank Legiana pieces against Nerg and moving through high rank, but I can't remember if I really did tell people that. I would like to say I did on accident, potentially, and now that's a lot less of a stretch than something like Ratatoskr's Kushala changes, his Arise Kushala changes from his anecdote, but still though, just to kind of give him some goodwill.
See, when Meatman presents this kind of evidence, it's his it's evidence, but when Ratatoskr presents its information, it's anecdotes.
I don't think Ratatoskr is a bad person or
hypocrisy.
I think that he is someone who is not very well thought out in some of the things that he believes, and I don't think he surrounds himself with people that challenge his belief system.
He's got sycophantic. What did he say? Sycophantic sycophantic people who are kowtowing to him. Sycophantic fucks who kowtow to him.
Beat into it. But yeah, he's definitely not being gatekeepy or anything. He's right, Capcom, it's up to them to take criticisms. But here's
Is this reaction on top of reaction on top of reaction? It's reactions all the way down.
You have a lot of influence. You put a lot of this out, and sure, it's your viewpoints, but your influence and your ideas do influence a subset of the Monster Hunter community's culture. And if a lot of people are engaging in a certain way with the Monster Hunter community at large and with Monster Hunter as a whole, and they're mad about chasing dragons with difficulty because they want to recapture that first feeling or whatever, doing things like having shoddy tests that don't really prove much, and not coming at it from multiple angles, and not thinking about difficulty and balance at large, and presenting like the most like low-hanging fruit, bare bones arguments whatsoever without any substantial evidence.
Beach is saying, is it wrong to want that feeling again? That feeling of like struggling and beginning anew? It's not wrong to want that feeling again, but if that's what you're wanting, then you should pursue a new game series. That's your sign that like, okay, I love Monster Hunter. I love playing Monster Hunter. I'm going to come back to this, but now it's time for me to play, you know, I don't know. Now it's time for me to play Black Myth Wukong. Now it's time for me to play a Souls-like. Now it's time for me to play Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, came out on June 14, 2024 for all platforms. Challenge runs, right? There's nothing wrong with wanting that feeling, but you're not going to get the feeling from a series you've played over and over and over and over and over again. It just might be a little unreasonable.
Leaving a paper trail.
You shouldn't live only in the past, yeah.
That have changed across time to fit your like ideas more. Not going over some of the things that you may have noticed as an aside. Not going over some of the things that you may have noticed as an aside to even show a little bit of goodwill towards certain mechanics, such as the
Monster Make is saying at this point, Monster Hunter is a comfort game. Yeah.
Get out of jail free card, but it can even lead to your demise. I think that your approach is incendiary. I think that the culture that you bring is not necessarily toxic.
Oh shit.
But I would say that it is annoying and loud. And there are a lot of people that walk around thinking that they are far more intelligent than they are. And that they have like slam dunks against people in the community.
So he just basically, I mean, the whole point of this video is saying that Ratataskar's discourse is basically influencing the community at large, right? Annoying and loud, right? Ace is saying that one dweeby comment probably summed up an hour or more of this video. Which dweeby comment? All of my comments, Ace, are insightful and beautiful. But which one? I need to know, Ace, because it's, I need like a spark notes of this, man. This has been a long AF video, y'all, but we're in the home stretch. We're in the home stretch, y'all. We're almost there. The pinned, probably. The pinned one where a person who knows nothing tries to have an opinion.
That they are
actually true.
Far more intelligent than they are. And that they have like slam dunks against people in the community.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough, Ace. Yeah, I mean, you know, this idea that like, I don't know. Like, there's nothing wrong with wanting challenges from the games you love and the series you love, right? But at a certain point, short of Monster Hunter introducing difficulty levels, you're not gonna be able to get that from a game that's meant to be accessible to like people in general, right? So
I would say that it is annoying and loud, and there are a lot of people that walk around.
I like how he says that it's incendiary when he has made this 4.5 hour video.
And that they have like slam dunks against people in the community when they don't. And they walk around with unsubstantial evidence. They walk around with a bunch of half-assed tests and opinions. And they demand...
Right, Perilous? Artem and Ray gonna have people crying to their cereal bowls.
To prove it to some degree. In a goofy way. And I think that that's extraordinarily annoying. I don't dislike Ratatosker.
He's just a liar and a fraud and a jerk.
I don't think he's a bad guy. I don't think he's a swindler. I think that he's a normal dude. He just happens to have 160,000 plus subscribers on YouTube. But that doesn't make... He may be getting paid, and this may be his job, but that doesn't make him any different than you or I. He can have bad opinions, just like anyone else can. Just like when I pointed out Rurikon's bad opinion, that's not realistic as well. These are just dudes. And
they're just humans like you and me.
I'm just a dude.
I too am a dude.
And I'm saying the things that I believe are true. And while, yes, I am presenting...
Well, I guess I'm a lady, but
data points
I too am just some rando.
To bolster my arguments. That is what you do.
Midnight is so real for that. Midnight is saying that basically what Meat Man is saying is like, Ratatoskar is just a dude, Rurikon is just a dude, Meat Man is just a dude, and then there's Uno Hunter. Literally, like 4 content creators brought up in this entire video, and Uno was literally only there.
And evidence points to bolster my arguments. That is what you do. You present until someone can present a more substantial evidence basis and beat you at that, and then you have the choice to present back or not. It's up to you.
Oh, Uno, it's actually a 4-minute and 23-minute video with a 10-minute Uno intermission, okay? Don't get it wrong and don't get it twisted. Incredible. Incredible. God, catching all these strays is unreal.
So...
Not yet, though. Uno's safe for now.
To his story portion. Well, actually, let's finish off. Let's see if he has anything else to say about difficulty.
Let's talk about the story in Monster Hunter Wilds and the story in Monster Hunter.
Okay. The story is a lot of subjectivity. I don't really care much for his opinions on the story because we're different people.
Because you don't take him seriously?
Like, you know, different things about the story. I mean, hell, maybe we have the same opinions on the story. The main place where I disagree with Ratatoskar is on the difficulty portion. I think
Ikari, he absolutely butchered Uno.
People undersell Wilds difficulty curves.
Absolutely butchered, absolutely destroyed.
As a whole.
Completely obliterated, demolished.
That's being spread around that just isn't true. And it's goofy and corny. Okay, that's it for Ratatoskar's difficulty portion. He's only moving on to the story, and he also talks about the sacred traversal and like the map and things like that. For the sake of time on this video, it's already...
For the sake of time?
I'm not going to go over those things. However, I do have a couple of asides to further bolster my arguments on difficulty. And this is kind of like my honorable mention section, I suppose. Mm-hmm. So I've got one more thing by Rurikon.
What he would think of Swashbucklet. She would easily fit his description of this filthy casual, yet she's solo fatty with one of the most complex weapons in the game. That's just because my sister's goated. My sister's Swashbucklet is actually goated, for real. Actually goated. Good question though. What do he think of the dweeb? What would he think of the dweeb? Let's not, I'm gonna remain anonymous. I didn't say anything. No, I'm gonna remain completely anonymous and hope I don't get noticed at all. I'm spooked. I'm spooked. Don't insult me, please. The dweeb has very thin skin.
So, I've got one more thing.
Justice for Uno Hunter, right?
Just saying an offhand thing that doesn't make sense, nor does it line up with things we were better than Uno. And I have, well, I already showcased a little bit of Asmongold. I touched on Fighting Cowboy a little bit.
All that matters is that I did it, baby. Swash and I did it.
Fighting Cowboy has footage from base world launch, so we will be using him as another data point example. And Asmongold ran through the entirety of World and Iceborne, and it was one of the most infamous runs during Return to World because he had such a huge audience, and he was also kind of a meme in the Monster Hunter community for playing one of the hardest weapons, refusing to learn it. He didn't use Clutch Claw, he didn't use Slinger Burst, he wouldn't even tackle until Alatreon, I don't think he learned how to tackle until Alatreon. He just didn't understand how the game worked, and yet he still was able to brute force himself all the way into beating Alatreon, which was crazy. But let's get into that. So first up, we have Fighting Cowboy.
All right, so he's mentioning someone who isn't So these are the last content creators he's going to mention, and he's not going to say mean things about them, is he?
Fighting Cowboy did play the Monster Hunter World beta, and so he did fight Anjanath before. Here is him running Switch Axe against Anjanath, and well, I'll let you see how he played.
Is he gonna dunk on this poor man too? Don't tell me he's gonna dunk on this poor man too?
Oh shit.
Oh no, he's definitely gonna dunk on this poor man.
Oh my god. All I needed to do was avoid that munch.
Now, despite playing like that, he did beat Anjanath.
Why does he have to do this? Despite playing like that, okay, fighting Cowboy, just catching him in the, I can't handle this.
First try.
Fighting
I'm not
Cowboy.
gonna do the whole like runtime breakdown like I did with Uno Hunters, but I would imagine it would be a similar amount of time in the fight. Oh, you might be wondering what that second cart was. Well, he forgot to restock potions.
Oh, what an idiot.
Instead of going back to camp, he just fought until he died. Because he didn't think he had any potions.
Everyone take a sip. Take a sip.
Dude, are you kidding me? I have no potions right now? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh,
wait,
no.
did he get mentioned? No.
I would imagine it would be a similar amount of time.
No way.
In the fight. Oh, you might be wondering what that second cart was. Well, he forgot to restock potions. And instead of going back to camp, he just fought until he died. Because he didn't think he had any potions.
Dude, are you kidding me? I have no potions right now? Oh no.
Wow, is that what you're saying?
Oh no. Ouch. You know what?
It's like 30 seconds from here. Okay, I cannot believe I missed it. I actually missed it.
All I needed to do was avoid that munch.
Now, despite playing like that, he did beat Anjanath first try. Now, I'm not gonna do the whole like runtime breakdown like I did with Uno Hunters.
Oh, he did! Cheers, everybody, but it wasn't an insult. It wasn't an insult. Cheers, everybody. Oh my god, wait a second though. It's not an insult, but...
First try. Now, I'm not gonna do the whole like runtime breakdown like I did with Uno Hunters, but I would.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Even Uno Hunter didn't cart. Okay, Uno Hunter, the fact that he's like, Rowley was saying it wasn't bad enough that I needed to analyze it like Uno's. It wasn't so bad that I needed to. I just like the fact that he's like, I could have dunked on this man as hard as I dunked on Uno Hunter, but I'm gonna let him slip. I'm gonna let him, just count his blessings over here, analyzing casual playthroughs way too right, B-Tizzle? Actually, for real though, right? Like Uno's just trying to have fun, okay? Fighting Cowboy's just trying to have fun. Dweeby is just trying to have fun. He just like, I could do a 10-minute breakdown of Fighting Cowboy, but Uno is the one who I'm gonna bully today. Uno's the one who's gonna catch these hands. All right, I have to take another sip. That's so funny. Watch it, Fighting Cowboy, though. You're next, okay? Wait, why is he doing this to Uno? What's his explanation to doing this? Ikari is so right. Rive is saying, what is MH Meatman's argument again? MH Meatman's argument is that Uno straight up sucks, okay? If Uno Hunter can beat Anjanath with the longsword, anyone can beat Anjanath, okay? His point is that Uno Hunter is more like a lame-o hunter, okay? And this guy hasn't done his research because he hasn't mentioned that Uno is a hunting horn main. Uno's not even a longsword main. He could have brought up the fact that, he said that Uno is a longsword player, which Uno is not. Uno's not a longsword player. Describing Uno as a longsword player is just inaccurate. So we know he's done no research. Oh, the reverse call out.
Imagine it would be a similar amount of time in the fight. Oh, you might be wondering what that second cart was.
God.
did beat Anjanath first try. Now I'm not going to do the whole like runtime breakdown like I did with Uno Hunters, but I would imagine it would be a similar amount of time.
Just
in the fight.
Unnecessary.
Oh, you might be wondering
what did you do to
Meat
Man?
Part was. Well, he forgot to bring. He died because he didn't think he had
no potions right now.
Cool.
All right. Now we're caught up.
Ouch.
Now we're caught up.
I've probably got herbs in here. I've probably got some stuff in the box. Yeah, wow.
You know, I've been showing you a lot of different people's mythic play against the mythic wall of world. Almost all of them universally have the same issues. They're not very good at the game at that point, which is to be expected. Barely any of us were good at Monster Hunter World starting off, even old gen players. So that's to be expected.
Damn,
but
ragdolling this poor
all of them are still beating Anjanath on their first try. Almost like Monster Hunter gives you 3 lives per quest, and it's really generous with healing, especially because of restock. Just something to think about. And you know what? Before we move to Asmongold and Rurikon, we're going to still stay in Vanilla World, just regular base, pre-title update 1, and I found some old speedruns.
Ooh.
Because Rocksteady was extremely strong. And let's see how easy it was to flinch lock something like Nergigante and kill it really fast. Because Rocksteady existed. And also because maybe he didn't have that much HP. And maybe...
Okay, using speedruns as an example as to why World isn't actually that hard is... This is disingenuous.
Run, and I'm not going to be playing the music in
this is a little disingenuous.
Runs because I don't want to get copyrighted. But first up we have the Hammer Run.
Okay.
Demonstrating how powerful the Rocksteady mantle is.
Speedrunners are their own universe, yeah.
Locked. And the next one is going to be a Charge Blade for the guy that was a Charge Blade main that actually commented and asked if I could review Ratatosker's vid. Keeping people locked with Charge Blade wasn't too bad either. My buddy Birdie did it all the time.
Alright, banger music. Alright, get him, get him. What is this music? It sounds really familiar. What is this theme? Whatever it is, it feels very copyrightable, so I'm gonna keep on talking over it. Oh, it sounds so familiar. What is this song? It's Persona 5? It's Persona. Some kind of Persona. Yeah, everyone get out your glow sticks. Get him! Persona for sure. Persona 4 Ultimate? Okay. Or, the arena one.
Alright, now it's time to move on to Rurikon with a really weird take in Ratatosker's podcast episode number 51. Now, of course, this isn't the first time Rurikon's been in this vid. Rurikon, I don't hate you or anything if you see this, man. And I hate that you're catching strays, but...
Oh my god. Rurikon's not catching strays. You know who is catching strays? A certain someone we won't name.
You know what happens. You know, we say things off the cuff. We say things...
He's apologizing to Rurikon, but he didn't apologize to Uno even once. Where is Uno's apology? Where is his apology to Uno Hunter? Why did he say, I don't hate you either, Uno Hunter? I don't hate you, and I don't think you're the worst, and, you know, I'm sorry that you're catching strays here.
Catching strays. But, you know, it happens.
It happens.
We say things off the cuff. We say things unscripted, and we have to be used as an example sometimes. But anyways.
We have to be used as an example. He really didn't. Oh, wow. I just, like, he needs to apologize to Uno right away. Man, forget Rurikon and Ratatosker. My boy Uno... My boy Uno really needs some apologies.
Yeah,
needs some
here's
apologies.
His take. And it seems that he has forgotten how new generation has worked in Monster Hunter, and he's throwing this weirdness at Wilds, talking about Aisha speed beating Ray Dow. I believe it was actually 13 minutes and 30 seconds. He beat Ray Dow without even knowing how to use demon mode with dual blades. But you know what? I'll let Rurikhan take it away.
I feel like you shouldn't be able to beat Ray Dow in a reasonable time if you don't know the most basic mechanic of your weapon. I feel like, okay, you can beat him. It's going to take you 40 minutes minimum, because then you will realize, oh, there's something wrong. I'm doing something wrong. Clearly, this is not supposed to last 40 minutes. This makes no sense. But he beat it. I forget if it was like 11 minutes or whatever. So like, imagine beating Ray. Again, I don't know if it was 11 minutes. Maybe I'm exaggerating. It might have been 16. I don't remember how long it was.
That's a huge difference.
But it's like, imagine what it's like when you're a complete newcomer, no idea what you're doing, and you beat the apex predator of the region in a pretty reasonable amount of time without understanding the basic fundamentals of your weapon. I would argue that there's something wrong with the game at that point.
I totally agree.
So this is a really weird take, especially considering that during Return to World, Rurikhan had a penchant for reacting to Asmongold fighting against certain monsters.
Oh shit.
Including, here is his reaction to Asmongold beating Nergigante. Now keep in mind, Asmongold beat Nergigante first try, and he did it with multiple low rank armor pieces.
Ooh, okay.
And game over.
Baksu.
Wow.
That's what it's all about.
Holy shit. Sorry. Jesus Christ. I'm
Do you
so
see how
sorry,
excited?
guys. I don't know why.
Do you see how excited he is? He's over modulating his volume all over the fucking.
Good for you, Asmongold.
Good job, dude.
Now that TCS didn't look too bad, even though it looked like he was doing a wake up TCS instead of hitting Nergigante on down. This is how Asmongold was playing for the majority of the Nergigante hunt that Rurikhan watched.
Okay, so he's basically saying that he's also saying that Asmongold is also not good at the game, I guess.
Okay.
You can do it, Asmongold.
Got him. Hey, at least he wasn't like overcommitting into hits and everything, right? For the majority of it. But yeah, here is his time and the amount of carts that he had. He beat it first try, once again. Here's comments from Rurikhan's reaction vid, where the community is kind of remarking on how he's doing in Iceborne at the time.
Okay.
Now, no offense to Asmon, but he was kind of a meme in the community for a little while.
Because he refused to learn, right? Okay.
Bullishly running against every challenge, not really learning how to play Greatsword completely, just kind of running along and doing whatever. He was not the poster boy for being able to adapt to the game very well. And all of that being said, it's still kind of weird how Rurikhan was so hard on Aisha Speed and Monster Hunter Wilds for being able to bullishly run through an enemy without knowing all the central mechanics of your weapon.
I mean, I kind of gathered that Asmongold's just kind of good at games, period, isn't he? Like, yeah, he may be, like, memeing about not learning how to play the game properly, or he may not have learned how to play the game properly, but he still has, like, the instincts and the skills to play the game, right? Or is that not a thing? I don't watch Asmongold at all, so I don't know. Also, good night, Tweesong. We'll see you later. Have a real one.
Whenever that's something that's been present in all of New Gen Monster Hunter. You don't have to know or even use every single aspect of your weapon, or even the most important aspects of your weapon. And he should know that, especially given the fact that he did dedicate time reacting to someone like Asmongold and his videos from Base World. I have another point. The background footage that you've been seeing from my end is my funny, goofy run with Greatsword. No Palico for Vigor Wasp, and basically the challenge aspect is
you shouldn't be beating it at record time.
Have whenever you're fighting Anjanath, not like the highest defense shit or anything, but I am just running up to him and I'm spamming Y. I'm not charging with the Greatsword. I'm not using the most important mechanic of the weapon. I still beat it, no carts, because Anjanath's easy. but I also kill it in like 10 minutes. That's not 10 minutes fight time. That's 10 minutes of the whole quest.
I mean, even if he's like memeing on it though, he still knows Anjanath better than anyone who has never played it.
Now, finally, to close us out, the final data points belong to Asmongold.
All right.
We have already talked about his Nergigante hunt, where he beat him first try with low rank pieces, and he did it with only one cart. But we're going to look at his Anjanath, his Pink Rathian, and then we will be done with the video. But I just wanted to give you a lot of different data.
Did Asmongold sharpen? That's the real question. That's all we care about.
Just pulling shit out of my ass. I'm trying to speak to you, and I've tried to this entire video to showcase level-headed, actual data, level-headed viewpoints. I'm exhausted right now. It's currently like 2 a.m. Let's get this done, guys.
All right, let's go.
Oh, God. Jesus.
Jesus.
That's okay. Get yourself prepped.
Finally, we see a quest fail screen for Monster Hunter World. Like Anjanath especially. Oh man, yeah. Asmongold got triple carded by Anjanath.
Yeah, what a fool.
He did, however,
worse than
get
Uno
that
Hunter.
back on the second try.
Can you believe this guy?
Now, he managed to beat Anjanath's second try with 2 carts. His defense was pretty shitty. It was like in the 40s. I wonder if he learned his lesson and took it with him for the rest of the game. And the answer is no. His defense is really shitty by the time he hits Pink Rathian, and he runs the same suit against Nergigante, and it appears that he's running 2 low-rank pieces.
Honestly, kind of respect for him to just play the way he wants to play. Respect. That was kind of me with Alatreon at a certain point. People were saying how like you should farm this for Alatreon and you should change your weapon, and I was like, no, fuck all of you. I gotta respect it. People got mad at me for Alatreon, by the way. People got mad.
Oh, did I jump that? No, I should have rolled. Oh, he's jumping me now. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead.
People got really mad, yeah. You can do it, Asmongold.
Oh, man.
Cheating is a hobby for real. You good there?
You idiot. Damn, bro, this tail is hard.
You can do it, champ.
Bro, why is this tail so hard? No, I'm green sharpened still. He's gonna get me. Did he get me? No. He almost did.
At least he's trying. You know what? And I respect it.
Dog, why is that so funny? It's like he's a heat-seeking missile, only for the spot that he bounces, dude. Why is that so fucking funny? Okay, with all the whiffing and the heat-seeking bouncing and the terrible defense because of the low-rank pieces, how many tries do you think it took Asmongold to beat Pink Wrath? If you guessed 1 try, you're right. The Great Wall Pink Rathian was beaten in 1 try, and it was only 1 card as well. To wrap it all up, maybe the real-world difficulty was the mass learning we as a community had to do. Maybe at a time
it was the learning we did along the way.
Reached new heights, and not many people had guides to guide them, other games to teach them, even less accessible betas to learn from. Maybe the game was challenging to a regional base that had not hit the era of hyping up Japanese action RPGs.
Damn,
Maybe
what's
the
wrong with
game
Japanese
was
action
challenging
RPGs?
to a mass community that did not understand what good or bad play was. Sure, there are people to this day that get their ass kicked by Worlds still, but the same happens to this day with Rise and even Wilds. No matter where you go, bad players still exist. No offense to the strugglers out there, by the way.
Yeah,
Uno.
Uno.
And have no shame in asking for help. With massive amounts of information, endless guides, and plenty of other action games and other Monster Hunter games to cut your teeth on, it's no wonder the skill of the player base seems to have increased so much or demands so much. Things that used to be crazy to us just don't seem crazy anymore. This kind of reminds me of quickscoping in first-person shooters. Stay with me. Here's a little montage someone had 19 years ago in one of the first Call of Duties. This looks like it could be any average Joe's gameplay. Nothing special.
But
it was special. This quick sniping montage was one of the best of its time. This used to mean something, but as the player base grew and evolved, as new strategies came to play, and more people became seasoned and practiced up, there became a new standard. Maybe that's what's happening to Monster Hunter. Well, anyways, guys, I love all of you. If you watch this far,
love you too.
Thank you. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have a great week. And stay meaty, my friends.
All right.
Got dinner ready. Let him cook.
All right. We did it. We actually did it, y'all. We watched a 4-hour and 33-minute and 15-second video. Everyone, we did it. We survived. Cheers. Can I please get an Ayo in the house? Ayo, Riley. Riley is saying it's finally over, chat, for real. Why are none of my bots working? I don't understand, but thank you, Riley. What a homie. What a real one. Cheers to Riley and cheers to everyone. 7.5 hours. It's finally over. Cheers, ayo. Cheers, ayo, to all the real ones in the house. What did we learn? Okay, what did we learn, everybody, from this? What did we perceive from this? Now what are we supposed to do? What we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the comments, but first things first, I'm the realist. Second things second, Uno. Uno didn't get an apology. Actually tragic. This is so sad. Another F in the chat for Uno, please. We know, okay, here's the thing. We cannot take anything this man says seriously. Meatman, we cannot even... His words have no credibility, and that's because he described Uno as being a longsword player, which is just wrong. Uno is not a longsword player. Like, what? Uno is, like, he's a hunting horn main. He's the captain of Team Hunting Horn main. So for him to be like, oh yeah, that longsword player who straight up sucks. Oh wait, no, I'm so sorry. Actually, Uno is a longsword player. Uno is a known longsword player. I'm so sorry. It's time for us to spread misinformation. Time for us to spread misinformation about Uno. But, okay, so here's my take. This could have been an email. I'm just kidding. This could have been like 1 hour, I think. And if this was 1 hour, I think it would have been way more effective as a video because I think that, first of all, he repeated that point about sacred and sharpening a lot. Like, wow. He spent like 2 million hours of this video talking about the sacred and sharpening thingy. Like, that was a lot to talk about with the sacred and sharpening thingy. And I would also say that, like, which I didn't find to be a good point anyways, right? Like, I disagree with that. I think also, like, he didn't really address that, like, instead of saying Wilds isn't that easy, his argument was World is easy. And so... But he didn't address, like, people's concerns about what made Wilds, like people were saying how, like, he's been saying something along the lines of, like, oh yeah, well, you said Wilds did this, World did it too, right? Or, like, Wilds, you think Wilds is too easy? Well, World was pretty easy too. And there are some points that he didn't, like, completely glossed over the whole Palico thing, right? Completely glossed over. There were some other points I wanted him to address. And just, like, I don't know. His evidence also was not really as strong as I thought it would be. Like, because, like I said, anything that he presented was evidence, was hard evidence. anything that Ratataskar presented is anecdote. And like, no matter what, he just doesn't have the, like, his, what's the word? Yeah, it's just like, I am presenting evidence and research, you are presenting anecdotes. And at the end of the day, it's still like, you know, it's still like just footage of you playing, right? It's not like, you know, you can't necessarily do like a damage per second counter. And like, trust me, bro, is the source, right? So, those are like my main complaints were like, first of all, it could have been an email. Second of all, like, him focusing so much on presenting his evidence, in my opinion, made things kind of weaker, honestly, because like I said, he's dismissing Ratataskar's experiences and then elevating his own experiences as being proof. And then also, like I said, I feel like he didn't address the main point, which is like, you know, this idea that Monster Hunter Wilds is easier, but that doesn't make it bad. That doesn't make it a bad thing. And even if it was easier, it doesn't make it a bad thing. And it being more accessible to new players is not a bad thing. And I feel like that should have been the point. You know, Rise monsters hit harder than Wilds, and he just kind of glossed over that. Yeah, I mean, I also feel like he, what else? I don't know. Also, his kind of attitude is, like, towards the end, definitely got kind of condescending. So, definitely got pretty condescending. And, like, it's also kind of hard to take that seriously because, like, you can't help but bristle. You can't help but bristle at someone who's that condescending and, like, laughing at his other people's viewpoints and saying, like, I don't take them seriously. And dunking on poor Uno, that was unacceptable. Poor Uno. What did Uno do? And Right Chaser, where was the mention of the sharpening? Where was the mention of the sharpening? So he made some good points about how, like, this discourse appears over and over again. This idea that, yeah, we have heard this argument before about how Rise was too easy, Wilds is too easy, and there's rose-colored glasses looking back at World because of it. But Ratataskar, like, his complaints are not invalid just because people listen to him, you know? And, like, how should I put this? Meatman is basically saying how, because Ratataskar's words are taken very seriously by people, in terms of like, oh, he's an influential member in the community, if Ratataskar says that, that holds weight to me. So basically, the implication there that, you know, Ratataskar should have a more informed opinion, a more in-depth opinion, because people are listening to what he has to say, but like, that's not up to Ratataskar. If people take him serious like that, that's up to them doing their own research too. Right? Or like having their own experiences. That's not on Ratataskar for having an opinion. So, also, everyone who's been here, including Asbian, if you've been here for the full 7.5 hours, thank you. I had a good AF time. I cannot believe we actually did it. We actually did it. I got my bubble tea, got my soju, and let's check out some comments. Oh, let's see if Uno has a comment. Uno, where's your comment, Umo? Uno. It comes full circle, right? Okay, he's saying that Ratataskar sees the worst in everything. Found it on the easier side. This was something else. This video does an immaculate job. Wow, an immaculate job. All right, let me see. Let's look for Uno. Is it Uno or, yeah. It's very important that we find this comment. Probably sort by new. Oh yeah, Uno, did you just comment on it? I bet Uno said something really smart and insightful, so it's really important that we find this comment. Holy shit! 3290 comments! Hello? Very important that we find it. I commented on it yesterday. Okay. Uno is verified. Uno, are you verified? Are you verified cool? All right, we're looking. Where are you? All right, Uno. All right, I'm still not seeing this man. All right, Uno, I'll just, of course I'm not verified. Poor Uno. Uno is a great longsword player. Yeah, actually. All right, I just can't find it. There are a lot of flippin' comments, I'm not gonna lie. So we'll just pretend Uno said something really smart. We'll just pretend Uno said something really, really, really sharp. Really cool. Uno, did he delete your comment? Maybe he deleted Uno's comment, which would be so funny. That would be so funny. If only you could sort by sub count, right? It's shallower than Rise was, says Heath. So Heath thinks that Wilds... Okay, so here's the thing for me, right? I do think Wilds is easier than World and Rise, but I don't think it's bad. Like, I still really enjoyed it. I still really liked it. And, yeah, I still really liked it. So my complaints about, like, you know, some of the UI is much better. Some of the quality of life changes are really nice. And, yeah, I feel like, you know, me getting better at Monster Hunter feels really good. It feels really good to me to see all of my improvements and be like, hey, this game was easy. I kind of rock, but it wasn't easy to the point of being, like, brain dead. So I don't think I don't think it's easy to the point of being brain dead or anything. So because of that, I still really enjoyed it. And I think that this video maybe should have done more to address, like, it may be easier in certain regards, but that doesn't mean that that's a bad thing. That doesn't mean that that's, like, a bad direction to go in. And so Wilds monsters generally does less damage. I guess not, Rive. Like, it also felt like, as we talked about before, I think Ace was the one who mentioned this. Ace was the one who mentioned is that he talked about Zoshia and Arkfeld as the low rank bosses being harder than Rathalos and Diablos, but that's pretty much the only way he mentioned, like, the difficulty. The difficulty of what's the word? Like, that's the only example he gave of Monster Hunter World being less difficult than Wilds. Like, he didn't give any other examples of Wilds being more difficult than World. And so, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with this. I think that it's an interesting conversation to be had for sure, because I do think there was a lot of negativity. A little bit about tempered gore. Okay, I mean, he said that tempered Arkfeld was harder than tempered Nergigante, but I think tempered Arkfeld's really easy, honestly. So I don't know. That being said, though, yeah, I think it's registered as 2 days old. Okay, oh yeah, Uno actually sent me a screenshot of this, so let's look at it together. Shall we look at the screenshot? Uno, you don't mind if I show everyone the screenshot, right? Uno, say yes or no in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. It better not say anything, like, scandalous on my stream, Uno. Uno. All right, Uno's comment is saying, what does it say? I'm just sitting here editing. Wait, did he say me? I'm still listening so far, but I kind of spoke very similarly about the difficulty of base world. Uno, what a nice comment for someone who roasted you that hard. What What a nice level-headed comment for someone who just absolutely did not need to just dunk on you. Actually got posterized and was like, yeah. Uno's too nice, man. The dweeb would have also not said anything, but felt bad, man. You know, I also wouldn't have been confrontational, but, you know. In any case, yeah, so I feel like the video was too long, and I also feel as though that, I don't know. Like I said, I think people not enjoying the game is legitimate, right? I think that's totally legitimate. If you didn't enjoy the game, or you were like, damn, I was looking for something that was harder for me, that's not, like, illegitimate as an experiment. That's not invalid. So I do really don't understand where he's coming from in terms of the whole, I understand where he's coming from in terms of the whole, like, being negative right out the gate about Wilds is not good for the community. And, yeah, it's just not good for the community. And, it's just not healthy to have all this negativity around, a series that we all love, right? So, and saying, like, you know, you're concerned about the direction it's going in. But the thing is, like, he's, Meatman is accusing Ratataskar of not knowing his influence, but, like, he does, like, I don't think he's, like, straight up lying or being disingenuous either. So, and like I said, I also feel like I am a little bothered by his presentation of his evidence as being evidence and not anecdotes too. So, and like presenting it as being hard proof when it can't be hard proof. So, I don't know. What do we think, y'all? I think ultimately, I'm glad that this person had the tenacity to make this video. I am honestly astonished and amazed and impressed. Like, kudos to this guy for having the brain power to do this. I also would never have the balls to do this either. Like, I just wouldn't. But on the other hand, I am not sure I agree with all the points, but I think it's an interesting point of discussion and saying that, yeah, there has been a lot of negativity around Wilds being too easy and people not appreciating that that's not a bad thing in general, and that Wilds is easy, quote, in the same way that World was easy. So, and that if you experience the game, you experience World, or if you think about, recontextualize the game in terms of what World really was like, then Wilds will be different to you. So, yeah, I'm glad we watched this. I really enjoyed watching this together with all of you. I really did. This was so much fun. I cannot believe we've been here for almost 8 hours. Can you even believe this? We have been watching this together for 8 hours. 8 hours. Actually insane. And, I think it's time to call it. Everyone, it is the dweeb's bedtime. It is 2 in the morning for me. And I'm gonna go to sleep. I hope y'all get some good sleep too. I'm gonna be playing Black Myth Wukong tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow for Black Myth Wukong. Tonight, eventually for Black Myth Wukong. Get rest, everybody. Thank you for being here. And if you had a good AF time, please do follow on Twitch. Please do subscribe on YouTube. I love to meet new people. And we're going to be playing a ton of action. We're going to be playing Wilds here. We'll be playing a ton of Wilds, but we also will be playing Monster Hunter Rise, and Dark Souls, and Black Myth Wukong, and First Berserker Kazan, and Nier Automata, and etc. and etc. So don't forget to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch. That would mean a lot to me. And in the meantime, have a good night, everybody. Have a real one. Mwah. Mwah. Good night, everybody.